to you all from wherever you are joining us from, and welcome to the Central South Africa Qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations 2025. It's an absolute pleasure to be bringing you this live action from St. John's College AstroTurf here in Harare and Zimbabwe. My name is TC and I'm joined in commentary by Ben. Ben, how are you doing? I'm sure you're as excited as I am to be commentating over the next couple of days.
Wow, TC, good morning, and good morning to all our fans around the world who have tuned in. Exciting weekend and couple of days of hockey ahead. Such an exciting talent on display, such an exciting opportunity to exercise what we love, and a brilliant showcase is set for us here today.
Let's chat a bit about the countries that are going to be competing, both the men's and the women's sides out here. Obviously the home side, Zimbabwe, they'll be looking to do well in their backyard. The Namibians, always a force to reckon with as well. Eswatini, nice to see they're part of this tournament. I know you've got a lot to chat about how they've managed to actually get here, how that's a big victory for them, and obviously the Zambians managing to come at last minute, but it's good to have them here.
100% TC. I mean, yeah, credit to all the teams who've managed to make it out this far, but special mention to the Eswatini Hockey Federation. I mean, geez, they've come a long way. Hockey never existed in Eswatini in 2012, and then a few of our lads, native Zimbabweans, went down together with the locals there, and they've really pioneered development of hockey in Eswatini. They've come a long way. They've brought a very young side, both the ladies and the men's. However, these guys are here to play. It's their first tournament, so excitement all around. Eh?
Yeah, fantastic. Such a success story, isn't it? Hockey didn't exist there a couple of years ago, and now they're here taking part in an international tournament. So credit goes to all those involved in this journey, and definitely looking forward to watching them playing over the next couple of days. You're an international player yourself, Ben. Talk us through the nerves that go on just before a tournament like this.
Yeah, that in itself, it's a two-way thing. You can either buckle under pressure, or you can sparkle in the limelight. I mean, for me, looking back to 2009, where I had my first cap, we had a tri-series tournament. I think we had Botswana, Zambia come through, still playing on grass at the time. But wow, it was such a spectacle. It was so special, and being young, being energetic, being enthusiastic as well, you're able to exude all the qualities that you have and really enjoy this sport that we love so much.
Absolutely, and you talk about development of the game here in Zimbabwe. Arundel School kicked us off with the first school to have a turf, and then a lot of schools have kind of joined on. St. John's College, Peterhouse out in Marondera, Chizi, the most recent. So it's good to see the game developing, our schools getting AstroTurf, isn't it?
Very much so. And you see, because when we started off on grass, and the transition going on to Astro, we got a rude awakening, especially from the teams who are experienced in that manner. But it does spur you on to exercise your ability as a player. Your technical ability has to be sharp. It sharpens you as a player. So your hand-eye coordination is on point. Your fitness has to be on point. Your core strength is of paramount importance, and I'm sure we'll see plenty of that on display throughout the weekend.
Absolutely. Well, the first game that will be up in this tournament is Namibia women versus Eswatini women. It's looking to be one of those great start to a tournament, isn't it, Ben? We just hope we'll see fantastic hockey, which I'm sure we will, but how do you see this one panning out?
I think Namibia are in for a surprise. Eswatini are here to play. I mean, being their first tournament might be classified as underdogs, but not in my view. I really feel that even looking on all the ladies' faces right now, they're excited and raring to go, and really to give ready to give Namibia a good run for their money.
Yeah, definitely they are really looking forward to it, wearing a really nice strip as well. But the Namibians, what they do have over the Eswatini ladies is that experience. That comes in handy, doesn't it, in tournaments like this?
Very much so. I mean, some of the players in Namibia, the goalkeeper, even their captain, Kiana Shea, Cormac, very vastly experienced, still quite young, and they have a nice blend of experience and youth in there, so you have the old heads, which will calm things down in moments of pressure, as well as the excitement of the little pocket rockets, as I like to call them, in the younger crop of players.
Fantastic. And action is starting today. First game coming to you at 10 a.m. and then tomorrow will be day 2. Monday, obviously, the rest day. Everyone will take a much needed rest. And then you called it earlier, the business end of the tournament, Tuesday, Wednesday. I mean, most teams will be now used to the conditions, the speed of the turf. Tuesday, Wednesday will be blockbuster days, won't they?
Definitely. So if you are going to work during the week, I implore you, get some off time from work, get some leave days, and come down to St. John's AstroTurf. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be very thrilling. I know the host team, Zimbabwe, are raring to go with a very young side, but I tell you what, these boys can move and are here to give Namibia men, Zambian men a run for their money. I mean, it's all to play for. The top 2 teams get to qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations in 2025. So, wow.
Yeah, well, we certainly can't wait to watch how it'll unfold. Yeah, as Ben mentioned, the Zimbabweans at home will fancy their chances. The crowd will build in as the tournament progresses, as today progresses, and it promises to be an absolute thrilling tournament. The Central South Africa qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations 2025. The umpires are warming up now, so we're not far away from the action. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with some more commentary in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the Central South Africa Qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations 2025. Coming to you live from the Africa Hockey Federation YouTube page. My name is TC and I'm joined in commentary by Ben. Ben, we are moments away from the national anthems. Anticipation definitely building. See on the Eswatini and Namibian ladies' faces, they mean business. They're ready for the game. How exciting this tournament's going to be.
Yes, very much so. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from across the world. We're about to go live. Our first match of the tournament. Both teams lining up here as they're being led out by the umpires. We'll start off with national anthems to lead the way as we pay tribute to our countries who have done also well to send out their teams to participate in this tournament. As both teams jog it out to the center, excitement all around.
Certainly excitement. Both the teams are on the park now. The two umpires, Reza Swat and Sean Mayers, they'll be handling this one. Officiating is always one of those big telling points in a match, but no doubt these two ladies will do a fantastic job with the whistle.
Yes, very much so. Reza herself, a very experienced campaigner in the umpire circles, as well as Sean Myers, our chief umpire in Zimbabwe, umpires manager sometimes as well. Very well experienced umpires. I'm sure we'll have a very fluid game to come as we stand by for the national anthems.
We'll start with the Namibian national anthem. Next, we'll have the Eswatini national anthem.
Well, Ben, national anthems are done and they will shake hands just before the match, but it is now time to get right into the business. The toss just happening, but quite fitting that this tournament's happening in Zimbabwe, being alongside the SADC Summit, which is currently just kicked off out in Mashonaland West in Mount Hampden. I wonder if the heads of state are going to come watch some hockey. You reckon they'll have time to do so?
I think some of them do follow me on my socials, so yeah, they should get a tag to the links that I've shared on all my socials. Be sure to share, tag, like, and follow and watch the action here. Some very passionate singing from both sides, both excited. I'm not sure who won the toss here, but we're about to kick off.
And let's talk now about the teams, Ben. I'll start off with the Eswatini team. You've already mentioned how it's a young, exciting squad. They're all making their international debuts at this tournament, so lots for them to play for. They'll come in with a free mind, a free heart, and they'll just want to express themselves. They're led by their captain, Vali Twala, who will be looking to have an immense tournament leading her charges. But the rest of the team is made up of Nina Hlope, Laiken and Kayla Henwood, Temtofo Twala, Sakelwe Dlamini, Amy Jessica Malvin, Sipo Kutle Dlamini, Tiffany Maposa, Nelson Charlene Kamafalala, Chloe Ann Boyd, Taylor Halley, Lomava Dlamini, and Wadziswa Mbingo. That's the Eswatini squad that will be looking to actually cause a few upsets this tournament. Talk us through the Namibian side.
Right, the Namibian side here, captained by Kiana Shea Cormac. In goals, we have Petro Stoffberg, Ador Maya, Azalea Pilanda, Sunil Ludwig, Anika Higgs, Danger Maya, Jerica Bartlett with the experienced campaigner of 30 caps, Myla Malan, a debutant, as well as Kyla Landsberg, Gillian Hermanus, Annie Leroux, Berenicia Diamond, a replacement goalkeeper, Maya Costin, Tara Myberg, Marika Nittling, Henry Els, Charlize Ricks, and coached, of course, by Trevor Cormac, a native Zimbabwean.
Well, play has started, and Namibia with a very strong start. They're playing from right to left on your screens. Eswatini playing from left to right. Namibia making an early circle entry there, but not managing to come out with the PC or a goal, Ben. But good start from them.
Ultimately, so a very good start. What you look at, hockey being a game of percentages, you want to count all the chances that you do manage to get a circle penetration. What can you conjure up out of it at the end of the day?
And there they go again, Namibia. This time another foul, so it'll be a 16-yard hit out for Eswatini. They'll be looking to outlet well here and try and shift this area in which the game's being played in that final third. They want to put some pressure and maybe test the Namibian defense as well.
Yes, very much so. A very high press that we are seeing from Namibia here. They managed to turn over the ball quickly. Unfortunately, Maya Costin there with the swing and a miss, allowing the hit out to Eswatini there, as Eswatini look to build up and get out of their danger zone.
So still early on in the first quarter of this first match between Namibia ladies and Eswatini ladies. And Eswatini tasting some Namibian territory, but not for long, and Namibia on the charge again.
Yes, Namibia on the charge here through the right flank. As you see, another circle penetration pass through there. And it's a short corner. The ball coming off the foot, it looked like. As well, yes, a question by the Eswatini players there a bit, but definitely a foot from my view, and a first short corner of the match awarded to Namibia. Let's see the variations that they can be able to pull off.
Ben, we had a Zimbabwe Junior Development Series last week. It was amazing to see some of the countries that are present here came for that as well, but the conversion rate of penalty corners was just not good enough. I'm sure we'll see it touched up a notch in this tournament because this is international hockey.
Very much so. Senior level, we expect the highest order. Let's see what Namibia can do here. Injection coming from Jerica Bartlett.
It's off the foot, so it'll be another PC, but nice simple trap into the first receiver there, and the shot was taken, but it came off an Eswatini foot, so they get another bite at the cherry here.
Yes, very much so. The shot there, a top D coming off the foot from Mila Malan. as Jessica Bartlett looks to inject again. Milan on the ball at top D. Variation, unfortunately, sends the ball wide.
Yeah, too much to do for the player approaching the pole there. Slightly off. Didn't want it to go at that angle, but nice variation, like you say, Ben. But pressure certainly on Eswatini early in this first quarter.
Very much so, but I think credit to that forced error from the Eswatini defense. Their rushers actually running in a looks like a 1-3 split, forcing the ball wide, blocking the direct route to goal, resulting in the ball being sent out wide and a free hit out to Eswatini.
It's been turned over, as you mentioned that, Ben, and Namibia ladies circle penetration, the cross comes in, but it's too good for everyone, and that'll be free hit from the sideline for Eswatini.
Yeah, sideline ball there. Namibia looking to attack, hot on the wheels, to put pressure under Eswatini.
Then will gain qualification. Namibia in the circle again. It is play on, comes off the goalkeeper, so that's a good save, but first shot on target, Ben.
Yes, very much so. Testing out the keeper there. Keeper stood her ground with a decisive left foot, clearing the ball well wide of the circle. And Eswatini look to counter-attack here.
And there comes the youthfulness, the speed. You can see how quickly she's moved on to that one. And fortunately not managing to keep it in, but that's what they have, isn't it? That youthful exuberance definitely coming through there.
Yes, very much so. I feel that's what they can use to their advantage. They seem quicker than the Namibians on foot. Let's see if they can use that speed to their advantage.
Fortunately there for Eswatini, rolling onto the legs. So Namibia, they look to switch play now. A lot of play has been down the right side. Maybe they want to try and see what the left can bring them.
Yes, very much so. I think as we see Kiana on the ball with a brilliant ball into top D there and a shot. Excellent execution of space, transferring the ball from the right to the left and back across to the right, opening up the gaps in the Eswatini midfield. Kiana Shea with a brilliant through ball to number 21 who has a shot, sending it into the bottom left of the corner. Marika Netling with the goal there for Namibia. Namibia 1, Eswatini 0.
Well, it was coming, wasn't it? And they're on the attack again, pursuing the left side, which brought them their opener. It was a fantastic shot. As you rightfully said, Ben, she was, to be fair, quite free in the circle. She had the time to line the shot up, and boy, did she do that well.
Very much so. What created the space there was the transition from left to right, because most of the play in the opening couple of minutes. And another goal. A tap-in goal virtually on the near post here for Namibia. Andri Els there with the tap on the far post. Brilliant position play. She was picked up by her teammate, being able to tap in the ball at the far post. Namibia are hot on the charge at the moment.
Yeah, they see an opportunity and they want to capitalize as much as they can in this first quarter. And those two goals have definitely put a spring in the Namibian kind of play, and they're going for goal again. This time it'll be a long corner. So Namibia really starting this match well.
Yes, then they've started really fast, trying to get early inroads in this match. Already 2 goals ahead, and definitely getting a grip. And another goal there. Another goal. A bit of a dire situation in the D at the moment. Namibia very lethal with the chances. They missed out on their first couple of chances, but here they're not leaving anything to beg.
Obviously still a lot of time to play in this match, Ben, but at the end of the first quarter, what will you be telling the Eswatini ladies if you were the coach?
Just to keep their heads high at the moment. Yes, Namibia are coming strong at them, but it's important that they don't drop their heads. It's important that they don't lose their structure, stick to the basics, and something will come right. I'm sure of it.
Well, I would employ you as a coach of my team any day, Ben. Wonderful words there. But here come Namibia again. And guess what? They're pursuing that left side, looking for opportunities. Into the circle it goes, lining up for a shot. Namibia score yet another goal. Brilliant piece of play.
Brilliant interchange there and clever finish from the striker, observing where the goalkeeper was, right on the far end, and she shifted the ball to the bottom left-hand corner into the space and managed to score. 4-0 to Namibia, still the first quarter, and Eswatini have all to do at the moment, but Namibia not giving them a sniff at the moment.
No, absolutely. Namibia, great interception there though from Eswatini as they look to try and put some pressure back on Namibia, because at the moment the momentum is firmly on the Namibian side, who are playing with great confidence and playing well as a team, and Eswatini can definitely take a leaf out of that Namibian book. It's to link up as well as they have been.
Yes, Sanu Ludwig there with some brilliant skill turning over the ball from Namibia. However, Eswatini looking to build some sustained pressure with some well-coveted possession at the moment.
And that's what you need to do when you're up against it. You've got to try and hold on to the ball for long periods of time just to get that confidence going. But Namibia have turned it over again and looking to penetrate the circle once more. But this time the defense is stronger and they've won themselves a free hit, Eswatini.
Very much so. Possession is key. And as you see, the fast start that Namibia have done, already 4 goals ahead now. Goal difference will make the difference, and for the top 2 teams there. Rankings are important for how we qualify, and it will also depict where you end up in the Africa Cup of Nations tournament in terms of the draw. So possession, possession, possession.
Absolutely. Well, if you had told the Namibian coach that he'll be leading 4-0 in the first quarter of their first game at the Central South Africa qualifier, I'm sure he would have said, you're lying.
Yeah, his charges are really on the money at the moment, really putting Eswatini to the sword at the moment. A brilliant ball sent to the back post there, trapped, set back up into top D. And Eswatini managed to recover and force the turnover. Brilliant defense by Eswatini there.
Yeah, a missed opportunity from Namibia. All she needed to do was trap that ball, tap it into goal. Keeper was well beaten. Fortunately, she couldn't do so.
Very much so. And the defensive charges for Eswatini, they are moving in a very nice shape at the moment, not leaving their man, not chasing after the ball. It's important to always mark your man, especially in the circle, to snuff out that little bit of danger.
And that's what experience does, doesn't it, Ben? And the Eswatini ladies will learn. This is such a fantastic learning opportunity for them, this tournament. They'll learn a lot about the game. They'll develop their game individually as well. And I'm honestly looking forward to tracking how these ladies do in the coming years.
Very much so. A very well-drilled side with Coach Tinawo Mushavi in conjunction with Lakson Sikisa, both native Zimbabweans, both former national players. I mean, they have a vast experience in the game, and I'm sure they'll be able, all the little girls here and the ladies will be able to tap into that experience and really develop their game.
And speaking of development, the Eswatini team list in international matches, it had 0 for all of them, and now it has 1. So that's the development already. They're playing an international match for their country. Wonderful to see.
Yes, very much so. As the saying goes, Rome wasn't built in one day, and it's brick by brick, as we hear, which is a common statement in our country here. Brick by brick. They're on the right path at the moment.
Absolutely. You've got players as young as 14 and 15 in their side, so the future is certainly bright. And at the moment, they've managed to keep Namibia out for quite a while after those first 4 goals, and another missed opportunity for Namibia. So it's good to see, but Namibia, yeah, you'd fancy they're going to run away with this one by quite a lot.
Yes, credit to Eswatini at the moment. They're in it now. They've warmed up a bit. They're really head switched on at the moment. More concentration. As you're seeing in the last couple of minutes, they've managed to thwart the threats from Namibia. So credit to them for remaining positive, even though they are 4-0 down at the moment.
Absolutely. Just under 3.5 minutes left in this first quarter. Eswatini in possession of the ball, but playing it straight into the path of Namibia, and this is where they're very dangerous. They link up quite nicely, playing advantage into the circle. They go, looking to use it, but great stick on the floor there from Eswatini. Namibia are not done with that attack yet, but there comes the foul.
Yes, Namibia not doing themselves any favors at the moment. A couple of wasted chances consecutively. That can be frustrating, especially in a tightly contested game whereby all these circle penetrations aren't being able to capitalize.
Yeah, well said there, Ben. And often games where you start a tournament with a big win kind of makes you a little complacent, wouldn't you say? And when you're up against a stronger team, you then almost get a shock and are tested quite heavily.
Heavily so. With the experience that the Namibians have, I'm sure they can be able to adjust accordingly as they're trying to penetrate the circle again here with another shot, but some brilliant defense.
And brave defense, they're really getting into the faces of the Namibians, and I think they've made a decision amongst themselves that we're not going to concede another goal in this quarter. At least we're going to try not to, and it's good to see them playing with such character.
Yes, it's all about character building. It's a test of their character. They'll be able to mature in this time, give the Namibians a hard time, really front up for their country, for their pride, and job well done, ladies, thus far.
Long corner now, Namibia to take. Not long to go in this first quarter.
Yes, Namibia really rolling those substitutions at the moment. It's beginning to heat up, so energy levels need to be saved at the moment as we see Namibia being awarded another short corner. But it's important, with this being a very long tournament, we look after those legs. Rotations are going to be very important.
It is indeed, Ben. You got to try and make sure that you get your substitutions on point. There obviously is that rest day on Monday, but even outside of that rest day, you need to manage your players well.
Very much so. And players must keep hydrated at the moment, get those fluids up, rotate as much as possible, run hard, and come and rest a bit on the bench. I mean, there are so many eager faces on the bench at the moment as Namibia lines up a short corner. Let's see the variation. It looks like they have two castles at top D, and let's see what they can conjure up here.
I think there's an early charge there. I think they're going to have to retake this one, Ben. Not too sure what happened there, but
Yeah, it looked like a false injection there from Namibia, which has caused the player to be sent down to halfway, and Jericho Bartlett will attempt the injection as she sends the ball to top D. Mistrap there, and Eswatini clear the ball. Can they? Advantage being played here by the umpire. Namibia with the shot to goal. And Eswatini switched off a little bit there, expecting the umpire to blow the whistle for the foot. However, Namibia hot on the money, anticipating, taking advantage of the advantage being played and tucking it away into the far left corner.
Well, the pressure just too much for the Eswatini's ladies to handle there, but they really managed to hang on for a long period of time, and it's this giving away possession that's really hurting them the most, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. They're chasing most of the balls at the moment, failing to keep a grasp of the prized possession of the hockey ball. Namibia utilizing all this possession that they have to their advantage, being able to keep Eswatini on the back foot, but credit to Eswatini to recover and shut down. Unfortunately, conceding a short corner there. Let's see the variation that they have in terms of the defense. Looks like another 3-1 split there with the player on post and the keeper to cover the right end of the goals there.
Yep, let's see how Namibia can make use of this opportunity to add to the score.
Injection comes, trapped at top D, the shot in. Advantage here to Namibia. And it's another short corner as it's come off the foot there. Unfortunately for the Eswatini player, managed to block the ball. However, it bobbled up onto her feet, thus conceding another short corner. But again, impressive short corner defense display from Eswatini.
Very impressive. I just love how they're so confident and you know they're gutsy. That's what you want in defense, isn't it?
No fear, TC, no fear. A brilliant save again off the line. Brilliant save. Top defending from Eswatini. Rightfully so, cheered on by her teammates on the bench.
Absolutely. Well, that ends the first quarter. Namibia lead 5-0. We'll take a short break. Second quarter coming up in just a bit. Welcome back to the second quarter, everybody. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you for joining us. And this is the first match of the Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations next year. What do you think the chat was in both camps during that break, Ben?
As you heard from the Eswatini camp there, really trying to motivate and keep the heads up of his players, Coach Luxon there, and equally so from Namibia. The coach seems a little bit agitated, I think, from all the missed chances, so trying to get his team to really keep the foot on the pedal so that they can create more advantage on the scoring front.
And I guess the big target here for Namibia, Ben, is to try and get that goal difference as much as they can. If they can hit double figures, better for them, isn't it?
Very much so. Goal difference is everything, especially in a tournament setting. It can be the difference between finishing first or second, and Namibia here look to capitalize and really grease their wheels at the moment.
And Eswatini enjoying some possession here that they have been really starved of, and it's about using that possession wisely and again just managing to just make it so easy for Namibia to turn over the ball.
Yes, Hali put under pressure there by the Namibians, but credit to the positional play of Namibia, really shutting down all the spaces, left foot, right shoulder as well, thus turning and creating the turnovers for themselves.
Eswatini have a sideline ball, and without sounding like a broken record, they really need to make more use of the possession because they haven't had much of it. Namibia have really attacked well this time, running a little too far, and that'll be a 16-yard hit out.
Yes, Namibians are really making life difficult for Eswatini, but purely tactical, as the coach has deployed what I can say, a full court press to try and jam Eswatini in their own half, to play hockey in the wrong end of the field. But here's a shot for Namibia there, reverse stick tomahawk there, slight and a brilliant attempt on target there. Namibians trying to add to their 5 goals and creating the chances there, unfortunately not being able to convert.
Those reverse stick tomahawks are beauty when they go in top corner. It's like poetry in motion, isn't it?
Very much so. One for the cameras, I might say. But yeah, a very delicate skill. Many players try to implore because it's hard to read as the ball comes off the stick, especially if you're a goalkeeper. Eh?
Well, more possession here afforded for Eswatini, ladies. And so far managing to keep it. But then the pressure, put pressure on themselves. And I think it's not opening up enough. Running into spaces, you know, getting into those opportunities where you can receive passes.
Yes, very much so, as Namibia look to get those rotations again. Neetling, Philander and Maya set to come on as they look to rotate and inject a little bit of pace into the second chaka.
Well, on the Eswatini bench at the moment, Henwood waiting for an opportunity to come on. Dlamini also still going to come on. Tamapalala also waiting to come on. So I'm sure they'll be coming on and looking to, you know, just get that possession stat higher and higher in terms of that number.
Very much so. But credit to Namibia, who are really pressing and at the moment.
Yeah, this entire second quarter has been played in the final 2/3 by Namibia, so definitely coming from the coach, as you mentioned earlier, that press that they have on, and now looking to penetrate the circle, which they have deliberately played past the baseline. Penalty corner for Namibia.
Yes, just a faulty error there. Yes, if the ball is forced over the baseline, it does result in a deliberate breakdown of play, hence a short corner for Namibia. As we see Dlamini line up as she's about to come on for Eswatini. Can she make the difference for her team?
She'll certainly be looking to make the difference. But Reza Swat and Sean Mayers have really handled this game very well. I love the way they've communicated amongst each other and with the players as well in all their calls.
Yes, very fluid game that we've seen, well marshaled by the umpires. Experience is everything, and it only results in good free-flowing hockey. As Namibia with the shot here on target, another attempt here, swing and a miss, ball still in play, ball is active, and a shot here, and it's a goal. Namibia capitalizing on the rebounds. Eswatini, valiant effort though, blocking out the ball 3-4 times. However, persistence from Namibia and the strike sending the ball into the back of the goals. A commanding 6-0 lead for Namibia.
Well, they did incredibly well to keep that ball alive in the circle. A couple of moments there, I thought it was going to be a 16-yard hit out, but they did well to then send it back to top D, and the shot, well, that was pure class, beating the goalkeeper in the bottom right corner.
Namibia on the charge once again with the shot from out wide, and the keeper beaten at her near post. Oh, that is the worst feeling for a goalkeeper, to be beaten at your near post.
Well, not much angle to work with there. Somehow she managed to squeeze that in near post, and what a goal that was.
Yes, Andre Els there, number 23 for Namibia, with the decisive slap into the near post, beating the goalkeeper by the pace of the ball and sending her team into a 6-0 lead. As Namibia build up again with Kyla Landsberg. Brilliant interchange there with Kiana, the captain.
Well, if you're just joining us and you're wondering why the score is as it is, this is a developmental team from Eswatini, all of them on debut today, representing their countries, and they are definitely learning a lot from this game. And yes, they
like definitely flying high. Their first international tournament. Yes, it's exciting. Yes, seems like a baptism of fire, but I tell you what, I'm so chuffed and so proud of them for actually making it all this way.
And you cannot even tell in their body language, it's been maintained high. They're really trying their best out there. So credit to the Eswatini ladies and their coaches for keeping them in this contest.
Very much so. They can't find themselves at fault at the end of the day. It's all part of the process. It's all part of the learning. Their first international tournament, and they're doing so well. I remember when I had my first debut, I mean, I missed the ball directly underneath the goals on live TV, TC.
Oh dear. Well, it's a good thing I wasn't in commentary then, Ben.
Yeah, technology wasn't as advanced back then, so yeah, fortunately for that. But I tell you what, you do become like a deer in headlights, and I was quite young back in 2011. I'm not going to disclose my age, but yeah, it's the nerves were on me, and rightfully so. But I don't see any nerves on the Eswatini ladies. They're really out and are hungry. Brilliant short corner rush there. Unfortunately, clever finish from Namibia at the top of the circle, beating the rushes, sending the ball into the bottom left-hand corner. The keeper blinded a bit. Namibia 7, Eswatini 0. Point of correction there, it's now 8-0. We're beginning to lose count there a bit, TC.
Yeah, no, it has been a lot. It's an onslaught here from Namibia. But going back to the Eswatini ladies, another turnover. I'll get back to my point. Back, creating more opportunities, and Eswatini have it back. Back to my point, Ben. They're genuinely looking like they're actually enjoying this, the Eswatini ladies. Yes, it's 8-0, but they're enjoying it. They're giving it all out there.
Very much so for all of them. I think this is their first international tournament. Also on Astro as well, because back home they don't have an Astro just as yet. However, there is work in progress for them to get that AstroTurf. I mean, they will come a long way. It's exciting to be able to play on such a quality surface, TC.
It is indeed, and credit to St. John's College AstroTurf for allowing us to have this tournament here on their turf. But another short corner awarded to Namibia, another opportunity for them to add another goal to the score.
Yes, as the Namibians huddle here at Top D, looks like they will have another two castles, Captain Kiana Cormac on the right-hand side and Marika Nittling lining up, looks like 4 drag flicks at Top D. Let's see what they can execute, the Namibians. Injections comes in, Nittling with the shot, unfortunately sends it wide.
Well, so close yet again from Namibia. Another variation to the short corner, and again not managing to tap it in at the far side post, but they look like they're going to continue to put pressure here, Namibia, and so they do.
Yes, Namibia look to shift the ball, creating the space. They sent the ball back here. Nittling on the ball in the sweeper roll into Bartlett. Point of correction into Maya. Dania Maya back to Nittling. Nittling sends it across to the left-hand flank. And a free hit just outside. A brilliant run there from Landsberg rather, forcing the area on Eswatini, just outside the circle, and Namibia looks D into the circle there. A shot from Namibia. Brilliant 3D skills from Captain Kiana Cormac. 3D skill over of the Eswatini defender, and the ball swept into the goals for a 9-0 lead for Namibia.
Oh, well, that's again great play from Namibia. Really know how to the net. It's now looking really dangerous for Eswatini. They just need to hang in there, keep trying, and Namibia linking up quite nicely. That'll be Free hit from Namibia. They has to take it back. It's outside. And they'll be switching play now, which they did quite well in the first quarter, led to their first goal. Just opened up the Eswatini defenders. What can they make use of this now?
Yes, Namibia really transferring the ball well from left to right. A brilliant display of utilizing the full width of the field as they've transferred from the right to the left, thus creating the gaps. Another circle penetration, another short corner from Namibia.
Well, it is the second quarter of the first match, the opening match of the Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations 2025. Namibia leading 9-0 in this first match, and 3 more matches to follow. After this, Ben, we've got the same 2 teams taking each other on, but in the men's, and then we've got the home side, Zimbabwe and Zambia. They'll be taking each other on in the men and women's matches as well. So lots of action to come today, lots of hockey to be played. But for now, the first match, it's Namibia with another short corner.
Yes, as we see 2 circles being a mistrap there from Namibia, and it's a turnover to Eswatini. Yes, as you mentioned, TC, a full day of hockey here. Another 3-4 matches to go in the day, as we see spirited rivals, neighbors, Zambia and Zim taking on each other later on in the day. That should be a cracker.
Oh, it always is. I remember when Zambia came for the series last year. I mean, it was a tightly contested series, and almost failing to travel up the Zambian side. So good that they managed to get the funding they needed in order to come and take part in this tournament.
Yes, very much so. Credit to all parties play, the various sports commissions that are fighting tooth and nail so that they can continue supporting their players. They can continue to support hockey in Southern Africa. And whilst everyone was holding their breath for the Zambians to communicate whether they'll make it, thank goodness they are here with us. They are ready. I tell you what, those boys are here, and girls are here to play, and we're in for some exciting hockey. Revenge is on the cards, TC.
Absolutely. It's going to be an absolute wonderful couple of days out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. Isn't this just beautiful weather? Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's going to get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia as we enjoy this sunshine in our spot here, TC. I mean, brilliant weather for hockey. We employ, looks like the stands are starting to fill up as well, but I think we have the best seat in the house at the moment.
Without a doubt, we've got one of the best seats doing what we love doing as well. Commentating, Namibia have now gone into double figures. They lead 10-0. Eswatini would dearly love just to get a penalty corner at least, or just to try and challenge the Namibian goalkeeper, who's had nothing to do. In fact, she's almost sitting down in goal, but it's just one of those games, isn't it? She hasn't had much to do, but definitely it will get tougher for Namibia as they meet the other nations in this tournament.
Yes, very much so. She's trying to do a little bit of workout for herself there as she's watching proceedings in goal, and it's important that she also remains switched on, because just one slight error and the Eswatini ladies can be in. I am looking forward to the first circle penetration, a threat from Eswatini. I'm sure they'll deliver something within the second half.
We certainly do hope so, that they don't crumble too much under the pressure, that they just continue to hold their own. A break will be good for the Eswatini girls, just for their coach to, spur them on again before they get into that final 2 quarters. But as of now, Namibia definitely deserved leaders in this match. They've really done well. They've put away their chances, especially in this second quarter. And whatever that's been presented to them, they've put it away. And they have another opportunity, Ben, with a short corner.
Yes, very much so. A brilliant display from Namibia at the moment, utilizing their structure, the full court press to their advantage, really sharp, quick passes in between, finding those gaps, creating the space for themselves, and they look like a very well-oiled machine at the moment.
Ready for the short corner. Still an opportunity under advantage. The reverse shot comes in. And that's lifted, so that will not be a goal.
Questionable though, because according to the rules, that was the second shot. Umpire Sean Myers looking to dispute. I don't think so. But yeah, from my understanding is after the first shot, you're allowed to raise the ball. However, yeah, umpires call at the end of the day.
Yep, they're the ladies in the middle. They're the umpires. And possibly they can back that decision up. But Namibia, another opportunity to go 11 up. Eswatini holding their own in defense. It's a good turn from Eswatini. But giving away possession easily yet again.
Yeah, good scrap defense there from Eswatini as they look to continue fighting, scrapping around for the ball. Kudos to them for not giving up, not buckling under the pressure, really fighting for possession, not making it a walk in the park for Namibia.
No, absolutely. Just over 30 seconds remain in this second quarter. Both sides will go to halftime break, but Namibia are not done yet in this second quarter. The shot comes in off the keeper's pads. A second save from the goalkeeper. This is good from Eswatini goalkeeper. The shot comes in and that's a 16-yard head out. Double save from the keeper. That's fantastic to keep Namibia out.
Fantastic play from the goalkeeper. They're standing tall in the goals. A decisive pad away, swatting the ball away first up and then kicking it away. Strong, firm foot there. Brilliant, brilliant work from the Eswatini goalkeeper as the umpire signal halftime. The scores here at halftime: Namibia 10, Eswatini 0. As the players get a well-deserved break, time to rehydrate. We'll be back after the halftime break. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. And Ben, we're into the last two quarters in this match. Namibia with a very, very healthy lead, 11-0. But I think that break came at a perfect time for both sides, Eswatini ladies and Namibia ladies. 30 minutes to go. I'd dearly love to watch Eswatini get a goal in this match, but it does look like Namibia are going to keep putting pressure here.
Yes, very much so. Eswatini with quite a longish team talk during halftime. The coach really trying to rile his ladies there, and I look forward to them actually putting one on the scoreboard at the moment.
That will be absolutely amazing to watch, and they just need to hang on to the ball for longer periods of time, and this is more like it. This is what they've been meaning to do the entire game. The through searching ball cut out there by Namibia, and they turn defense into attack very quickly. They've got some space and numbers up front here. Namibia, here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier in the match. That's for the cameras, top corner. Cannot ask for anything better. What a goal.
A brilliant, brilliant finish there from, looks like Azalea Philander with the brilliant tomahawk on the swivel. One-time shot, whizzing past the keeper's ear. Keeper had no chance there.
Oh my word. That flew into the back of the net at a rate of knots. What a goal. I mean, that's definitely going to make the highlights reel for this tournament. Maybe even goal of the tournament. What a strike.
Maybe not so goal of the tournament, as we're still very early in the tournament, TC, but yeah, one can be a contender.
Let me say for now, that's the one.
Now Eswatini looking to get some inroads here, as here's a chance for Eswatini, unfortunately turned over there by Neatling with a strong challenge there, but Eswatini looking to get their grip on their game in the second half here for their country.
Yeah, certainly looking to get a grip of the game. Time is ticking away, but Namibia already scoring their first goal in this third quarter. Their tally goes up to 12 now. So Eswatini up against it, but they won't stop trying. They will keep playing until the very final whistle.
Yes, I'd like to see Eswatini use the full width of the field at the moment, as they all look to be congested on one side of the field. A shimmy left, shimmy right there from Kiana, sending the ball through. However, it was stopped with that. Looked like backstick a bit there. Umpire plays advantage. That's a free hit for Namibia there in the 25. She sends the ball out to Landsberg. Landsberg with the circle penetration. Sent over to top D. Unfortunately unable to be trapped. Kiana with the shot in the reverse stick. Tomahawk sends it over the crossbar. But a brilliant effort from the captain of Namibia there, trying to get on the goal score or goal of the tournament listing there, hey, TC?
Oh, what an attempt. Slightly too high though, but as soon as that ball entered the circle, she took a good whack at it. And keeper was bothered for some time there, but thankfully for Eswatini, it was not another goal.
Keep running, Kaylee.
Namibia pursuing down the right side now. It's another free hit. Has to travel 5. Namibia looking for more opportunities.
Yes, overhead here to the captain. Jink across and a shot on goal. And it goes just wide. But brilliant execution from the Namibian captain there. Shimmy left, dummy, and shimmy back to the right, creating the circle penetration shot, but unfortunately going slightly wide there.
Yeah, it's Namibia on the charge again. Into the circle they go. And that'll be a penalty corner. The first one of the third quarter. Eswatini really need to tighten up the defense here. But Namibia won't mind this result at all.
Yes, strict challenge there on Maya Costin by the Eswatini defense. However, earning themselves another short corner. Can they capitalize and work on their short corners? I'm not too happy with their conversion rate on short corners. TC, your opinion?
Yeah, neither am I. I think they haven't converted as much as they would have liked to. And in tighter games, that's definitely an area Namibia will want to improve on.
Yes, set pieces are literally a walk in the park and a gift, rather, as we look. Yes, the ball sent across to the right-hand castle there, trapped, and drag flick from top D by number 5, Kiana, the captain of Namibia, sending the ball into the bottom left-hand corner. The scoreline now 13-0 to Namibia. Namibia beginning to run away with it at the moment.
Point immediately.
Good defense from Eswatini. Top save from the goalkeeper. Keeper standing tall there for Eswatini, keeping her side in the match. Saving the ball there.
So just a correction there to all our viewers. The score is actually 12. I think we had awarded 2 goals for that tomahawk reverse shot that we saw, but it's only worth 1. So it is 12-0 is the correct score. And Namibia looking to make it 13 now with a fantastic turn and another short corner, Ben. But the previous one, they managed to convert. They'll want to do the same here.
Yes, very much so. Unfortunately, a change of players at the moment. So let's see what the substitutes can pull up for Namibia here, as employing 2 castles again, and looks like Eswatini will run out again in a 2-1 split, or 1-2 split rather, with 1 player. Yes, looks like they're short. Oh no, they're behind the key. Injection coming here for Namibia. 2 castles employed. What variation can they put through? Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. Over the head, gets the ball to bounce into the back of the net. What a goal that was, Ben.
Yes, Andre Els there, number 23 for Namibia, with the volley kind of finish there. Exercising the new rule, you can play the ball in the air as long as it's not dangerous. Making the most of that chance after a brilliant save from the Eswatini goalkeeper. Unfortunately, Namibian striker Els right on the money to collect the rebound and tap it in for a goal.
She might want to take tennis up as another option for a sporter, because man, she put that away in fine style.
I think she's a natural, TC.
Well, Namibia under the attack again. Opportunity, but playing the stick there. So standing strong in defense, Eswatini, and I've just loved the body language that they have. They've never shown that down and out attitude. They keep fighting, they keep fighting.
I tell you what, they may be down, but they're certainly not out. And kudos to the girls for showing very strong character, and it will only show with time, as it's all part of the learning experience. It will come with time.
It will indeed, and Namibia have penetrated the circle again. An opportunity! Penalty corner, but oh my word, it's a relentless pressure here from Namibia. And they've been awarded another penalty corner. They've scored from their first penalty, 2 penalty corners they've got here. So they're in a good run of form here in terms of these set pieces.
Yes, I think they got a good ear from their coach at halftime to make sure they capitalize on all these chances. Their conversion rate was somewhat about 30-40% in the first half. Second half, they're at 100%, as you've just noted here. So another opportunity for Namibia with Netling lining up at the right-hand castle. Will it be a shot? Will it be a drag flick? Let's wait and see, ladies and gentlemen.
It's just the pace she generates off those shots on target. It's incredible to see how much pace she gets off the stick.
Yes, slap shot being affected there by Namibia, which you can be able to use. You generate a whip a whiplash action, whipping the ball or the stick onto the ball, generating much needed space, and with the angle that they've created with their castles, finding that much needed gap to find the bottom left hand corner. Some brilliant technical play there from Namibia.
No, absolutely, and Eswatini are in the circle then, their first circle entry, but unfortunately not getting enough numbers to try and put more pressure on Namibia. They've got the ball in a good field position now. This is good play from Eswatini, looking to cross it in. The cross does come in, but it's off a Namibian stick. This is more like it from Eswatini. I mean, I'm getting excited watching them enter the final third.
Very much so. Their first time that they've been in the final third of the Namibians. Eswatini just saying, you know what, we're just going to give it a go here and let's see what they can pull up. The first long corner of the match with an attempt. Play broken down there and manages to recover. Eswatini on the ball again. Can they make the most of this possession here? I'd like to see them shift the ball and utilize this large space on the left hand side of the field, TC.
Yeah, I would like to see them as well, but at the moment it's Namibia who are using the left side well, as they've done all game. And is going to see the first card of the game here. It'll be a green card to Eswatini. We'll be able to give you a name shortly, but it'll be a penalty corner for Namibia. That's Henwood, who's been given the green card. Al Henwood. So she gets to sit out for a bit, and Namibia get another opportunity to score here, Ben.
Yes, upon tracking back there, Henwood illegally so, however, earning herself some time in the naughty chair. So Eswatini down to 10 players, but breakdown in play. Namibia look to score from here. Brilliant shot and save.
It was a good save from the keeper
brilliant
initially.
Instinctive reactions from Andre Els at the back post. I tell you what, I think she is a tennis player, because most of the finishes she's doing, she's swatting at the ball as if brilliant forehand, but brilliant reactive instincts there after the save from the keeper, the rebound coming off, and she plots it into the back of the goal for her team.
Okay, point, one from there, quickly. Point. Taylor, take it. One feet. Let's work back. Okay, work back, Lenny. Lenny. One feet. I want you back.
Yes, Namibia looking to take advantage of this numerical advantage that they have at the moment, trying to spread the ball across the field, spreading the ball there. Brilliant interchange from the two backs. Julian Hermanus switching the ball onto the left hand side. Dania Maya there for Namibia. Ball sent up, circle penetration, ball sent across there. Unfortunately hits the foot of the Eswatini defender. A bit of a sore one there, TC.
Yeah, a bit of a sore one. I mean, it's now 15-0. It's been carnage from the Namibian ladies, and it looks like they'll be getting closer and closer. Well, they have an opportunity to send it into the 20s if they keep going at this rate. It's another penalty corner, and they've really converted their penalty corners well, especially in this third quarter.
Yes, Namibians very ruthless at the moment with their short corner opportunities. 100% conversion rate in the second half. And can they maintain that bit of form at the moment? Injection comes in, trapped on the left-hand circle, the drag flick, and comes off the foot. Looks like a knock there on the Eswatini player. Yeah, it's always not a good sight to see, TC, and a player goes down in a heap. giving it all, trying to block out the ball there. Unfortunately, getting hurt in the process, but Eswatini are giving it all, putting their bodies on the line, and rightfully so, for their country, for the pride of their country, TC.
Yeah, absolutely. Never nice to see players falling down, and but lovely to see that she's back up on her feet. Looks like got quite a bad knock on her knee there, but as you mentioned, it's in an attempt to put your body on the line for your country, and that when you get hurt, giving it all for your country, it's worth every minute of it. So that's Neliswa Charlin, who's had to come off, but she's put in a great attempt. Namibia now with the penalty corner. The shot comes in and it finds the back of the net yet again. They make it 16.
Yeah, 16-0 there. Kiana Shea with the drag and flick into the bottom right-hand corner, past the defender's sticks. I think the Namibian #1 runner, defensive runner for the short corner, having picked up the injury there. A little bit of disturbance in the short corner defensive routine, resulting in another goal from Namibia from the short corner setting.
Go Taylor. Yes, let's move up. Taylor, leave the ball.
Well, Eswatini enjoying some possession now. They've got free hit in Namibian half. Namibia doing well to halt any form of threat towards their goal. And as you called earlier, they want to switch play, but they decided to stick on the right. Could have played advantage there, but anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was off the body. So umpire ruling that they need to bring that one back there.
Okay.
Although the ball was lifted into it.
Yeah.
Yes, Gillian Hermanis there with some composed play with her centre-back pairing as they switch the ball from left to right. Mistrap there from Hermanis, a bit of commentator's curse there.
Classic case of commentator's curse, Ben. You take the first one of the tournament.
Beers on me at the end of the day.
Namibia into the circle again, lining up for a shot. The reverse shot, keeper didn't know much about that one, but she did make the save. It'll go down as a save, and Eswatini still trying their best, and that's good defense.
Yes, brilliant defense from the Eswatini goalie there. Naila, as I understand is her name, and standing tall, making herself, blocking out the Namibians' attack there and earning her side a free out. Kyla Landsberg on the ball here for Namibia. Slight push from Eswatini, really hungry and fighting for that ball, TC. They're not giving up, these ladies.
Not at all. Namibia with another circle penetration. The shot comes in. This time it's well wide of the target. Just under 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Namibia really coming out strong and firing in this third quarter. But Eswatini, credit to them. We keep saying it, how they've just really tried their best. It could have been a lot worse, but they've managed to keep Namibia out at certain points.
Never say die attitude from the Eswatini ladies. I am enjoying it thoroughly. I'm enjoying their effort, their commitment to the cause, regardless of the scoreline, TC. I'm really proud of Eswatini as they're giving it their all for their country. As we see the backdrop of their flag flying high at the moment for Eswatini.
Absolutely flying high in the breeze. All the flags of the countries taking part in this magnificent tournament. The Central South Africa Qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations 2025. And Namibia ladies have definitely got their campaign off to an absolute flyer. 16-0 with just 1.5 minutes left in this third quarter. They could easily continue to add here. And shot comes in. It's play on. It's been gone into an Eswatini foot, and she's in a lot of pain as well.
Yes, Nettling with a very strong connection on that shot there. Unfortunately, hitting the ankle of the Eswatini defender. And yeah, that's not a nice feeling, TC. I know it all too well with some missing toenails at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I mean, playing international hockey is not for the week. It is, and that ball is not the softest of balls you'll get around. I felt a couple of cricket balls hitting me in the unmentionables and stuff, but yeah, I can tell you it's not a pleasant feeling getting hit by a hard ball. Namibia, second of their penalty corners in a short space of time. That is a brilliant save this time from Eswatini. Kept good eyesight on the ball, stuck the right foot out and managed to keep them out. Fantastic save.
Yes, a very strong right foot by the Eswatini goalkeeper. They're clearing the ball off the line, sending it out of the D and thwarting a much potent short corner attack there. A brilliant shot at top D from Netling. However, the keeper standing decisive, kicking the ball away, and rightfully so.
Namibia guilty of what we'd call a school level error there, not getting the ball to go 5 before it enters the circle. We had that Zimbabwe Junior Development Series last week, and that's one thing that was blown quite a lot, but you wouldn't expect that at this level.
Yes, very much so. School goal error. A shot here by Namibia, sent out in the far post. Tara Myberg there with the shot, sending it across the goalkeeper and into the bottom left-hand corner. That's the end of the third chaka. Namibia with a very commanding lead at the moment. However, spirited effort from Eswatini. Namibia 17, Eswatini 0.
Welcome back, everybody. The fourth and the final quarter. 17-0 the scoreline is. Something tells me, Ben, that Namibia are going to come out really hard in these last 15.
Yes, very much so. They're looking for a strong finish. Goal difference is everything. Chasing those goals, making the most of their opportunities. And I tell you what, they're not taking their foot off the pedal at the moment.
Well, Eswatini also have an opportunity to finish the game well. They've played well, but in glimpses. And that's been their downfall, hasn't it? They've got to be able to turn those glimpses into longer periods of time.
Yes, sustained pressure, sustained possession, or continued possession will give them that sustained pressure that is vital in this game of hockey. And also, I'd like to see them utilize the full width of the field. They seemed cramped up. Maybe credit to the Namibians for being able to shift the ball from left to right quickly, but in everything, it's a learning curve for the Eswatini ladies, but taking nothing away from the effort that they're putting on the field at the moment.
Absolutely, and it is a young side, so they've got time on their side to fix these kind of things. I mean, the average age of the squad is about 17 years old, so they've got time on their side. It's a big achievement for them, like you said earlier, to actually be here and taking part in this tournament. So kudos to them.
Yes, very much so. Short corner here for Namibia. Variation slip across to Nettling. Nettling sending it to P-Spot, unfortunately missing her teammate. Some brilliant defense from Eswatini there. Namibia reshape with Bartlett. Bartlett sending it into the Eswatini player.
And there's the experience coming in, how they work the ball round. It was down the left side not so long ago. It's on the right side. It comes with time, definitely comes with time, and they're watching the Eswatini ladies, and they know that they need to raise their bar high, and they'll be definitely the first ones to go back to the drawing board and want to fix these things.
Yes, very much so. Experience being the teller at the moment, and the Namibians are really doing quick restarts, quick, fast, accurate passes as they've sent the ball into the goals once again for an 18-0 lead. Those quick passes paying off, TC.
Yeah, definitely paying off. Those quick passes, the good game management, pinning Eswatini ladies back, and they've got their 18th goal in the fourth quarter, and yep, Namibia continue to dominate.
Yes, Maya Carsten there with the goal for Namibia as they continue to put the sword to Eswatini, and they're hot on the charge again. Misguided pass there from Namibia, cleared up by Eswatini, however, gifting possession back to Namibia. As Namibia come again with Bartlett into the D, send it across. Great defense, cover-up defense there from Eswatini.
You know, one thing I guess you can add more on the technical side is every time the Namibians trap the ball, the first thing they do is lift their head up. I haven't seen that happening much with the Eswatini ladies throughout the game.
Yes, very much so. Eswatini being forced to defend for most of the game, having to keep their heads down, trying to track the ball. However, in opposite contrast to the Namibians, always trapping and thinking a step ahead. They already know what they're going to do with the ball well before they receive it. So again, another lesson or learning curve for the Eswatini ladies on execution. You need to always be aware of your surroundings, always be aware of your position. You want to receive the ball, what you're going to do with the ball after you receive it. It will help you be that extra bit faster.
Well, absolutely. If there are any youngsters watching this, well, you heard it right there from a Zimbabwe international. Always know what you're going to do before you get the ball, what your next move will be. Brilliant advice there.
Yes, Nettling at top circle here, looking for, I should think, is a third goal. Here's the opportunity again. Slip to P-Spot. Saved by the keeper there. Unfortunately caught in her pads, and the umpire signals for another short corner. But a brilliant variation there from Namibia, who are no longer drag flicking, or rather slipping the ball from left to right, creating the little pockets of space within the D.
I do think the Eswatini goalkeeper has done an incredible job. She's made some really good saves throughout this game, and I think a lot of credit has to go to her.
Yes, a brilliant defensive showing from Eswatini. Regardless of the score, they are really putting in a massive shift in trying to keep that score as low as possible, and the keeper marshalling her troops well in a coordinated effort and thwarting the attack again from Namibia. Now Eswatini with a free hit out.
Well, another goal makes it 19. Great advantage play there from the umpire, Sean Mayers, allowing Namibians to continue with possession of the ball. And in the end, it led to another goal, and Namibia chasing 20 here.
Yes, Namibia are definitely chasing 20. But some good effort I'm seeing by them in terms of not taking the foot off the pedal, playing to the last of the whistle. As we see a brilliant run there from Charlize Ricks with some brilliant running with the ball on the right-hand flank. They're creating the space. Unfortunately, the ball slightly deflecting off her attacking player and going off the baseline for a free out. Eswatini gifting possession back again there so easily, TC.
Yeah, no, they didn't mean to do that. I'm sure just a misdirected pass. But could it be the pressure here? Relentless pressure. I'm failing to clear there. The reverse tomahawk comes in, but no threat to the goalkeeper. That'll be a 16-yard.
Yes, very much so. Charlize Ricks with a lot of energy. She hasn't been on the park much, but injecting that added bit of energy. And with the tomahawk, unfortunately, going slightly over the crossbar, but good effort from her in the end.
Let's go, Mbali.
Namibia turn it over again in the final third. It is the final quarter. Well trapped, going for goal. And that'll be another penalty corner. So when they're on the attack, they're really fluent in attack. Their attack has gotten better and better as this match has gone on. And as we expected, they're finishing this fourth quarter on a high.
Yes, Namibia leaving it all on the park here as they chase another goal for their team. A couple of minutes still left to go in this match, but not taking their foot off the pedal at the moment and really going for the kill. As we see two castles being employed here. Looks like Cormac on the left. Not sure who's on the right hand castle, but Hermanus. The ball goes over to Kiana with the drag flick, trying to pick out the injector there, but failing to get the stick on the end of the ball on the end of the stick rather to deflect it goalwards, and a missed opportunity for Namibia there.
Yeah, missed opportunity. That would have been their 20th goal in this match, but Eswatini ladies have to outlet well here. A lot better than they have previously, but again, I think it's now getting to them now, you know.
Yes, Henwood with the mistrap there, a slightly dejected figure, but however, heads are still high, they're still running hard, and all to play for at the end for some much coveted turf time, TC.
Absolutely, Ben, and it's the first game of many to come for them, the Eswatini ladies. They will definitely take the lessons learnt. Yes, you have to quickly brush out that scoreline, the defeat, and you stick to what you need to improve on as an individual as the tournament progresses.
Yes, Namibia with Myla Malan there with the attempted overhead into the D. However, the defender having rights to the ball and Namibia encroaching in that 5-yard space, as is the rule. But here come Namibia again with the ball sent across into the D, but quickly shut down by Eswatini. Well done to the Eswatini defense once again, TC.
Yeah, it's good defense. Nice to see them still, you know, trying their hardest in defense in their own circle. And it's at this point now, the 16-yard hitouts, that they are, I think, putting a little too much pressure on themselves. They're wanting to play back, but one of her fellow players saying, no, don't come this way. And there's the pressure straight into Namibia's path. The shot is taken. The goalkeeper is equally on task to make another save. It'll be a long corner.
Yes, Andrew Els there, quick on the charge and intercepting that ball with a direct shot on goal. Unfortunately saved by the goalkeeper, but some brilliant awareness by the attacker there, and the sustained pressure has earned Namibia another short corner here. Let's see what they can pull up. Can they get another goal, TC?
That will be their plan without a doubt. They would want to get another goal here. Which variation will they be opting to take?
A very long huddle being encouraged by umpire Sean Myers to sort of not time waste. I mean, they're trying, they haven't scored in the last couple of attempts on a short corner. So as we see Kiana Cormac on the left hand side of the circle, and Myla Milan on the right-hand side. It goes to Kiana. Kiana to Milan, back to Kiana. Reverse stick shot and a flick. And into the goal. A brilliant shifting of the ball there by the Namibians. Milan interchanging with Cormac, the captain. Composed, cool, calm, flicking it past the goalkeeper and giving Namibia a 20-0 lead.
Yeah, it was indeed a good variation on the short corner there. Cool, calm and composed, as you said, Ben, and then to get the flick into the corner of the net. Great team play, great variation, and I think Namibia have just really come all guns blazing in this fourth quarter. And what a statement this makes to the rest of the teams that they're yet to play, the Zimbabwean ladies and Zambia. What a statement.
Yes, very much so. Even though Namibia has much more experience over Eswatini, but it is important to start out well, not to take anything away from Eswatini. They have given it their all. They have played to the best of their ability. Unfortunately, coming up a very strong and well-drilled side. A brilliant ball across by Captain Cormac. Reverse stick ball across there. Yes, just to go on to that point again, Namibia really starting strong, trying to assert their dominance on this tournament, and really barking the big dog in the yard at the moment, TC.
No, absolutely, and we're going to see a card here and another short corner. It's going to be another green card, this time to Neluswa Charlin. Nice to see she's back on the park after that ball to the knee earlier.
Yes, very much so. She's recovered well. Unfortunately, a deliberate infringement there in the circle, earning herself 2 minutes in the naughty chair. As we see Namibia try and execute this short corner again, Neatling and Cormac lined up at top D. Let's see the variation they can pull about. I hope the other teams are watching.
It was a good trap there off the shot, but unfortunately that ball bobbling off that stick poses danger to the Namibian attacker. So that'll be another short corner. But I'm sure you mentioned you hope the teams are watching. With sport being the way it is these days, there's a lot of video footage. I'm pretty sure all the teams will be watching the... Oh, there we go. Another little variation that almost threw me off. I almost bought that dummy here in the commentary box, but they'll have to try and defend yet another penalty.
Yes, very much, TC. I saw you running all the way to the gate there for a bit. Yeah, but yeah, as you've mentioned, one key technical thing about the Namibians, they do have a VA, a video analysis. They do have personnel who are currently filming their game such that they can review it in a post-match discussions for their teams in order to see where things were going wrong, where things were going right, etc. But that's just an added tool in hockey circles that we can see as we see the Zambians arrive for their match-up to come not too long from now. And just want to give a shout out to our sponsors, tournament organizers, Africa Hockey Federation, together with FIH, and this live broadcast brought to you by Rising Stars, powered by Steel Center.
Brilliant. It wouldn't be possible without all the people you've mentioned, so a very big thank you from us to you. Thank you for making this tournament alive. Thank you for making it possible for the 4 countries involved: Zimbabwe, Namibia, Eswatini and Zambia. And it's going to be a fantastic couple of days where I'm sure the action will become heated and more heated. And Ben and I will be bringing you the commentary, and we can't wait to see how it unfolds. But back to this game, Namibia, too good for Eswatini, but Eswatini will certainly take the lessons.
Yes, very much so. Lessons. the order of the day, because they are a young side. Yes, an average age of just 17, but I tell you what, it's as if they've been playing all their lives.
Namibia not afraid at all to take on that reverse stick tomahawk. We've seen a lot of them attempting it. It's only come off once. I think they've scored once off it, if not twice in this match. But it's a strength that they possess, and it's a skill that I'm sure the Eswatini girls, with time, they'll also want to be able to take shots like that, and that'll race away for a sideline ball for Eswatini ladies.
Yes, 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 very much so. Some brilliant execution of skills on display here from both sides. Namibians, yes, with a commanding lead, yes, with a dominant display at the moment. But credit to both teams, TC, for giving us a very interesting opening encounter here at St. John's AstroTurf.
Yeah, absolutely. One would look at the scoreline and think it's been very one-sided. It has indeed. But if you joined us at the beginning of this broadcast, you would understand why the score reads what it is. All the Eswatini ladies uncapped coming into this tournament. This is their first international tournament. They're playing for their countries, and they have an average age of 17 in their squad. So very young team. They've got 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds in their team, playing against Namibian ladies who have 30 caps, 20 caps into their name. So scoreline, as much as it is 20, Eswatini can hold their heads high. And as you mentioned earlier, Ben, their flag is certainly flying high.
Definitely, TC. I mean, we take nothing away from Eswatini for all the valiant effort that they've done, for the valiant effort in terms of all the coaching staff, all the organizers, sponsors back home, making this tournament a reality for all these young girls. This is the beginning of better days to come ahead. It's all part of the process, all part of the learning process, but it's such a spectacle and a privilege to have Eswatini with us here in Zimbabwe. I mean, the gods have answered and the sun is shining. It's specifically for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Them just getting to this tournament is a beautiful story, isn't it? One we can go on and on and on about, but really, really amazing to have them here. Another short corner for Namibia, and will they show us another variation? Well, we'll know in just a bit. They do try one that they've tried before, but it doesn't work out. Probably need to practice that one a little more because it hasn't worked out the 2 times they've tried it in this 4th quarter.
Yes, very much so. Nittling, they're trying the 360 swivel at top D to create the space for Kiana Cormack there. Unfortunately, the ball losing control and failing to find as the umpires signal the end of the match, end of the 4th quarter. And that brings our very first game to an end. Namibia, runaway winners here in our first game of the Central South Africa qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations in 2025, hosted by St. John's AstroTurf. It's finished, TC. Namibia 20, Eswatini 0. Your final thoughts?
Yeah, I think great performance to start off the tournament for Namibia ladies. Eswatini, well, we've been talking about them all game. They can hold their heads high. All of them getting their first international cap at this tournament in this very game. So 20-0 it ends, but I'm looking forward to watching how this team will grow from strength to strength in the coming years. As in terms of this tournament, Namibia go in top of the log at the moment with 20 goal difference to them, but that does not stop here. The action doesn't stop here. We've got another game coming for you, a men's international. Eswatini men taking on Namibia men up next. Grab something to drink at 12 o'clock and we'll be back with live action for you. But we sure hope you've enjoyed the first game. We'll see you for the men's game at 12 p.m. Greetings, everybody, from wherever you're joining us from. It is game 2 of the Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations 2025. It's the first of the men's internationals. It's Eswatini men taking on Namibia men. Both teams and the umpires have made their way onto the turf for the national anthems. It will be the national anthem of Namibia first, followed by the national anthem of Eswatini.
For those who can, please stand up for the national anthem of Namibia. Next is the national anthem of Eswatini.
Well, both national anthems done, Namibia and Eswatini. Action will start not long from now. My name is TC and I'm joined in commentary by Ben for this one as well. Currently the toss happening. The two umpires in charge of this one, Munashe Mashoko, Zimbabwean, and Daniel Matavata from Malawi. They'll be taking this one on. You'd imagine, Ben, this will be a tighter contest than the ladies' encounter, which happened just before this one. But how do you see this one unfolding?
Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the St. John's AstroTurf. Here, the second match Namibia men's taking on Eswatini men's, and as the teams go through the pleasantries, I do foresee a much tighter contest, although Eswatini with quite a youthful side as well, but I think experience of Namibia will see them sail through, although it is quite a youngish side, and the first time, again, as we saw with the ladies for Eswatini, all new caps on the international stage for Eswatini, but they're here for a fight, TC.
Absolutely here for a fight, and I can tell you that the Namibian international men's team is really pumped up. Even during their warm-up, the national anthems, you could see the pride, the passion that they have playing for their country, and they want to do like their female counterparts did to start this tournament with a bang. Namibia women overcoming Eswatini women 20 goals to nil. This though is a fresh game. This, everything to play for. Who's going to take the first win in the men's Central South Africa qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations? Well, it's going to be a very, very heated game, that's for sure. Men's hockey games are always heated, but we'll be looking forward to see how this one unfolds. Namibia will be playing from right to left on the screens, and Eswatini will be playing from left to right.
Okay, yeah. As we see the teams about to kick off, Namibia winning the toss there. A special mention in some of the Namibian players. They are a part of the national indoor side. Number 13 in particular, a very strong defender. Hoping to see, as you can see, the posture of the Namibian players is very compact towards the ball, accurate moving of the ball, etc. And as we see Namibia take the ball down the right-hand flank there.
You speak about posture, Ben. Posture is such an important thing in any sport, really, but more so in hockey. That low body position, making sure your feet are even and you've got a good base to work from.
Yes, very much so. You create that base with the low posture. Also, another key attribute that comes out of a very low posture is peripheral vision, as we see Namibia penetrate the Eswatini D there for the first short corner of the match quite early on. But yes, to allude on to that point, peripheral vision is everything. You're able to scan whilst still remaining in control of the ball. You can be able to see the ball and all areas of the field virtually.
Absolutely. Well, a very positive start from the Namibian national team. They earned themselves a penalty corner early in the encounter, and this they'll need to convert to go 1-0 up.
Yes, two castles at top D for Namibia with the injection coming in. Drag flick attempt. And it is flicked in at the bottom right-hand corner. A brilliant variation from the Namibians there, dragging the ball low on the ground and deflected in by number 8 on the far-hand corner. Eswatini defense, no chance there by the Namibians. Ruthless, I tell you.
Yeah, well, they couldn't have scripted a better start for themselves, the Namibians. Just how you want to start a game of hockey. And they're 1-0 up, and they're putting pressure now on the Eswatini, who are trying to outlet. They just need to not panic, Eswatini. An early goal in an encounter, possession of the ball. Hold on to it for as long as you can, use it, create space, and make those circle entries.
Yes, very much so. Possession will be key for Eswatini here to have a bit of a sniff against Namibia. So as we see them transition the ball.
Quickly, Sia.
And this is more like it from Eswatini. They're interchanging passes, but Namibia poach and intercept. It's number 8, the scorer of the first goal, looking for options. Head up, low posture, penetration, shot, and that is magnificent. It's off an Eswatini stick, but it was taken in the circle. They go 2 up. What a great piece of play.
Brilliant tomahawk effort there. Brilliant lead run, creating the space for number 8, for Namibia to scan and pick out the perfectly weighted pass. Number 5 running onto it, swivel and a cracking tomahawk strike into the far right-hand corner. Namibia 2, Eswatini 0.
Namibia making their intentions very, very clear here. They want to start their tournament like the national ladies team did, with an absolute bang.
Yes, Namibia definitely do mean business. They want to finish top of this tournament and qualify first. And what better way to start off with a quick fire 2-0 lead, as you're seeing.
Absolutely. Talking about starting with the big bang, they've gone bang bang in a short space of time.
Yes, TC, and they're shifting the ball magnificently. Full width of the field, creating space for themselves. The positional play for Namibia, somewhat excellent at the moment.
Well, I want to draw your attention to the Namibian goalkeeper. Out of picture at the moment, but he is a towering figure. I mean, he's almost head height with the crossbar. Strauss, big fella, and it's going to be hard to beat his line, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got extensively long limbs. You're going to have to be very accurate and hit that ball with everything you got in order to try and beat a very tall and commanding figure in the Namibian D and goals.
Well, I can tell you viewers, once he is in your picture, you're definitely not going to miss him.
Yes, Eswatini trying to exert some pressure, forcing the turnover on Namibia here with the work rate off the ball, which will prove to be critical if they hope to gain possession in this tightly contested match here.
Well, so far it's all Namibia, and a great save there from the Eswatini goalkeeper. Some work for him to do early on, and gets the ball out of the circle. Eswatini have a hit now, and I would like to see them playing towards this right side. It's a little one-dimensional from them, but that is well taken by Eswatini. Fortunately, Namibia finding it very, very easy to turn over the ball.
Yes, very much so. A different tactic employed there by Eswatini to gain the advantage there as we see them come through. However, 50-50 balls are being picked up by Namibia here, but Eswatini right on the money, right in the faces of the Namibians at the moment. Brilliant effort. I love the off-the-ball running as they're shutting down those spaces, making it difficult for the Namibians on the park, TC.
Absolutely, that ball deflecting off the stick to the Zambian women's national team. Luckily, they were watching. No harm done in the crowds there, but nice to see the crowds building up here, Ben.
Yes, as the stands are beginning to fill up here at St. John's Astro. For those of you tuning in live, those of you within touching distance of Harare, please do come through. Let's see you come out in your colors, red, blue, yellow, your national colors, to support Zimbabwe, who will be playing later on in the afternoon today, and a brilliant spectacle for all to see today.
Absolutely. This is the second match of the Central South Africa qualifier, and the first of the men's internationals. Eswatini now looking to show a bit of skill there. That's magnificently done to find his player upfield. But the turnovers, Ben, we seem to be saying it over and over, coming too cheaply. Eswatini guilty of that.
Yes, a little bit too eager there. Maybe just slow the ball down a little bit. Remain in control. Firstly, control the ball, scan, or try and find a foot. And instead of trying to mimic the speed of Namibia, which is evident at play here as they transfer the ball onto the right-hand flank.
And another penalty corner, deflecting off an Eswatini stick in an attempt to trap the ball. So an opportunity for them to score their third with the penalty corner.
Yes, Kirk Dillon there, unfortunately unable to control the ball in the D. The ball bobbling off, creating danger for the opposition, and therefore a second short corner for Namibia, with two castles being employed here.
Dakota Hansen, he's in the number 12 jersey for Namibia. He was one of the coaches of the youth sides that took part in the Zimbabwe Junior Development Series not so long ago. He's now in national colors. The shot is taken and it goes wide of goal, but again making the intentions very clear there. Liam Hermanus missing the goal ever so slightly.
Yes, Hermanus there with the drag flick. Unfortunately, the ball with the slider of a drag flick, but unfortunately just going slightly wide. But Namibians trying to execute their set pieces to play, as I feel they will be very important in the business end of the tournament.
They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems, and they get their third. What a good piece of play there from Namibia, and it's Liam Hermanus again who gets the goal shortly after missing out a drag flick, but he makes amends as quickly as possible and he gets Namibia's third.
Yes, Hermanus not blinking twice there as gained a little bit of a chance. A quick circle penetration and the shot deflecting off the keeper, however still finding the back of the net. Power, raw power there in that shot.
The Eswatini men's team here just guilty of giving away possession. They actually haven't been given a chance to attack. Namibia has broken down their attack, but they've got an opportunity now. A lot of movement off the ball, and that's been belted upfield by Ozayo Mamba, and it couldn't get to any one of his players up front.
Yes, guilty of a little bit of rushing the play there instead of trying to get their team to push up as a team and making at least maybe your half or your right link to take that free hit, thereby creating the overload instead of forcing the ball up. A little bit of hit and hope kind of hockey, TC.
Yeah, and hit and hope is not the kind of hockey you want to be playing. You want to be able to do like what the Namibians are doing. They're keeping it in their control. And whenever they do possession of the ball, they use wisely, and they've driven up the left flank now. Namibia have a free hit outside the circle. And we've got possession of the ball, so this is good. And just like that, they switch to the right side. And they've been turned over. It's what they do. They do now with the ball. This is good from them. But that's great defense. You spoke about that defense, and that's just brilliant from Peter Jacobs. Fantastic defense. He's a big boy as well.
Yeah, Pete Davis there with a decisive block. Excellent positional play to shut down that quick counter-attack being employed by Eswatini. He'll prove to be telling in the defense. However, I feel a little bit of an advantage for the Eswatini players in terms of their speed. Maybe they can take advantage of that. Brilliant save from the goalkeeper there with the decisive left foot, clearing the ball out. Eswatini on the attack. Scanning. Attempted overhead there out to number 12. Number 12 with the through ball. Unfortunately, a bit of backstick there.
That was a fantastic save from Selumusa Msibi. What a save that was from the Eswatini goalkeeper, sticking out his left foot there, keeping Namibia out. And Namibia back on the attack, looking to penetrate. They've penetrated the circle, and they've managed to keep it in play brilliantly here. Namibia, the shot comes in, and it's a 16-yard hit out. So lethal in attack are the Namibians, but the Eswatini players also working their way back into this game now. They've had some periods where they've managed to go into Namibian half, haven't had that circle penetration as yet, but they're slowly building momentum in this game. But they have to try and turn over possession now because the Namibians are on the attack again. Played it down to the right. Tristan Reichenberg trying to cut that off. Namibia has penetrated the circle again. This time it will be a long corner, so that's much better defense from Eswatini. They've taken it quickly, have Namibia into the circle. It goes, and that is yet another goal. A fantastic deflection means Namibia score another goal. We'll get the goal scorer for you in just a moment, but what clinical play that was. Looks like he's got his second goal in the game. Liam Hermanus. Great piece of play. Eswatini really up against it.
Yes, I tell you what, TC, I love the patient build-up from the midfield of Namibia. Jean-Paul Brits there with some brilliant control as he's calming things down, really scanning, looking for his options and which direction to send his team, finding those pockets of space. That is causing problems for the Eswatini midfield at the moment.
It is indeed, and they haven't had the opportunities to attack that Namibia have, the Eswatini men, but they seem to have some quality up front in the likes of Swalike Tumalo. They've got the quality they have there in him. If they can just get the ball to him, that will be the difference, I think, in this game. They also have the likes of Dylan Kirk, who's playing up front, and obviously Tristan Reichenberg, who looks to be a fantastic player himself, but it's about getting the ball to them.
Yes, very much so. Accuracy of the passes is important as we see how the Namibians are transferring the ball, even the control that they have, the ball speed that they have. It's remarkable, and you can see that they are a couple of steps ahead of the Eswatini players with number 14 there. Unfortunately, Kavikairiwa unable to control that ball for Namibia, turning over to Eswatini.
Bit of a tongue twister there, but you said it well there, Ben. Well done. It was a brilliant ball, wasn't it, from Peter Jacobs? Fortunately not finding, but Namibia on the attack again. How often have we seen this in this first quarter? Circle entry, goalkeeper's off his line, and what a goal. My word, Ben.
That was some top effort there. Number 5 again. Liam Hermanus with a spirited effort in the D there, not giving up as the defenders are attempting to steal the ball from him, but with a diving flick of an effort, finding the back of the goal again. And as we see Eswatini here with Zwilakhe, unfortunately, play being broken down. They're trying to start off strong for Eswatini in order to counter-attack here for, as you see, Brits and Jacobs interchange the ball at the back. Jacobs here scanning with the through ball, sent into the D. Dylan Finch with the deflector finish there for Namibia. A brilliant transfer of play, but my word, the ball speed generated from Peter Jacobs there was tremendous. TC.
Absolutely, a great goal from Dylan Finch. He's also one of the coaches who traveled with the Namibian under-18 side earlier. Him and Dakota were the two coaches, so lovely to see that they're also in the national team scoring goals, and wow, Namibia really mean business.
Yeah, and a very powerful display of hockey by the Namibians at the moment. Can Eswatini answer the call? As the ball needs to move 5 there. Brilliant change of direction, penetrating the D, and Namibia win yet another short corner. Sustained pressure here from the Namibians.
So just over a minute remaining in the first quarter. Namibia 6 goals up already. What a first quarter they've had. They've really dominated, made intentions clear, and this is a warning to the Zimbabwe and the Zambia men's team, who they will encounter in the next couple of days.
Yes, it ought to be a special encounter between the Namibians and Zambia and Zimbabwe as well. So Namibians are here to play, and
and they make it 7. It's their calmness in the circle. They don't panic. They make sure they've got control of the ball, then they look for the next best option, and they're doing that magnificently.
So the experience is telling in the Namibian side. Very cool, calm, collected heads there. Brits with the judge flick at top D, forcing the save from the keeper. However, the Namibian strikers right up there, always hungry for those rebounds and deflecting the ball into the goals. Namibia sort of running away with it early in the match. Another short corner being forced here. The defender wasn't 5, moved by the umpire. Deliberate breakdown of play. Eswatini caught unawares there by quick thinking of the Namibians. Another short corner for Namibia here.
They've been clinical at short corner time. They're very clinical. They've converted, and Eswatini need to try and not make those infringements that lead to these penalty points.
Yes, very much so. Maybe to try and mark outside the D and also be aware of the calls that are being made by the umpires there. Thinking of Namibia catching the defense off guard. They hadn't moved 5, tried to play at the ball, resulting in the short corner.
Well, as the buzzer goes for the end of the first quarter, Namibia score another goal. And we'll break for the first quarter. Namibia lead 7-0. Make that 8, apologies. We'll be back with live action. Second quarter coming your way in just a little bit. And welcome back to the second quarter. Namibia with a very, very strong first quarter, scoring 8 unanswered goals. And 2 umpires had to keep their eyes on one circle, unfortunately for Eswatini. But then it's been carnage from the Namibians so far. And it's good to see that they're playing so well, but Eswatini have it all to do. Menashe Masoko, Zimbabwean umpire, and Daniel Matavata from Malawi have kicked us off for the second quarter. What do Eswatini need to do?
I feel possession will be key for them. They're rushing things a little bit. They slow things a little bit down. They're trying to play according to the pace of Namibia. They're not quite there. They just need to slow things down a bit, retain possession as much as possible, string those passes together, and something can be able to come out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I tend to agree with you there. And it's often a little bit rushed, and rushed to an extent where they're trying that reverse stick pass and it hits the back stick. So it's not looking bright here for Eswatini, but still plenty of time to get back into it.
Yes, Namibia off the blocks, blinder at the moment. Quite. Not to take away the effort from the Eswatini team, but
Brilliant save there from Selumusa Msibi. I mean, it could easily have been into double figures if it wasn't for he's made 2 brilliant.
Brilliant lead run there from Bryn Creek for the Namibians there, deflecting the ball in the opposite direction, but a fantastic acrobatic save from the Namibian.
And he does have just the timing and the rock at the back of the Namibian defense. Jacobs channeling that ball forward, and it's another hit for Namibia outside
Yes,
the circle.
That combination, Jacob and Brits, really controlling that center line for Namibia as they've
That is
Namibia still on the charge, full centre cross. Unfortunately, no sticks to grab that ball, but a brilliant save off the flick from Pete Jacobs.
Shy,
Namibia.
30,
Brilliant.
30.
nerves like you tried, but he stood his ground and he had a great series.
Yes, very much so. He has matured very well as an umpire to be able to get himself to the international stage. Umpiring in Poland, as you've just said, he's come a long way, but really coming out into his own, really commanding, tall figure on the field. You have to be brave to give him a little bit of spat to see.
You have to be very brave. Another penalty corner awarded to Namibia, and it's also nice to see a number of countries represented in terms of umpires. His counterpart right now, Matavata, he's from Malawi. Nice to see Malawi are sending in umpires here as well. So great to see the growth of the game in Africa.
Yes, very much so. As you see, the Malawian umpire being able to come through, we were expectant of the Malawians to be able to join us for this tournament. Unfortunately, things falling on the wayside for them, and they weren't able to travel. But all the same, brilliant hockey is coming up in most of the African countries at the moment.
Well, Namibia another opportunity in this second quarter. Lecoq trying to get a shot away there. Eventually he does turns well, but the shot off target. Namibia not done with this attack yet. And the goalkeeper, Msiba, to the rescue again, Msibi. But couldn't do enough to keep the 12th goal out. That is fantastic play from Namibia yet again.
Yes, Namibia very sharp on the rebounds there, and quite a good save from the goalkeeper up front. However, looks like number 5. Owen Hatton there with the finish for Namibia and sending the ball into the back of the net with a clever flick off the rebound. Namibia 12, Eswatini 0. Can Eswatini take some form of control in this game with some key possession? If they try and string some passes together, something can be able to work out for them. However, they're just a few errant passes that are gifting possession back to the Namibians, who aren't very generous with the ball once they get it, TC.
Not generous at all. They're stingy, I think, with the ball, and rightfully so. That's what you want. You want to stinge the opposition as much possession as you can. But it's one thing having possession of the ball, it's another to convert. And I mean, they've played a wonderful all-round game, have the Namibians so far.
Yes, a brilliant in and out there between Jacobs and Brits in midfield, committing the player and therefore creating the space for that through ball there. Brilliant execution, something, a technical skill of receiving the ball under pressure. Brilliant display from Brits for the youngsters back home. Everyone who's watching around the world, brilliant control. That one-touch control is perfect from Brits in the midfield.
Absolutely well said. There's lots to learn, isn't it? By watching, like you rightfully said, Ben, all the youngsters, all the hockey players watching around the world. We've seen a really good standard of hockey here from the Namibian national team as they penetrate the circle yet again. And another short corner awarded. But Selumusa Msibi, the Eswatini goalkeeper, I think he needs to receive quite a lot of praise because he's made some telling saves.
Yes, very much so. Not a reflection on the scoreboard of his valiant efforts that he's been doing. He's commanding his troops in the D, marshalling them while they're running out in a 1-2 split. Some telling saves from brilliant drag flicks out at top D, as we see Diane Lecoq at top D, as well as Pete Jacobs on the right-hand castle there. What variation can they pull off this time?
Well, it's almost like you're really expectant, looking forward to seeing how they will play this one out, the Namibians. Lecoq gives it a very good whack, but that'll be a long corner. Great rush defense there from Eswatini.
Yes, great rush defense, rightfully so, TC. Lecoq trying to beat the color off the ball, per se, but Eswatini up to the challenge as they come through with a brilliant counter-attack here. Some good interchanging passes here, short, crisp passes from Eswatini. However, that play, somewhat, they can take some confidence in that build-up of play, TC.
It is. It's in those small moments that you do something well. They kind of give you that energy and that will and belief to know that you can actually do it, but it's the consistency in doing those skills.
Yes, very much so. Namibians also imparting a very high court press. Here, Jacobs on the ball, sends it through into top D. Looks like it's come off a foot there. Brilliant change of direction from Jacobs, sending the ball, catching the defenders on the wrong foot. and resulting in another short corner from Namibia, and 12-0 the scoreline, TC.
Yep, just 2 minutes to play in the second quarter. It will be a much needed halftime break for Eswatini just to regroup, refocus, and try and come back in the third quarter with a different game plan, different approach to it, to maybe try and get onto the scoreboard.
Very much so, as we see Namibia lined up here with Brits and Jacobs on the right and left hand side of the castle at top D. What variations can they do? I bet this is a drag flick coming.
We're just going to have to wait a little longer to find out if my co-commentator Ben is correct there. But Ben calls a drag flick. I think I tend to agree with him. I think we will see Jacobs here trying to get into the top corner.
Jacobs with the drag flick here. And finds the bottom right-hand corner. It was all about the power there. Although the keeper got a foot to it, Msibi with a valiant effort. However, the power from Jacobs, able to find the bottom right-hand corner. Namibia 13, Eswatini 0.
I think you can call that a case of commentator's blessing, not commentator's curse.
I thank you very much.
Well, restarted we have, and Eswatini giving it away. Namibia on the attack. Just the pace and the way they flood the numbers into the circle is just a pleasure to the eye. But it's a 16-yard hit out for Eswatini.
Yes, shout out to our sponsors for this live stream here today at St. John's AstroTurf Steel Center, the proud sponsors of Rising Stars Media in conjunction with Africa Hockey. Follow the link in bio. You can find us on YouTube. Just type in Africa Hockey to join us for the live stream action here in Harare, Zimbabwe.
Absolutely, you do not have to miss out on any of the action. Every single game in this Central South Africa qualifier for Africa of Nations is coming to you live right here. So please do join us. Namibia with an attempt at goal. Eswatini have exited their circle quite well here. And they're still pressing forward. Unfortunately, the ball going a bit beyond him there. Namibia turning defense into attack in the blink of an eye.
Yes, a valiant effort there from Eswatini to clear out that ball. Unfortunately, turning over as the ball got lost between his legs there. And Namibia quick on the charge. Brits on the ball here as he scans, sends the ball into the D. And a shot away by Brits. A cracking shot at top D off the deflection of the mistake by the Eswatini defender. One time, half volley into the back of the net. Yo, I tell you, Namibians are here to play.
Oh, they certainly are here to play. What a shot that was from John Paul Brits to take their score to 14 seconds to go. And that is the buzzer to end the second quarter. Tough 2 quarters for Eswatini. They really got onto the back foot right from the start of the first quarter to the end of the second quarter. They're going to take a much needed halftime break. So are we. We'll be back with the third quarter. Namibia lead 14-0.
I think it's been good with the amount of time that we've had. I mean, this year, new squad being selected, new team. The team's been a bit divided, some girls in SA, some girls in Namibia, so we're finally going to be able to unite, but we prepared pretty well, I think. I mean, we'd like to qualify for AFCON, so top 2 is the goal, and then I guess if we make it to the finals, then we've achieved the goal, and then hopefully we can win and go home with a gold medal. It feels nice, you know, I think it's going to be cool. I'm excited to drive through Zim a little bit more and get to know it. I mean, I think my whole team's been here already before. My dad grew up. I think it's been good with the amount of time that we've had. I mean, this year, new squad being selected, new team. The team's been a bit divided, some girls in SA, some girls in Namibia, so we're finally going to be able to unite, but we prepared pretty well, I think. I mean, we'd like to qualify for AFCON, so top 2 is the goal, and then I guess if we make it to the finals, then we've achieved the goal, and then hopefully we can win and go home with a gold medal. It feels nice, you know, I think it's going to be cool. I'm excited to drive through Zim a little bit more and get to know it. I mean, I think my whole team's been here already before. My dad grew up here, so I'm really excited to see more. We know that you guys will be watching, and we hope that we do you guys proud. I think it's been good with the amount of time that we've had. I mean, this year, new squad being selected, new team. The team's been a bit divided, some girls in SA, some girls in Namibia, so we're finally going to be able to unite, but we prepared pretty well, I think. I mean, we'd like to qualify for AFCON, so top 2 is the goal, and then I guess if we make it to the finals, then we've achieved the goal, and then hopefully we can win and go home with a gold medal. It feels nice, you know, I think it's going to be cool. I'm excited to drive through Zim a little bit more and get to know it. I mean, I think my whole team's been here already before. My dad grew up here, so I'm really excited to see more. We know that you guys will be watching, and we hope that we do you guys proud.
I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding, and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding, and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding, and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding, and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding, and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this
I
big.
think it's
So
been
I think
good
it's a
with
big
the
win
amount
for
of
them.
time that we've had. I mean, this year, new squad being selected, new team. The team's been a bit divided. Some girls in SA, some girls in Namibia. So we're finally going to be able to unite, but we prepared pretty well, I think. I mean, we'd like to qualify for AFCON, so top 2 is the goal. And then I guess if we make it to the finals, then we've achieved the goal, and then hopefully we can win and go home with a gold medal. It feels nice, you know, I think it's going to be cool. I'm excited to drive through Zim a little bit more and get to know it. I mean, I think my whole team's been here already before. My dad grew up here, so I'm really excited to see more. We know that you guys will be watching, and we hope that we do you guys proud. I think it's
Welcome back, everybody. It is the third quarter about to get underway. Namibia with a strong first and second quarter. They lead 14-0. Both sides have had an opportunity just to go into the dugouts and re-strategize. Eswatini needing to make a response here. They're onto the field. Nice to see them in a huddle, pumping each other up, firing each other up for the final 2 quarters of this game. Yes, it will be an uphill task, but it's one that they'll be keen to see and to test their character, to test their mindsets, to see how well they can get back into this game. And we're underway now. Eswatini looking to be more clinical with possession, but instantly they lose that possession, and Namibia don't hesitate to go all the way back and work their way back across the right side. Really good quality hockey being played, and look at that ball into the circle. Fortunately, the trap going away from him, but he's into the circle, tries to find a player in the circle, and it's the first penalty corner of the third quarter. Ben, Namibia picking off where they've left off.
Yes, commanding start again to the second half here with Namibia. Brits with the through ball through to Fagan Hansen, who decidedly picked it up with the banana run, forcing the ball onto the Eswatini defensive foot and resulting in a short corner.
Yep, it's the first one of the third quarter, first one of the second half, and Namibia have been clinical in their short corners, and they'll definitely be keen to continue doing so. The feed is good, and that's a free hit there for Eswatini.
Yes, the captain Fakudze there for Eswatini with a brave run directly in the line of the ball, and Diane Lecoq there with the drag flick, unfortunately striking the defensive runner in the chest and resulting in a free hit out.
Yep, it struck him on the arm. He's definitely feeling the after effects of that one, but he's on to playing the 16 well, leading from the front, the
Yes.
captain.
Fagan unable to trap the ball, sent through by Hermanus there. However, Namibia quick on the charge. Their transition from defense into attack is sublime, TC.
It is, and it has been all game. They've really shown how classy they are in turning that transition you're talking about from defense to attack. And Eswatini have been found wanting most of the time, giving it away easily to the Namibians.
Yes, very much so. But Namibia are somewhat forcing the errors out of Eswatini at the moment with a very high press. Even their positional play, it's sublime. Even just look at how they're transferring the ball from left to right and through there as Hermanus interchanges with number 12 with the shot across. Some brilliant change there by interchange of play from Fagan and Dakota down the right-hand flank for Namibia, creating the circle penetration with the quick passing and just the movement off the ball from all the players. They're not waiting in one position to receive the ball. Just watch how they're transitioning, making lead runs. Hermanus there with the 3D skills as he tries to enter the D. Unfortunately, putting the ball onto his own foot there and earning Eswatini a free hit out.
And Eswatini just trying to belt that one forward, but this works into the hands of the Namibians because they really link up nicely. Dakota now on the ball, and he sends it up forward to Hansen. Fagan Hansen looking to send it into the circle, and into the circle it goes. 16-yard hit out. Umpire Munashe Mashoko right there makes his call. Unhappy with the call, but Hermanus can't do anything to change that decision, unfortunately.
Mashok's there with a wry smile, a dismissive smile rather, for yes, Eswatini with the brilliant effort there. However, Namibia quick on the counter attack. Fagan with the ball here across to Hermanus. Hermanus with the swivel and shot, and it hits, comes off Wayne Sparham's foot there in a valiant effort to block out the shot from Namibia. However, hitting his foot, resulting in the short corner off the shot from Hermanus.
Hermanus had plenty of time to line up that shot. I think he didn't know he had as much time as he had. He might have thought there was a man coming on. In the end, rushes his shot a bit, but an Eswatini foot in the way, and it awards a penalty corner, which Dylan Finch will look to inject.
It's very much so. And the previous play there, shortly before the short corner, we saw how Eswatini utilized an overhead to create space and a chance for themselves. Unfortunately, the final pass through to their striker, Dylan, was a bit array, not accurate enough, but an option for them as we see a brilliant flick from Hermanus, sending the ball rifling into the top right-hand corner of the drag flick. A spirited effort from Fakudze, the Eswatini captain, who took a little bit of afters from the stick there in the follow through. Namibia running away with this match in Harare here.
Yeah, nothing much Selumusa Msibi could do about that one. He's made some telling saves, but that one just too classy, too good for him. And Namibia on the attack, great stick work there from Dakota Hansen. Dakota Hansen licking up with Fagan Hansen. The two Hansens in action. Wonderful to see. It's play on from the umpire. And a penalty corner. Dejan Lecoq proving that even the big boys have a good skill with a low body position there.
Yes, employing some, he's also part of the national indoor setup. That's a very common move that you would see, a swivel, 360 swivel, creating the fast movement of the or rotation of the ball and resulting in a short corner for Namibia, one of many. Hopefully they can be able to convert again as we see Hermanus and Brits lined up here for the drag flicks once again. Short run up from both drag flickers.
Yeah, short run up indeed. Will they convert this one? It's a good feed from Dylan Finch. Hermanus this time decides to go low. And it's another penalty corner. You spoke about Lecoq being an indoor hockey player for Namibia. Their captain, David Strauss, as well, indoor hockey player, and he's the most capped indoor hockey player in Africa. Now, that's a stat that I'm sure he will boast about.
Very much so. And as you see, he's a very big and tall figure for the Namibians in goal. And yeah, another goal coming through from Dakota Hansen there with the swivel and reverse stick shot at top D as we see the rotations coming through. The big boy, Lecoq, coming off to get some rest. So with high fives all around as the coach is happy with the efforts that they've done. When you think you're going to get a little bit of a breather, Cleek has come back on and he showed us some brilliant off the ball running fast skills that he did. The Eswatini defense are in for it.
Yeah, certainly in for it, and they've made a change in goalkeepers. Have the Namibian coaches. Strauss is on the bench now, and Van Rooyen is now in goal. Strauss had absolutely nothing to do in the first two quarters, so hopefully for Eswatini's sake, Van Rooyen will be asked to make some saves, but it doesn't look likely at the moment because Namibia are onto it yet again with another beautiful goal, this by Josh van der Merwe.
Josh van der Merwe there with a clinical one-time stop, swivel and tomahawk whizzing past the goalkeeper's left-hand ear. The keeper saw nothing of it, but brilliant transition as we're seeing how the Namibians are moving the ball left to right, picking out those passes, very accurate passes, creating no chance for the defenders and really maximizing on space. 17-0 to Namibia.
Well, I wonder if this is a battle to see who will score the most, the Namibia men's and the Namibia women's. I'm sure there will be some off-the-field banter. This could very well be a card, but no, it's not. Looked deliberate and
Yeah, very cheeky there from Hermanus. Off the ball kind of tackle as the defender whisked past them with some brilliant skill as the ball is sent across here by Eswatini onto the left hand channel. Unfortunately, failing to find Malachi Rudd, who's out here on the left link channel as Namibia transition the ball across. Could this be a welcome chance for Eswatini here to build up the play? Through ball here, unfortunately sending it right back, gifting possession away. Eswatini can't seem to keep and maintain possession of the ball at the moment. Tristan Reichenberg there with some brilliant skill in midfield for Eswatini, creating the jink and creating some space, eliminating the defender there. Hermanus onto Dakota here. Dakota Hansen with the through ball onto Fagan Hansen. Fagan Hansen with the 360 spin. Dakota on the ball again, intercepted by Eswatini, number 15, Mapazene.
And they've been guilty of that a lot. When they do have the ball in decent positions to attack, they lose it. And that's where Namibia have really made them pay. Ball into the circle. Easy as you like. Hermanus just taps it for his counterpart to take.
No, I think Cleek was coached that goal a bit there after the sublime touch from Hermanus, and Cleek just licking the bone a bit at the back post there.
Well, eating the crumbs, but why not? It's a team goal at the end of the day. Hermanus has had his fair share of goals. I don't think he would mind if that doesn't go to his name, but it's just how, and it is the teamwork, isn't it? Eswatini losing it again there. It's the teamwork. I don't think anyone in this team has not touched the ball at least 3 times. That's how they've worked as a team, and they're just lethal going forward. On the ball now is Van der Merwe. He's also scored a goal in this game, but he's been dispossessed. Eswatini now trying to go forward, but dispossessed by Handura. Delrin Handura, who's driving into the circle. Penetration, looking to line up for a shot. Swivels, turns, shoots, scores!
That's brilliant individual skill there from Cleek. Cleek at the top of the corner. Bryn Cleek, number 19 for Namibia. receiving the ball at top D, attempted to go to the left, found that the defenders were covering the space, a quick swivel, jumping over the ball and rifled it past the keeper with no chance.
Absolutely too good, too quick. Top class hockey from Namibia yet again. Eswatini really under the pump here. 19-0 in the third quarter.
Yes, Namibia hot on the press at the moment as we see Brits and Jacobs interchanging the ball at the back here as they look to open up the defense. A through ball here to Handura. Handura scanning onto Fagan Hansen. Fagan Hansen unfortunately unable to trap the ball there, and it's a free hit out. Fakudze for Eswatini.
Ball going out of the field of play there, but Eswatini will get the sideline ball. The overhead is thrown. It's going to elude everyone, this one, for a 16-yard hit out. My co-commentator just went to fetch the ball. Ben, how does the ball feel?
It's very hot at the moment after Namibia actually destroying it with all the beatings they're exposing on it at the moment.
I'd hate to be that ball. I tell you what, they've been really good. It's been slapped around the park, hit around, flicked around, and Namibia just continue to assert their dominance over the Eswatini men here.
Yes, I tell you what, for the viewers back home, even in the crowd there, a brilliant spectacle of technical play on display from number 8 and number 13 of Namibia. Pete Jacobs with a brilliant posture and how to move the ball from left to right in terms of changing.
I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing
He gets
feeling.
really low. He's a big fellow,
previously
but however, his posture is brilliant, and that creates the power that he's able to send the ball left to right, move it, drag it left, drag it right, etc.
Yeah, great observation there. I think the two of them, Peter Jacobs and John Paul Brits, have been phenomenal. And for me, even better than the composure that they show, it's the execution. They know what they want to do with the ball well before they actually receive the ball. And that's been the clear difference between these two sides. Eswatini have not, it's like almost they haven't had a plan and they haven't executed it well enough. Namibia all over them. And another penalty corner, an opportunity for Namibia to get another score here.
Yes, Pete Jacobs lined up here on the left-hand side of the castle. It's likely going to him. Stopped by Dylan Cleek. Jacobs with the flick, coming off the defender's knee and deflecting into the goals. Unfortunate piece of defending there from Eswatini, taking the knock, adding insult to injury. Namibia with another goal and a commanding lead they have here upon this match, TC.
Yeah, absolutely. Just under 3 minutes to play in this third quarter. And it's 20-0. They've equaled what the Namibian ladies did, but they've done so with another quarter to come. So it looks like they will surpass the Namibian ladies' score, which was the game before this one. Eswatini yet to kick off their tournament with a goal of their own, both the men and the women. But I think for Eswatini, it's not really about qualifying for Africa Cup of Nations. For them, it's about learning and developing their game.
Yes, very much so. I'm equally proud of the men's team with the efforts that they're doing. If you see the off the ball running, they're not giving up. These players are fit, yes, and experience is everything in these tournaments. With the brilliant ball, as we've seen, the ball being transferred by Owen Hatton across the D2, yet another tap in for Hermanus on the top, on the far post there for Namibia. 22-0, and some interesting comments we've seen on the live sections. TC, one of our viewers taking an eye on one of the umpires.
Yeah, and I did see that comment on the Facebook page. Those of you watching, we appreciate the comments, the kind comments you're making towards us as well. But indeed, oh, what a save. That was definitely headed goal bound, but that'll be another penalty corner. We would love for you to keep commenting, share with your friends and family, and let's together continue to grow African hockey. But thank you so much for tuning in Penalty corner yet again. 21-0 they lead. Not long to go in the third quarter, but Ben, more ruthless attack from Namibia.
Yes, Namibia really clinical in their passes, interchanging of the ball from left to right. They're really sure. They are sticking to their game plan. They came here with the plan from the coast. They're here in Harare, Zimbabwe, at this brilliant, brilliant facility here at St. John's Astro. And we wait to see another short corner here. I bet you he's going to send this one into the top left or right. Fakudze there, really putting his body on the line for his country. He's taking a beating left, right, and center. He's going to have a bit of a sore body after this match, eh?
Yeah, nothing an ice bath can't fix. I'm sure he'll tack into an ice bath, try and restore those muscles. And here come Namibia again, and they get another goal. And this time it's off the stick of Delron Handura. He scores Namibia's 22nd.
Yes, Namibia 22 goals to nil up here, and they're not taking their foot off the pedal. Goal difference will be a matter of discussion towards the end, because equally so, if you find the skills that are in Namibia, equally Zambia and Zimbabwe are going to bring the fight to them in the quest for top spot here. And some good interchange there from Mike for Eswatini. Unfortunately, the pass going awry. Can Eswatini salvage at least a goal for themselves to put them on the mark? There is some time for them. There is some time for them, and they just need to play hockey in the right end of the field.
Yeah, there is time. There's about 30 seconds left in this third quarter, and then the fourth quarter to come. So still time for them to make a statement of their own, to get off the mark in terms of goal scoring. But that overhead will be left to go. Sideline ball for Namibia, who also have time to get another goal before the end of this third quarter.
As we see another technical ability of Namibia to really shift the ball and create the pocket of space from the lead runners who are running into those channels, running baseline, running to the sideline, opening up different angles for the midfield players of Namibia to pick them up.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that occasion, a rare mistake from Namibia, not managing to trap the ball. It rolls out for a 16-yard hit out, and the buzzer's gone. It ends the third quarter. Namibia lead 22-0. Join us for the fourth and final quarter in just a bit. We're back live here for the final quarter of the second match at the Central South Africa Qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations. It's the second match, but it's the first we've seen for the men's internationals. Namibia leading 22-0. Yes, you are reading the score correctly. They have been absolutely phenomenal in this game. Eswatini have been up against it from the very first whistle. Can they come back into this one and play better and avoid the scoreline from stretching even more. Ben, your thoughts?
Yeah, Eswatini really need to gain possession of the ball and not try to force the passes like they're doing at the moment. Just try to play short, quick passes and build up the play and create a bit of sustained pressure and starve somewhat the ball from Namibia, who equally so aren't being too kind with possession at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They really, really need to keep the ball for longer periods, and that'll be the takeaway for them, I'm sure. And when you do have it, don't make it easy for opposition to just get the ball back. They have to work for possession, and
Yes.
I don't think Namibia have had to work very hard.
Very much so. But what you've just seen there, some brilliant off the ball running, chasing the ball over the baseline from number 9 Van der Merwe. A lesson for the kids back home as to even though the score is in your favor, you still need to put in the effort on the park.
Absolutely. No matter what the scoreline reads, Namibia have not taken the foot off the accelerator. They've kept working hard. They've kept putting in those circle entries, and they have just missed goal on that occasion. But they've still got the ball, sideline ball. And it's good link-up play yet again. 1-2s into the circle, the turn, the good stick work. Strong defense there from Eswatini to get out the circle.
Yes, a stick hack there in the D from number 18 of Namibia, and a welcome free out for Eswatini here as Fakudze looks to looks like missiles falling from the sky.
Yeah, yeah, almost collapsed there out of pure shock. But nice to see it was just an empty bottle of water. And Eswatini on the attack now just gets dispossessed, and it's been the story of the game so far.
Yes, a little bit casual on the ball there as he was looking for options. His teammates didn't do him any favors to say, yell, man on, that somebody's about to steal the ball away from you as he was looking for his options. So it's a team effort at the end of the day.
It is indeed a team effort. That's why there are 11 players out on the park from either side. You've got to try and make a way to link up. That's much better from Eswatini
Brilliant
now.
switch from Captain Fakudze there, creating the space for Eswatini and a resultant turnover. As we see number 18, Rory Thompson with the effort there. Unfortunately, the ball a little bit too far ahead of him, but some brilliant play, encouraging play from Eswatini with the transition of the ball there, managing to penetrate the circle of Namibia.
It is very encouraging for them. And the more they do that, the more they'll believe they can score. And it's Dylan Finch now in the circle with the ball, looking for options. He's got a couple of options, and they link up beautifully once again. This is just a marvel to watch when they are on song like this. But Eswatini do turn over possession, and now they can attack.
Yes, Ozayo Mamba on the ball there with the ball through to Tristan in midfield. Tristan with the injection of pace for Eswatini. Can he pull up something with the through ball there? And it is a foot. Can this be a critical chance that Eswatini can convert, TC?
Absolutely. The opportunity has presented itself for Eswatini. They just need to be clinical enough here to make sure they use the ball.
Yes, I'd like to see Eswatini push up their numbers instead of sitting back. They need to push up and congest all that space that is there. Unfortunately, sending the ball without moving at 5. That's such a schoolboy error there from Tristan for Eswatini.
Yeah, it's a coach cruncher, isn't it? That's one of the worst things you can do to your coach. Those are schoolboy errors, but they'll learn. They'll learn, Ben.
Very much so. And Eswatini failing to capitalize on that good piece of play there. But they're sort of coming into their own in this last chaka as we see consecutive penetrations into the Namibian circle right down from their own baseline.
It's that link-up play again that we've seen so much in this game. And just a foul there. So Eswatini do well to keep Namibia out.
Rightfully so. That was a foul. I feel it should have been blown a couple of plays before because of the swing and a miss from the Namibian player. But the umpires, rightfully so, protecting the players and preventing them from being hit by the ball. as we see Fakudze here with some variation with the overhead out onto Wayne Sparham, however, failing to find the mark there.
And I feel Eswatini at times have been guilty of not looking back to see where the Namibian attackers are. They've been in so much space a lot of the time behind the defenders. And it's maybe a lack of communication from goalkeeper to defenders. But yeah, that's been something the Namibians have found very easy.
Yes, CB there with a brilliant save for his team. However, I feel he's a little bit quiet and needs to communicate with his defenders to tell them where the Namibian attackers are standing. It also helps in a cohesive effort as they try to defend their lines here.
Yep, absolutely. Dean Lecoq, he's lined up to come on in this final quarter. We know what he can do at short corner time, and a rare mistake here being made by Namibia, but how they cover up for each other is just exceptional. If you mess up, you've got a teammate to cover up for your mistake, and there we go, the turnover comes in. Patience in defense, channeled him very well, and got the ball back.
Yes, a one-time effort from Hermanus there, but some brilliant zone type of defending from Pete Jacobs, as we saw, as he kept his eye on the ball, didn't panic, as Ozayo tried to shimmy left, shimmy right, tried to jink the ball past him, and was clever in moving about, always remaining goal side. A spectacle to watch today.
An absolute spectacle. You're right there, Ben. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you the first two games of this tournament. There are two more games to come after this one. It will be the two countries that start with the Z, Zambia and Zimbabwe. It'll be the women's who will take each other on. And then the final game of the day, of day one of the Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations will be Zimbabwe men versus Zambia men. Namibia are not done here by no means. They want to add on to their scoring. They're playing under advantage. He absolutely smacks that one wide of target, but the penalty corner is awarded by Munashe Mashoko.
Yes, Fagan Hansen there with a crisp hit of the ball there, forcing the ball onto the Eswatini foot and earning his side another short corner. And interesting to see, Battle of the Zambezi coming up. And Zambia, who almost didn't make it, but are here, fortunately, and who take on the host Zimbabwe in what will be a very spirited affair. The Zambians with revenge on their mind after having fallen in last year's series. I think it was 2-1 to Zimbabwe, and looking to salvage something to get the better.
16-yard here for Eswatini, but if history is anything to go by, whenever Zimbabwe and Zambia men meet, it's always an absolute cracker of a game. I mean, it gets heated, tempers flare as well, but at the end of the day, it's always a spectacle for the spectators.
Yeah, very much so. The competitiveness between the players, because they've played each other so many times right through the school rankings up until the national level. They know each other too well, as we see Namibia taking another one, and Fagan Hansen with the tap in just underneath the crossbar there. More missiles seem to be falling from upstairs. I think we're in trouble, TC.
I think our camera crew don't really like us here, Ben. But to Eswatini's credit, that goal took a while to come back because to be scored because of the improvement in their defense. So that was good from them. But still guilty of giving away possession. But a good tackle there from Dakota Hansen just to keep Namibia, give them enough time to go back and sort their defense out. Eswatini do have a couple of numbers up in the final two-thirds. Definitely playing the stick there, so that will be advantage to Eswatini. Their captain, who's really, can't fault him for passion, Klengi Ifakudze, he's really just given it his all out there, but unfortunately hasn't been enough. But great heart shown by the Eswatini men, Ben.
Yes, very much so. Well marshaled and led by Fakudze, their captain. Some very colorful, artsy paintings on his body at the moment. I should say a very colorful captain. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, you mean the blue black ones? Well, it's another goal to Namibia, and they continue to pile on the misery on the Eswatini players. But they just need to keep heads high here. They got more games to come. They still need to play Zimbabwe, the home side, and Zambia. So lots to play for in this tournament, and I'm sure they will go to the drawing board and want to regroup and right the wrongs.
Yes, very much so. And as we see from Zwi, some brilliant skill inside out from Zwi, turning the defender inside out there, exercising a little bit of flair. And yeah, this is the time to really practice at it. As we see, Hermanus on the ball with the swivel, sending it into the Eswatini defender's feet and earning the side yet another short corner. TC.
Yeah, great play from Namibia. They continue to link up and great advantage play from Menashe Mashoko as well. The ball was off the Eswatini foot but fell right into the path of a Namibian player. Eventually, he awards them the penalty corner because nothing came of that advantage.
Yes, as we see Hermanus and Pete Jacobs line up. Hermanus on the left-hand castle, Jacobs on the right-hand side as we expect the injection for Namibia here. Can they capitalize yet again on a short corner? It goes out to Hermanus. Failed stop, recovered.
Well, the Eswatini ladies team cheering their male counterparts on every time they get some counter-attack opportunity. They're up in chairs. That will be a 16.
Yes, some brilliant support play from the Eswatini ladies who are cheering on their men. I mean, they've both come a long way here. Who else to cheer you on that your own peers and classmates and fellow nationals? As a swivel and a shot there from Namibia. My word, the angle there was ridiculous.
Dylan Finch just has no right to score a goal like that, but he does so anyway. I mean, the swivel, the shot. I mean, wow, that is classy, very classy.
A very classy finish there. Masibi didn't even see the ball. He wasn't expecting a shot to be taken from such a ridiculous angle, but not to take away anything away from Dylan Finch with that clinical tomahawk shot, uh, giving his side an added goal to their very impressive score that they have at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected that to be a shot on target. I think the only person who knew he was taking a shot was Dylan Finch. Everyone else was expecting a cross, but that is just lethal to be able to score goals from those kind of positions in the circle. What an absolute asset to have on your team. And yet another one. Dylan Finch has scored 2 goals in the space of less than a minute. I mean, he's really on song at the moment. And what a performance this has been from Namibia.
I think he's playing himself into the starting lineup for their next match, because predominantly he spent most of his time on the bench. But 2 quick fire goals from Finch, 26 goals to nil to Namibia. Can Eswatini pull one back here? A spirited effort that we're seeing from Eswatini.
Well, another good save there from Silamusa Msibi. Great save to keep Namibia out, but they're still attacking here. Another shot comes in off an Eswatini stick, so that'll be a long corner. 26-0, under 2 minutes to play in this final quarter.
Yes, credit to Eswatini players. Rory Thompson there, who's just come off, ran his socks off, to be honest, in an effort, spirited effort for his side. Even though the score doesn't reflect all the effort that they're putting in. I mean, Eswatini have come a long way. They're a very young side. Their very first cap, a baptism of fire, as I'd call it.
Yeah, it is a baptism of fire. And Fagan Hansen getting goal number 27 for Namibia. Great little deflection there to find the back of the net. Eswatini on the charge now. Good switch play to find Zwi Alake Klumalo, who can't control it, unfortunately. And Dakota Hansen on the attack. He links up nicely with John Paul Brits. John Paul Brits goes to the goal scorer, Finch, who tries to do another impossible goal, this time from a much more realistic angle. But it is a 16.
I tell you what, Dylan Finch isn't one to leave in any space because his tomahawk shot is quite lethal.
It is very lethal. And he's got the confidence to play from anywhere in the circle. This is good from Eswatini. How dearly they would love a goal here. They get to the end of that one. Oh, agonizingly close from Eswatini. And it's cheers from everyone who's watching in the stadium because Eswatini have shown what they are capable of. And we're back in the Eswatini circle now, end-to-end hockey here being played by both these nations. Namibia regain possession of the ball and they're going to play it back and work it. Not long to go in this final quarter, but how was that from Eswatini, Ben?
I tell you what, never say die attitude from Eswatini. A brilliant chance there for Dylan Kirk. However, the ball, yes, he did beat the keeper. Unfortunately, on the wrong side of the post, a matter of inches. Eswatini could have been on the board. However, Dean Lecoq has tapped the ball in on the far post for Namibia for another goal for Namibia, and that signals the end of the second encounter between Namibia and Eswatini. Eswatini with a very valiant effort, a valiant effort from Eswatini, as you saw, fighting tooth and nail to the last minute. Unfortunately, the ball almost went in for a consolation goal for Eswatini, but a commanding victory here for Namibia.
Yeah, very commanding from start to finish. They dominated the game, showed their class. What a statement they've made to begin their Central South Africa qualifier for ACN 2025. This second game of the tournament ends. Namibia 28, Eswatini 0.
I think it's been good with the amount of time that we've had. I mean, this year, new squad being selected, new team. The team's been a bit divided. Some girls in SA, some girls in Namibia. So we're finally going to be able to unite, but we prepared pretty well, I think. I mean, we'd like to qualify for AFCON, so top 2 is the goal. And then I guess if we make it to the finals, then we've achieved the goal, and then hopefully we can win and go home with a gold medal. It feels nice, you know, I think it's going to be cool. I'm excited to drive through Zim a little bit more and get to know it. I mean, I think my whole team's been here already before. My dad grew up here, so I'm really excited to see more. So we know that you guys will be watching, and we hope that we do you guys proud. I think it's been good with the amount of time that we've had. I mean, this year, new squad being selected, new team. The team's been a bit divided. Some girls in SA, some girls in Namibia. So we're finally going to be able to unite, but we prepared pretty well, I think. I mean, we'd like to qualify for AFCON, so top 2 is the goal. And then I guess if we make it to the finals, then we've achieved the goal, and then hopefully we can win.
It's a lot of pressure because I know the card can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling. Because previously we haven't been able to host something this big, so I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding, and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the card can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big, so I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding, and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the card can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big, so I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding, and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. It's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young building and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad.
It's a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations in 2025. Game number 3 is upon us, and it is the home side, Zimbabwe women, taking on Zambia women. This is going to be a cracker of a game. We spoke earlier about the times when Zimbabwe and Zambia meet, be it women's or men's teams. My name is TC, and I'm joined in commentary by Ben as the players are walking out, led by the two umpires. This promises to be an absolute cracker of a game. Ben, how do you see this one panning out?
A classic display, experience versus youth. Zimbabwe fielding a very youthful side, 13 debutants, as I'm told, and it promises to be a firecracker as you will see the energy of Zimbabwe up against the experience of the Zambian ladies who've put in 6 months worth of camp prior to this, and yeah, they're raring to go. They're gunning for that top spot, I'm sure.
Indeed, they are. The two umpires are Irene Handura from Namibia and Peter Chasusa from Eswatini. We will be having national anthem, starting with the national anthem of Zimbabwe, followed by Namibia. Sorry, Zambia.
And the national team national anthem of Zambia.
The national anthems are done. What a moment it is for both sets of players. Singing your national anthem before a match, that is the greatest honor for any athlete, isn't it, Ben?
Very much so. Pride of your country at stake. It's a special feeling, a special privilege to be able to represent your country at national level. These are what dreams are made of right here in Zimbabwe at St. John's AstroTurf as both teams go through the pleasantries. I'm not sure who's won the toss here as the both coaching parties exchange words of advice. Trying to sneak into the next camp, TC?
Not sure if it's words of advice, maybe just wishing each other well. I'll take you through the Zambian starting lineup. Esther Mwale in goal. Brenda Kalunga. Falsi Zulu. Martha Kolomo. Martha Nankala, the captain. Harriet Mutangama. Cleopatra Bwanga. Wina Musanda. Delphista Miyato. Loveness Mudenda, and Carol Nakombe. They will be looking to break Zimbabwean hearts. Ben, take us through the Zimbabwean starting lineup.
Yes, and the Zimbabwe starting lineup in goals we have Tanatswa Mutara Mutswa, Rumbidzai Zumuto, Athena Mujiba, Mfaro Washe Matambo, Kelsey Ndoro, Amber Tozana, Tino Diwaz Elijah, Trish Mukumba, Nyasha Muguze, Fari Nengare, who's the captain of the side, and Sheu Murawi as the starting lineup, handsomely coached and well drilled by Tendai Reds Maredza.
Yeah, Tendai Maredza, what a player he was in his heyday, and what a coach. Giving back to the next generation. Both sides will have their reserves who will come on and definitely, without a doubt, make an impact when they get the chance to run on. Zimbabwe won the toss. They're going to kick off the game playing from left to right in the all black outfits. Zambia will be playing in their orange tops and their black bottoms, playing from right to left. Peter and Irene, our two umpires, are ready to go, and we're underway. Zimbabwe playing at home.
Joe Marawi with the push off there as the ball is sent over to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, interesting blend of youth and experience. We shall see some very hard playing here, some exciting young players, some who we saw a spectacle in the recently ended Golden Girls, Nyasha Naguze and Tozana, Amber Tozana wants to look out for there. And of course, the stalwart, I'd say, in Tino Diwa's Elijah.
Yeah, Tino D was Elijah. What a player she was. She made the national team when she was still in school. Former Arundel player, and she's got a lot of skill that I'm sure the Zimbabwean outfit will be looking to use as Zimbabwe get their first break, and it is none other than Tinotenda Elijah. Tinodiwa Nashe Elijah. She's been dispossessed beautifully, hasn't she? And Zambia can now turn defense into attack. Both teams starting very well, playing freely, playing confidently, and not afraid to drive the ball up.
Yes, trying to assert their dominance on the field here as Captain Fari is left for dead by the Zambians with the circle penetration. Ball sent across. Well defended. Unfortunately, that was backstick from the defender there. Recovering. Rumbi Zimuto coming there to save the day for Zimbabwe. It is a short corner, but a clear counter attack opportunity for Zambia, thwarted by the defense illegally. So, first short corner to Zambia.
Oh, what a well-deserved short corner that was. Zambia almost not being able to travel, but they've traveled and they've made a brilliant start to this game, and they've got a penalty corner which they need to convert. Namibia national men's team in the game before this one, how good was their conversion at set piece time?
It was absolutely lethal. I'd give them a 90% accuracy rate and conversion rate. Equally so, Zambian ladies need to do. Perfect trap and hit. Shot and cleared by Zimbabwe.
That's great defense from Zimbabwe. The shot came in, but the rush had come so far up to the edge of the circle that it kind of disrupted the momentum of the shot. So that's good, but Zambia, the threat not done yet.
Yes, very much so. The Zimbabwean ladies try to get organized here as they're tussling for possession of the ball. Zambia exerting the pressure in the first minutes of this match.
Certainly the pressure is on Zimbabwe here. Zambia now looking to work it back into the circle. They managed to do that, but it's a 16-yard hit out. Zimbabwe just need to settle here, compose themselves, work their way upfield.
Yes, very much. A very fast start from both sides. You don't want to overrun your legs, as you've seen. And Zimbabwe transfer the ball and send it through Rumbi Zumuto. Unfortunately, strikers unable to pick that ball up, and it's a free out. Some much needed field possession as we see Zimbabwe employ a full court press as their defensive line pushes up all the way to halfway line.
Yep, well observed there, Ben. And the crowd definitely building up here for this encounter, and obviously the final match of the day, which will be the same two nations playing now, but it'll be the men's game. Boy, oh boy, aren't we looking forward to that one.
Yes, very much so. Very skillful, fit sides pitted against each other. One of their key players, a very experienced, who's actually coaching the Zambian ladies side, Shadrick Katele, and many more. Very brilliantly individual, brilliant players that will be on display for the Zambian side.
It'll be a pleasure to watch, but it is equally a pleasure to be watching and commentating this game that is before us. Zambia making a spirited start, and here they go again. Good stick work there, but the captain from Zimbabwe, Farirai Nengare, to the rescue. She lets it go to Trish Mukumba. Trish Mukumba is dispossessed by Brenda Kalunga. Brenda Kalunga starting this game very well.
Yes, Kalunga showing her experience there. Been in the game for a while. As Murawi tries to dispossess together with Athena Majuba in midfield. Athena Majuba, a player who played in the under-21 side in Chile a few years back, and somewhat an experienced campaigner in these parts.
Absolutely experienced campaigner. If you've played around the world like that, you gain valuable tips on the game. You learn a lot, and to ply your trade, it's nice to see their players like this. Martha Nankala, the Zambian captain, really good on the ball with her ball carries. She managed to enforce the infringement earlier, so you can see the experience and leadership coming from her. I really like this from the Zambians, the confidence to play it at the back there. Alessi Zulu, along with her fellow player, but Zambia, we confidently say they've started this game better. Ben, would you agree with me?
I would agree so, because they are able to string these passes together and able to make it through, as we see some brilliant stick work there from the Zambian onto number 17, Loveless Mudenda. However, Amber Tozana's right up in her face, utilizing her pace to recover the ball for Zimbabwe in the bottom right-hand corner there.
Oh, you can tell the Zambian outfit is very well drilled and they know each other. They're making passes, premeditated passes, because they know their player is going to be in the right position at the right time. It's a pleasure to watch.
Very much so. The teams somewhat evenly matched, but Zambia with a slight edge as their passes are sticking at the moment. However, Zimbabwe looking to take control of this game as it's distributed out onto the left-hand flank. As Nyasha Nyaguze traps the ball for Zimbabwe, trying to force the ball through there.
An attempted pass up front from Trish Mukumba, but Zambia get in the way. This is a golden opportunity for Zimbabwe to open the scoring. So much pressure from the Zambians early in the first quarter. Zimbabwe somehow settle well, go up front and score the opener to the loud cheers of the Zimbabwe national men's team. What a finish that was from Athena Mujiba.
Point. Yes, Athena with a brilliant finish there. Brilliant reflexes on the rebound from the shot there. Some brilliant forward play from Sheu Murawi in conjunction with Nyasha Nyaguze, Peterhouse player and standout for that matter. But stalwart Mujiba managing to finish for Zimbabwe, putting Zimbabwe in the lead somewhat against the run of play.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, somewhat against the run of play. But wow, when you get an opportunity, take it. Zambia have had opportunities in the early exchanges. They failed to make it, and that is why the score is 1-0. That is good skill, my word. Good turn, great skill there. And she's still on the ball. Can you believe it? No one's managing to tackle her. Here she goes. This is fantastic. Great skill from Carol Nakombe. Wow, well, she's one player to watch out for. Definitely the Zimbabweans will need to keep an eye on her.
Yes, I would implore some tactics on her, because her stick work and her acceleration upon eliminating a player are second to none at the moment.
Absolutely. Zambia still putting pressure. Tendai Maredza, their coach, asking the ladies to get the ball out because he knows the threat the Zambians pose in these kind of field positions.
Yes. Rumbi Zumoto clearing the lines for Zimbabwe there. However, some sustained pressure from Zambia at the moment in their efforts to equalize, and a free hit out here to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe ladies on the ball here as they shift the ball onto Rumbi Zumoto.
What a great start we've had to this second ladies game of the day. Zambia, we felt in commentary that they were going to be the first to score, but Zimbabwe had other ideas. They just managed to get that ball into the circle, and it was well put away. Zambia now have to come from behind. This will be a test of their character.
Very much so. Zimbabwe not panicking in the situation with the fight that Zambia is bringing to them, remaining cool, calm, collected, making one opportunity, slightest sniff, and converting, giving themselves the 1-0 lead at the moment.
And it's crucial for Zimbabwe to try and hang on to this lead as much as possible, as long as possible, and if anything, for them to be the next team to score rather than allowing Zambia to equalize.
Very much so. I think Zambia are employing quite a high press on them, trying to congest Zimbabwe in their own half, forcing mistakes in the defensive half. However, Zimbabwe clearing their lines as you see the troops travel up the field and try to congest the Zambian half.
Zimbabwe with a circle penetration, but not the one they would have wanted. It's kept in the field of play brilliantly by Zambia. That's a good stick work from Loveless Mundenda. Loveless Mundenda doing very well. She takes it quickly. She's got some help forward as well, trying to go through sticks. You can't play hockey through sticks, can you, Ben?
Yes, Zambians guilty there of sending the ball in the wrong areas of the field instead of just a simple pass. Emma Riley hassling Carol Nakombe in the midfield there as she seems to be getting man-marked at the moment as they've identified the threat for the Zambians as Fari, captain of Zimbabwe, sends the ball up through and Amber Tozana, unfortunately, with the misguided pass there, gifting possession back to Zambia.
And Zambia won't mind this at all, Ben, I think, because Zimbabwe are not hanging on to that ball for long enough. And this is good pressure there being applied by Ruarashe Mashawi, but Zambia somehow break out of jail, but it's still possession Zimbabwe. Elijah takes quickly. She's got eyes into the circle. Players running in. Elijah still going. Elijah finally sends it in. It was there. It was there for the taking. But unfortunately, Trish Mukumba could not get to the end of that one. Brilliant play, though, from Elijah.
Yes, Dio's accelerating well into the space, creating options, holding the ball slightly, waiting for her forward runners to make that decisive little dart, lead run, as you'd say. But unfortunately, Trish Mukumba unable to get onto the end of that through ball from Elijah.
And that Zimbabwean goal has definitely rattled the Zambians. You can see they're a little bit edgy now, and Zimbabwe all of a sudden are a lot more composed on the ball. That's what a goal does.
Very much so. Kelsey Ndoro there, unfortunately, looked like she's rolled her ankle a bit there.
Yeah, Kelsey Ndoro there. Indeed, she'll be getting some treatment from the medics here. We hope she'll be all right and she'll get back into this encounter. She was making such a good run upfield, and Zambia back on the attack, but another great tackle there. And Diwa's Elijah on the ball again. She's got the skill. She will carry that ball because she knows what she possesses. And that's been given away too cheaply there. It's in the possession of Zambia now.
Carol Nakomba on the ball for Zambia as she scans, chops and change. Emma Riley right on her, not giving her a sniff. However, Carol using her experience to roll out of the double-ended tackle there being employed by the Zimbabwean ladies.
Yeah, I really like what I see in Carol Nakombe, Ben. She's a really good, skillful player, and Zimbabwe don't want to give her much space. Just under 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. Here goes Trish. Trish Mukumba driving up. Trish Mukumba plays it. A beautiful ball. Oh, and what another great tackle. Just letting the ball roll out. There did Ruarashe Mushawi.
Yes, Rua guilty of being a little casual there, and Cleopatra, the number 13 for Zambia, identifying her passiveness and jabbing at the ball, managing to nick it just in the right time, avoiding another shot at goal for Zimbabwe there. Iman Johnson is on for Zimbabwe in the left back region, and we see she's a very experienced campaigner. She's been there over the years. I recall all the way through to 2011 in the Olympic qualifiers that we hosted here in Bulawayo.
Yeah, she is a very experienced player, and Trish Mukumba has it gifted, but unfortunately just getting a backstick there. And Zambia back on the attack. Oh, great tackle from Emma Riley there. Zimbabwe pressing on for a second goal here. It's been played out to the right, and it's now in the possession of Zimbabwe through Athena Mujiba. Athena Mujiba back to Riley. Riley trying to force her way into the circle, but Zambia have done well. And Zambia playing it well, keeping possession of the ball. It's laid off by Brenda Kalunga. Brenda Kalunga found Enilis Mwabe, but Zimbabwe through Diwas managed to get possession momentarily. And Zimbabwe have the ball. Athena Mujiba. It's a really fast-paced game, isn't it, Ben?
Very much so. No time to breathe here The players need to be clever about how they're going about things, conserve their energy, because the Zambians are particularly fit. I'd like to see the Zimbabweans be a little bit more conservative with the possession. Guard the ball jealously, ladies.
Yeah, there is, and that's the danger that comes with a fast-paced game. You tend to put a little bit too much pressure on yourself, and those basic skills tend to be a little bit loose.
Very much so. Yes, they do have the lead at the moment. Maybe to tone things a little bit down, control the game a little bit more. I'd like to see the likes of Emma Riley take charge of the midfield, as she's done so very well in the under 18 setting. But now at national level, would like to see that youthfulness, that calm head that she possesses as she controls that midfield line.
Absolutely, that's it. It's about game management, isn't it? It's been a really, really great first quarter that we've seen with a couple of seconds remaining. Zimbabwe with the last surge in this first quarter, trying to get it into the circle. It is into the circle, but no one can get to the end of that one. And we come to the end of a fantastic first quarter. Zambia asked questions early on of the Zimbabwean defenders, but they answered the questions. Zimbabwe had one opportunity to put away, and they did put it away in fine style. It ends the first quarter. Zimbabwe 1, Zambia 0. Well, Ben, second quarter is about to get underway. Your assessment of that first quarter?
I really feel Zambia came strong out the blocks there and really putting the fight to Zimbabwe. However, Zimbabwe not panicking under pressure, creating one particular chance, which is actually the difference at the start of the second quarter. Zimbabwe leading courtesy of Athena Majuba's goal, 1-0 to Zimbabwe. Let's proceed.
Well, I was pretty close to the Zimbabwean dugout, and Coach Tendai Maredza was actually telling his charges, we had a bad first quarter, we need to do better.
Rightfully so. Coaches are always demanding the very best of their players. No room for errors. And especially, we took note of how some of his midfield line wasn't picking up the Zambian runners, causing them problems. That's the effort that he's looking for. They need to identify their players off the ball running is very important.
And turnover there from Zimbabwe.
Zumucho on the ball here. A through ball to Trish, who plays this pass, number 2 for Trish Mukumba with a good set of wheels on her.
And guess who it is yet again? It's Carol Nakombe. Carol Nakombe, do not give her any space, because you keep giving her this free space, she is going to punish you. It's just a matter of time.
Very much so. A brilliant shimmy disguise of the ball, utilizing her body to ghost past the midfielders for Zimbabwe, utilizing and capitalizing on some much needed field possession for Zambia as they look to convert on this much needed coveted possession that is at play at the moment.
Penalty corner. That's not good from Zimbabwe. Ill discipline costing them a penalty corner here. So Zambia with an opportunity to draw level here. They're going to have to be accurate.
Nicole Mukumba with the shot for Zimbabwe. Thwarted by Nicole Nyamapeka, and the ball across there. Unfortunately, the Zambian player caught unawares, busy ball watching, and that was a clear-cut opportunity for number 17 for Zambia, Loveness Mudenda.
Mudenda with a clear opportunity to score there. That's the best chance they've had yet in this game. They've got to put it away.
Yes, Mudenda caught napping on that occasion.
Zimbabwe in all sorts of trouble in trying to outlet here, and eventually the foul comes in. But that is the pressure the Zambian ladies are putting on the Zimbabwean ladies.
Yes, Mufaro Matambo guilty there of trying to do too much with the ball in a very dangerous area of the field. The Zambians quick to sniff it out. With Sheo Marawi with the ball here for Zimbabwe. Unfortunately, Nyasha Nyaguza lifting the ball there and turning over the ball for Zimbabwe.
The more Zambia are gifted possession, the more they're likely to score, Ben. Zimbabwe guilty of just giving away free ball like the Zambians have just done. So it's become a little loose. Zambia have had a great opportunity in this quarter, but I think both sides need to settle a bit. Just slow down the tempo of the game and make better decisions.
I tell you what, on a coaching perspective, if it was me, of course, I'd say just give the ball to Carol Nakombe. She seems to have the ball on a string at the moment.
I think I'll join you on that one. Look for Carol. Look for the ginger hair and just get the ball to her.
Maybe we should give her a nickname, the Ginger Ninja of Zambia.
I love that. Nakombe the ginger ninja. And here comes Zambia again. Nakombe not too far off there. And this is how they've kind of slowed it down now, Zambia. And you can see the better passes are starting to come in instead of that fast-paced game. Oh, great tackle there from interception from the captain, Farirai Nengare. There was a player lurking behind her. If she had mistrapped that one, there was trouble.
Very much so. Nicole Nyamapeka there, Nyamapeka rather, with the pick off there as the ball is sent off to Mushawi, number 5 for Zimbabwe. Mushawi, Nicole Nyamapeka with the through ball, unfortunately unable to pick off Mushawi, and the ball goes dead for Zimbabwe, and it's now a free hit out for Zambia.
Well, if you can hear some loud voices, and here comes Diwas. This is where she's extremely dangerous. Diwas for goal. But what? That's a penalty flick. I think that's a penalty flick. The two umpires, Peter and Irene, are definitely going to have a chat about this one. Zambia protesting the call. Zambia not happy at all with this decision from umpire Peter. But Peter and Irene we'll just have a chat and we'll have the final decision shortly.
Yes, I'd definitely question that as the Zambian counterparts, because it seems as if, yeah, the umpires have signaled a penalty stroke, deliberate breakdown of the attempted shot by the defensive team, resulting in a penalty flick to be taken by Diwaz Elijah, and the crowd goes hush. And Diwa sends it into the bottom left-hand corner with a cheer from the Zimbabwean crowd, sending Zimbabwe into a 2-0 lead here. Zambia feel hard done by. However, the umpire's call goes as Diwaz is pulled off to be substituted on by Emma Riley. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 0.
They do feel very hard done by, and I sense maybe that should have been a penalty corner, but hey, I'm not the umpire. We're just behind the microphone, Ben. Our job is a lot easier here. Zambia now desperately need to respond in this game. They are trailing by 2 goals in the second quarter of this match. They're up against it.
Very much so. Goals win games, TC. Goals win games. Zambia have all to do at the moment. They do have an experienced side. This is where the experience shall be able to show off here as Athena Mjiba turns over the ball, loses possession there, and an attempt to cover back concedes the free hit. Somewhat of a very tough challenge there with a strong blow from the umpire's whistle.
Yeah, very strong blow. And the atmosphere is just electric here at St. John's College AstroTurf. The Zimbabwean supporters are in full voice. And why not when your side is leading 2-0?
Very much so, as you hear the Zimbabwean men's side cheering on their ladies in their colorful yellow strips, lifting up the crowd. As we see, the crowd is filled up here as Zimbabwe looks to attack. Unfortunately, their ball is a little too strong for Sheo Murawi from Ruva Mushawi, and Zimbabwe hot on the charge here, brimming with confidence with their commanding 2-0 lead.
Absolutely. That second goal really kind of uplifts everyone around the players, not to mention the crowd, obviously, who are loving it out here. And Zimbabwean men will be playing the final game of the day after this one against the Zambian men. What an encounter that promises to be as Zimbabwe charge again.
Iman Johnson with some brilliant stick work there for the circle penetration for Zimbabwe. Shamura with the opportunity, and it is a short corner.
Oh, that kick off the goalkeeper going aerial poses danger onto the Zimbabwean players. So that's a good call from umpire Peter Chasusa. The Eswatini umpire and Zimbabwe have to convert just to continue piling the pressure on Zambia.
Very much so. Well orchestrated there from Iman Johnson, experienced campaigner, utilizing her superior stick work, able to execute 3D activity in the D, penetrating the circle, and Sheo Mrawi with the shot on goal. However, the keeper creating danger of the rebound, resulting in a short corner for Zimbabwe. Looks like Amber Tuzana to inject for Zim to Emma Riley, who's at top D. Emma Riley with the trap. Slip. Ball to Athena Mjuba with the attempted flick on goal.
Yeah, that was a little bit disrupted a bit there. The pass from Emma Riley wasn't as accurate, but they get another bite at the cherry here. Zimbabwe with another opportunity, and Ruvarashe Mushawi is going to inject again.
Yes, I'd like to see Zimbabwe with a little bit more conviction in their attempt at goal. Retake here. Emma Riley traps her top D with the shot and the crack, saved off the line by Zambia. The ball cleared, and it's cleared once again by Cleopatra, number 13. Brilliant defense from Zambia, stopping the ball on the line just before the goalkeeper. But a cracking shot at top D by Emma Riley. Zimbabwe are on the charge again.
Yeah, Zimbabwe sense something here. They sense they've got an opportunity to really stretch this away from the Zambians, but they're going to need to score again, you'd feel. Otherwise, Zambia are not out of it by no means.
By no means at all, as they just need to exercise and exert their experience on this match. Possession is key. However, the youth and flair of the Zimbabweans, as we see from Nicole Nyamapeka, juggling the ball, now through to Sheo Murawi. Murawi with the back pass, back to Nicole. However, dispossessed by Carol. Carol
Ginger
with the
Ninja.
dribble. The Ginger Ninja here to save the day.
I feel they have to somehow get Carol Nakombe more involved in this game, because whenever she has the ball, something's happening, but she's been starved of it of late.
Yes, Shewi with the intercept there for Zimbabwe.
That's a great ball for Zambia. And in an attempt to take it upfield, it gets into the captain's foot, and that'll be advantage. But Zambia don't make much of it, so that'll be a free hit. Zambia inside the final third.
Yes, Zambia just need to get a little bit of a foothold on this game. Possession is key. Find the Ginger Ninja, who is on the ball right now as she scans for opportunities. With the brilliant ball across there. Diagonal ball, creating the error from Zimbabwe. Can Zambia make the most of this opportunity here?
Well, Zambia looking to put on some fresh legs in Delfista Miyato and Loveness Mudenda back onto the park. And that'll be a long corner, so a decent attempt there from Zambia, but they need to score. They definitely need to score.
Yes, Mudenda had a very good first chucker out and a well-deserved rest as she looks to inject now some much-needed pace and potent in attack for Zambia. Fortunately, a top save there from Zimbabwe's Theodora Chinkombe, who's subbed on for Tanatswa Mtaramutswa at the moment. So,
you know, I know coaches are passionate and they really want their players to do the right thing, but I feel there's a little bit of information overload from both the coaching setups. They are all barking instructions. Is there a point where it does disrupt play, Ben, do you think?
I believe so. I think coaching styles differ. Others like to coach on the training field and then give the girls or players the freedom to exert themselves or to express themselves and their abilities. Yes, that's why we have the breaks now in the 15-minute chuckers, halftime. You can be able to communicate certain things to your coach, but I feel everyone is trying to bark too many instructions all at once.
Yeah, we're together on that one. I think allow the ladies to play, back their skills. They've been selected for a reason into the national team. And Elijah is back on the track, on the field. Too much Olympics. I was about to say track pin. And
Yes,
she's still driving up. Oh, so close from Zimbabwe. Ever so close. Trish Mukumba just could not trap that ball in the circle. She had an opportunity had she managed to trap that. It's now in the possession of Falesi Zulu. And she sends it up, but to no one. Emma Riley comes away with it now. There's a pass back for her. Farin Ngare is calling for the ball, but Emma Riley does enough.
Yes, as you see the composure there from Emma, just slowing the game down, depicting what the defender wants to do. It's exactly what you'd expect from a midfield player. Really calm on the ball, no panic, and make sure that you retain possession at all costs.
Zambia working it round, and the pressure of the Zimbabwean player in front of her just caused her to think twice about trapping that ball, and she mistrapped it. Into touch it goes. Emma Riley linking up nicely, and this is good. Tsungai Chadzinya. She sends it to captain, two experienced players linking up. They had an opportunity to switch play, yeah, indeed, but deciding to go all the way around are the Zimbabwean ladies.
Yes, a good positional play by Rumbi Zumuto, and however, Fari unable to pick out the pass as the Zambians were quick to shut down the space. As Zambia enters the D here, can Zambia convert on this opportunity? As she scans, sends the ball through. A brilliant tackle. A brilliant tackle by Tsungi Chadzinya. Tsungi Chadzinya there, a bit of a tongue twister. I caught myself there, but yeah, a brilliant tackle, cover tackle for Zimbabwe, and managed to snuff out the Zambian attack there. As we see, it looks like
what a piece of
ball
play.
to Amber Tozana. Farawashe Matambo with a brilliant mazy run for Zimbabwe, finding Amber Tuzana in the circle. Unfortunately, the keeper charging out, covering the space there and stopping the Zimbabwe attack. Emma Riley, as she resets for Zimbabwe here. Sungai on the ball for Zimbabwe with the through ball to Iman Johnson. Unfortunately, unable to gather that ball. Turnover to Zambia. Zimbabwe still leading by 2-0.
You know, it's under a minute to go now in this second chaka. It's been end-to-end action, but Zambia still haven't managed to find their opener. Instead, Zimbabwe went on to score, and they lead comfortably here, Ben.
Yes, Zimbabwe really turning the screws at the moment and looking to take a 2-0 lead at least into halftime. As just under a minute, as TC mentioned, the crowd is beginning to come into their voice. The benches are filling up. Brilliant afternoon of hockey, and most to say, the players are obliging on the field, TC.
Oh, absolutely they are, and Zambians in defense here trying to keep Zimbabwe out. Dying seconds of the second quarter. Zimbabwe have made another circle penetration, but nothing coming of it. And this will be the last play in this second quarter. It ends the second quarter. Zimbabwe lead 2-0, getting a goal in each quarter. Your assessment, what will be the chat at halftime here in both camps, Ben? Take us through that.
I think Coach Reds will have the upper hand here as his charges are somewhat, yes, they are 2 goals ahead, but I feel they're not backing down from a fight with the more experienced Zambian players, and the youthfulness is on display here. Youth against the older generation, but Zambia all to do, and the experience, maybe a slight tactical change, I would feel. So that they try and use the widths a lot more, as it's mainly through the channel, the central channel, through Carol Nakomba. So tactical changes, work to do for the Zambian coaches.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are Ben's thoughts. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the third quarter in just a bit. Stay tuned. Well, welcome back to the second half, everybody, from wherever you are joining us around the world. It is the Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations in 2025. We're about to get the third chaka underway in the third match of the day, the second match in the women's section, and Zimbabwe taking a comfortable lead of 2-0 into the halftime break. Ben, Zambia have to be the next team to score.
Yes, definitely so. Zambia all to play for here, but 2 goals, I tell you what, TC, it's not much, especially with a well-drilled and very skillful Zambian side. They they have it to lose.
Yeah, they do. 2 goals is a lead, yes, but it's not one that the Zimbabweans can sit back, relax, and feel as if they've won the game.
Very much so, very much so. They can't afford to be complacent. The experience of the Zambians should be telling here, and a deliberate foot there, I'd say, from Diwa's umpires just shrugging it off a bit. But yeah, Zambia are looking at taking command in this game.
Trouble here. It's Ginger Ninja. She's into the circle. She sends the cross in, and that is how Zambia would have wanted to start this third quarter. Brilliant interception from Carol Nakombe, and they get the opener.
The wrong person for Tsungai to be able to gift possession back to, and Carol exercising her skills, a jink over the stick, sending it across, and the striker dived over, and Harriet Mutangama with the decisive slap right over the goalkeeper's right shoulder and into the back of the net. Zambia listening to the commentators, I'd say, and really scoring first.
Yeah, they are. Maybe they're wired to us, but no, they're not. They had to respond in this game, and they've responded in a great way. And all of a sudden, game on.
Game on for sure, TC. Game on. As let's see if Zimbabwe can regain control of this match. They still have the lead, 2 goals to 1. However, you'd expect that Zambia now, with a little bit of wind in their sails, will be able to continue bringing the fight to Zimbabwe here.
Oh, they really, really needed that. I think the more the game had progressed with Zimbabwe, with that 2 goal cushion, it starts playing onto your psychological approach to this game, and then you end up making bad decisions. So, I mean, we just want a good game of hockey here. We want it to be close and tight after the opening games we encountered of 20 and 28. I mean, those were one-sided games. This, though, far from those two we had.
Yes, very much so, TC. This is the time that your senior players in the squad will stand up against and show and pave the way. Led by Fari Nenkare for Zimbabwe, you hear her barking orders, barking her troops into position as she tries to assert herself on the field. Diaz with a brilliant turn and spin there to Rua Mushawi. Rua Mushawi with possession and the through ball there. And a top save from the goalkeeper.
Well,
Yasha Nyaguze there with the attempted flick after a brilliant reverse stick pass from Rua Mushawi. Unfortunately, Nyasha Nyaguze unable to hit the target. Brilliant save from the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I think there was a foot that both umpires missed there. I certainly saw it in the commentary box here, but it was tight to see. But no damage done here for Zambia because they do get the hit.
I tell you what, TC, I do have a whistle in my back pocket for you to blow. So there you go.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll handle games of this magnitude, but just keep your whistle and stand by, buddy.
Composed defending there from Fari Nengare for Zimbabwe.
And all of a sudden, the Zambian play has really improved. They're now a little more urgent. You can see it in the way they're playing. And that goal, also a good wake-up call for Zimbabwe, who are now driving up the right flank because they know they need to score. They cannot afford Zambia to draw level.
Yes, and Trish Makumbe there for Zimbabwe, driving the ball up. She's got a brilliant set of wheels on her, utilizing her pace, ghosting past the Zambian defenders, and Zambia unable to recover from that, turning over the ball, resulting in the free out for them.
Oh, what a game we have on our hands. We did tell you just before they sang the national anthems that every time these two countries meet, be it a women's game, be it a men's game, it's always electrifying.
Fireworks, TC, fireworks.
Fireworks with the sun beating down onto the turf right here at St. John's College in Harare, Zimbabwe. It is the Central South Africa qualifier. 2 men's teams will qualify for Africa Cup of Nations 2025, and 3 ladies teams will also qualify from this tournament. There are also FIH rankings at stake here. All these teams will want to get these FIH rankings, and these FIH rankings also then affect junior teams. So it's all to play for, regardless of ACN qualification. Those FIH rankings are so important, Ben.
Yes, very much so. All to play for here as you look to gain dominance in the sport of hockey in the African continent. So it's important that each hit out you get, you put in your maximum effort to try and finish top of the piles there. As we see Loveness Mudenda with the through ball, trying to pick up Carol. Carol with the ball here, dispossessing Zimbabwe, ghosting past the captain there. Carol with the shot.
Oh, what a goal! Carol Nakombe is an absolute magician on the hockey field. She beat Farirai Nengare, all ends up to go into the circle, and she's not selfish enough. She could have gone for goal, but she knew there was a player at the far post, and what a beautiful goal.
Beautiful goal indeed, as we saw there, Zimbabwe gifting play away. Mufaro Washe Matambo guilty of being dispossessed by Carol Nakombe, who goes past Zimbabwean captain, getting into the D, and selfishly so, looking across the keeper to a player waiting patiently, Delphista Miyato, with the flick again right into the top roof of the Zimbabwean goal. 2-2.
Tell me something, Ben. Is Carol Nakombe holding a hockey stick, or it's a magical wand?
I think she's graduated from being a ninja to being a magician now, as here she is on the ball again, as she's orchestrating all the play here for Zambia, as she exerts her dominance on this match.
And that clearance from Elijah are the first signs of desperate clearances from Zimbabwe. Not a good sign if you're a Zimbabwean supporter. I think Zimbabwe are getting a little edgy and possibly running out of legs.
Yes, very much so, and rightfully so. Captain Ningara there just pulled off by Coach Redza. Athena Majuba going into midfield. Maybe she can add a little bit of experience, bring calm to the Zimbabwean defense. Rightfully noted there, as Tiwas just swung the ball at the ball, trying to clear Zimbabwean lines in order to give them some breathing space. As we see Amber Tuzana with the run for Zimbabwe there, and it's a tap. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
She had the line to beat, Ben, just the line to beat. Open goal.
Nyasha Nyaguze with a blinder of a miss there for Zimbabwe. That was a tap in. Unfortunately, the ball, to her benefit, was sent on the wrong side. She had to try and adjust quickly, however, not in time, and Zimbabwe missing a very crucial chance to regain the lead here against Zambia. 2-2.
Will they live to rue that opportunity? Well, in a game as tightly contested as this, not taking those chances could prove to be very costly.
Very much so. Here's Amber Tozana on the ball with the through ball here to Trish Makumba. Trish Makumba back on the ball, and Athena with the charge.
Off a Zimbabwean foot there, Emma Riley. So that'll be a hit for Zambia.
Yes, Emma breaking down play while there for Zimbabwe, allowing her troops to regather behind the ball. All troops behind the ball matter as Zambia look to exert more and more pressure on Zimbabwe as they've clawed their way back in. A 2-goal deficit. It's now 2 apiece. Zambia and Zimbabwe giving it their all at the moment.
Certainly giving it their all. Well kept in field there by Zambia, but a good tackle by Elijah Diwas. And another good tackle by Diwas, and she affords Emma Riley an opportunity now to play the ball, but it's really tightly contested. It's now Eniles Mwambe. Eniles Mwambe finds Carol Nakombe. Carol Nakombe shows her class yet again. Into the circle they go. An opportunity. Zimbabwe desperately clearing their lines. It's not going to be a penalty corner though, but it's a long corner. Danger not out of sight yet.
I tell you what, if I was Coach Red, I'd stick a player on Carol Nakombe because she's causing havoc right through the Zimbabwean ranks. You leave her, you blink one eye, she's gone.
She's causing havoc in the commentary box as well. I mean, we just can't keep our eyes off her with how well she's playing.
Very much so, very much so. A lifted ball there from, looks like Athena Majuba, illegally so, off the free hit. You're not allowed to deliberately lift the ball from a set piece play or a dead ball play. Zambia on the charge here in the Zimbabwean 25. Gathered by Amber Tozana for Zimbabwe with the brilliant skill. However, well tackled there by Zambia number 11, Martha Nankala, who's the captain for the day. The crowd seems unhappy with the umpire's call there. However, the correct call, if you ask me, as Zambia remained in possession, tried to shift the ball across. Zimbabwe looking to inject, and Emma Riley leaves the ball for Iman Johnson, who's going to take the hit. Clever play from Rua Mushawi there with the lead run. However, the ball a little bit too strong from Emma Riley there. Good idea, but a little bit too strong. Brilliant lead run there by Rua Mushawi.
Yeah, Ben, great run there, and it's just under 4 minutes to play in this third quarter. And the two exceptional players colliding there, Elijah and Nakombe. Nakombe with the ball now, rightfully being told not to dive. The Zimbabwean players, you dive quite deep when it comes to Carol Nakombe.
Exactly, you will get absolutely gobbled.
Gobbled into the blue seas. But here comes Zambia yet again. And they're linking up quite nicely. A fantastic turn. It's into the circle. That's deliberately played. It's a long corner, not a penalty corner.
That is correct. It did come off the Zambian foot. However, the umpire is ruling that it's a long corner. It should be a hit out for Zimbabwe.
The momentum firmly on the Zambian side at the moment. Oh dear, that did look like a little bit of a backstick.
Yes, Rumbi Zumuto in a bit of a panic there as she tried to clear her lines. Almost a backstick from her, and then desperately getting the ball away as she's looking to man mark Delphista Miyato, who's been lethal in her finishes at the moment. Emma Riley up against Carol Nakombe. Carol Nakombe distributing here to Elines Mambwe with the attempted through ball. However, the ball going awry here, and a lucky break for Zimbabwe there.
Yeah, very, very lucky. Zimbabwe need to outlet well here. So far, so good for them. The overhead comes, and it's well trapped by Zambia. Loveness Mudenda. Mudenda sends it to Carol Nakombe. Carol Nakombe, this is where she feasts. That's a beautiful ball in. And my goodness me, Harriet Mutangama could not get to the end of that one. But, you know what, it may sound like we're being a little too on Carol Nakamba's case, but she deserves all the glory that she's getting. I mean, she's literally holding this Zambian team together.
Yes, she's owning the park at the moment. No answer from Zimbabwe at the moment. Carol Nakombe is a standout, however, and she's really coming into her own, picking out the correct passes as we see Trish Nakumba here sending the ball across to Nyasha Naguze, unfortunately unable to gather that ball. Didi is on the ball here for Zimbabwe, unfortunately losing possession. Carol Nakombe with the strong running, pressurized by Diwaz, who steals the ball from her, and play on signaled by the umpire to the cheers of the crowd.
I love the battle between Chinodiwa Nashe Elijah and Carol Nakombe. It's just end to end. Zimbabwe have penetrated the circle. The shot is taken, but the whistle blown. 16-yard hit out for Zambia. This game has just been a treat for us all, hasn't it? And I'm sure it's a treat for you from wherever you're watching from, viewers.
Yes, our live stream brought you courtesy of Rising Stars, brought to you by Steel Center in partnership with Africa Hockey. Link in bio. Check out the live stream being streamed on our YouTube page of Africa Hockey. Thank you all for joining us. Brilliant hockey in display, as you noted there. Nakombe and Elijah battle in the midfield. What you can do, I can do better, TC.
Yeah, it is. Hey, they're exchanging blow for blow here. It's less than 30 seconds to go in this third quarter. It's 2-2 on the scoreboard. Zimbabwe scored the opening 2 goals, and it's been Zambia since then who've come back really, really strong in this third quarter to equalize through some great team play from them. And Zimbabwe almost getting a break there, but coming off a Zambian foot.
Yes, good link up play there from Johnson through to Nyaguze with a brilliant turn infield, creating the angles. However, I'd say the umpires have saved Zambia on that occasion.
I think they have saved Zambia, and you know what you got to do, viewers? Do not leave your screens because the fourth quarter is going to be absolutely amazing to watch. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 2. Well, the fourth and the final quarter, I hope you are sitting on the edge of your seat because I cannot even sit down. I am on my feet because this is an absolute ripper of a match. 15 minutes to go. Scores locked at 2 apiece. Ben, what a 15 minutes we have. It's action you do not want to miss wherever you are.
I tell you what, drop your phones, drop your keys, whatever. Do not travel. Log on to the Africa Hockey page on YouTube. Come down to St. John's. There's still 15 minutes here to play. 15 hot minutes, I tell you, all to play for here.
Great piece of skill there from Athena Mujiba, and it's greeted by loud cheers from the Zimbabwean supporters, the Zimbabwean faithful who have come out to witness what has been a great day of hockey so far.
Brilliant interchange play there from the midfield. Tozana to Riley through to Nyasha Nyaguza as Zimbabwe look to counter-attack here and seize the advantage in this crucial encounter.
Here comes Carol Nakamba. Carol Nakomba passes it to the left. This is where Zambia are very dangerous, but that's good tackle from Zimbabwe. Zambia still in possession though. Good tussle for possession. A good pass backwards there.
Good aggressive defending there from Rumbi Zumuto, not giving Carol a sniff on that occasion as Zambia look to take control of this fourth and final chaka through number 8. However, dispossessed there. Brilliant skill from Zimbabwe number 14, Trish Mukumba, with the quick feet in and out, earning the free hit for her side.
Zambia looking to make another substitution here. Mary Mwewa will be coming on shortly, but Zambia on the attack. It's gone to Carol Nakomba. Carol Nakomba is doing her thing. Carol Nakomba is still on the ball. Zambia shoots! But what a save.
A brilliant piece of cover defense from Athena Mujuba there, just in the nick of time, getting a stick down, deflecting the ball away before the Zambian attacker could have a shot. I tell you what, Carol is not one to leave unmarked at the moment.
Absolutely agree with you there. Nicole Nyamapeka intercepting that pass that was in search of Carol Nakomba. Zimbabwe now doing well. Trish Mukumba lays it off, and it finds her way back to her. She can't control it, so Zambia on the attack straight away. They want to get upfield.
Yes, some one-two passes there between Amber Tozana and Trish Mukumba. Unfortunately, the latter passing awry, and Zimbabwe are still in possession. Through ball from Elijah here, trying to find Nyasha Nyakuze. The ball deflected wide as the Zambian defender saw the danger there, as Nyakuze would have a clear run on goal. TC.
Yeah, she would have had a clear run on goal. So a change from Zambia. Martha Kalomo comes off, and Mary Mwewa goes on in the number 4 jumper. Zimbabwe, an opportunity. The keeper comes off her line and makes a fantastic save. What a great piece of play there. It's end to end now, Ben. End to end.
End-to-end stuff indeed. And Amber Tozana there with the flick towards the keeper. However, the keeper shutting down the space very fast there, thwarting that danger from Amber. And Zambia clearing their lines, somewhat in a panicky mode at the moment. Can Zimbabwe capitalize?
Zimbabwe have to capitalize if they want to treat their fans to a fantastic gift to say thank you for coming. Zimbabwe need to win this game, otherwise those fans will be really disappointed, but it's not going to be easy because Zambia are here to play.
Yes, definitely so. Elijah is here on the ball, sends it out to Athena Mujiba. Mujiba sends it out to Trish Makumba, sends the ball across, and the ball is cleared for a long corner for Zimbabwe. Can Zimbabwe be a little bit more creative here? Can they create the space for themselves?
So decent, easy save for Esther Mwale. And that's another beat up field, but Zambia come away with it.
Yeah, that ball didn't move 5 there from Elijah. Guilty of a schoolgirl error with all her experience. Maybe a little bit of rush of blood to the head there. Some composure is needed to get that final pass and take advantage of this territorial possession that Zimbabwe have at the moment.
Yeah, this is a good period of play for both teams. And those errors just creeping into both sides now. Zambia failing to trap that ball infield. Oh, it's a Zambian ball. So this is where they're dangerous. A mistrap there. This is good defense from Zimbabwe. Lets it go to the right. It's end-to-end action here. Oh, loses possession of the ball as she looked up. Couldn't find where the ball was, and all of a sudden, Zambia come back with it and make an error of their own. It's a comedy of errors at the moment.
Yes, Amber Tozana guilty of losing the ball, but running the hard yards there, winning the ball back for Zimbabwe. As you see, Nicole Nakamba on the ball. Nyasha Nyaguze cutting infield there, finding Elijah. Elijah who's finds a foot for Zimbabwe, looking for options as she scans. Sheu Muropa there, Murawi rather, with a bit of a shove in the back of the Zambian defender, illegally so, trying to jostle and tussle for that ball, but ultimately you need to go for the ball rather than the man.
Absolutely, as Nyasha Nyaguze comes off and Rubizai Zimuto's on for Zimbabwe, looking for some fresh legs. Zambia have the play. Down the left side, that's a good tackle from Trish Mukumba, who wins it for Zimbabwe. And this is Zimbabwe on the attack. Trish plays it quickly. She finds Emma Riley, who does enough. But Zambia dispossess her. But Zimbabwe get it back, and that is not making the Zambian technical dugout any happy.
Yes, very much so. Zambia felt hard done by there. And Diwas with the quick retake of that. The ball didn't seem to be stopped. Was still kind of in motion there as the Zambian team is actually questioning that call from the umpire. Unfortunately, yes, the Zambian team feel really hard done by there as that ball didn't seem to be stopped by Dios. But at the end of the day, umpires call. They're the officials in charge, and we just play according to how they blow it.
Absolutely. This is a very, very crucial point in this match. Zimbabwe, you'd feel if they can get the goal here, they'll stand in a really strong position. Hasn't worked out well for them so far. Eventually, the attempted shot comes in, and Zimbabwe score to go 3-2 up. Trish Mukumba. But they're going to chat. They're going to chat. They're going to chat. Hang on. Hang on here. The two umpires are going to chat, Ben. It might not be a Zimbabwean goal after all.
Yes, questionable over the stick. I'm not sure what that means. But yeah, they have ruled that it is a goal. It is a goal for Zimbabwe. And Trish Mukumba puts Yes, the Zambian dugout here not particularly happy with that call. However, the score reads Zimbabwe 2, rather Zimbabwe 3, Zambia 2. Trish Mukumba with a vital score there for Zimbabwe and securing the lead for a home country. And the crowd appreciative of the efforts of Zimbabwe, but Zambia all to play for in these last couple of minutes here.
Absolutely. The Zambian coach really not happy. He feels really hard done by. And it's about 7 minutes to play. Zimbabwe are in the circle yet again, but this time the whistle blows favorably for Zambia. And it's getting really, really tense out here. If you are just joining us, it is the Central South African Qualifier, men's and women's hockey for the Africa Cup of Nations 2025. And we've got a brief stoppage in play here. The goalkeeper just needing to sort out her kickers and pads there. That's Esther Mwale. But let's take this opportunity, Ben, just to appreciate the wonderful entertainment we've had from both these teams.
Yes, very much so. I feel both teams have come to the party. We were expecting a very fast-flowing game. We've seen some very top of the range individual brilliance from both sets of players, notably in Zimbabwe, Elijah, Trish Makumba, the defenders, Captain Fantastic, Fari Nengare, as well as the Zambian side. The standout, number 18, Ginger Ninja turned magician, Carol Nakombe, really driving things and pulling the strings for her team at the moment. They're unlucky to be down by 3-2, but all to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. All to play for. It's about 7 minutes to go, if not just under than that. And Zimbabwe are on the attack. A goal now, Ben. Do you think it'll be enough to win this?
It's not over until the fat lady sings. TC and Zambia, I tell you what, can spring a surprise here. Zimbabwe can't afford to be complacent at all. And yes, they're doing one thing correct, is they're playing hockey in the right end of the field at the moment.
Oh, Ben is now doubting his calls. He's using the good old statement, it's not over until the fat lady sings indeed. But I genuinely feel if Zimbabwe can get another goal here, I think they've got the victory. But they're going to need to do it first before Zambia equalize.
Yes, Rumbi Zumuto on the ball here for Zimbabwe. As she sends it through, however, in a scuffed kind of shot. Amber Tuzana is there on the ball. Unlucky for that call to go against her, but some brilliant off the ball running from Amber Tuzana for Zimbabwe. Rumbi Zumuto is on the ball here, but Carol quickly shuts down the space for her. Rumbi Zumuto again, trying to link with Amber Tozana. Unfortunately dispossessed here. Athena Majuba easily beaten there by the Zambian number 8. As Zambia number 15 looks to bring up the ball for Zambia in an attempt to salvage something for their team. However, Zimbabwe really tracking back and exerting pressure on the Zambians at the moment. Some good play there.
This is good from Zambia. This is very good from Zambia. They're still into the circle. They go. This is very good from Zambia. The attempted shot comes in. Oh my word.
Loveness Mudenda with some brilliant stick play there. In and out, twist and twirls with the reverse stick shot as it was going in. She's appealing for a short corner. However, it is a long corner here. Zambia with the attempt here, blocked out by Elijah. who runs it out decisively, however, nicked off by Zambia, sent back into the D. Zimbabwe in possession, and Mujiba clears the lines for Zimbabwe in somewhat a panicky way. I tell you, they need to keep their heads at the moment.
They do need to keep their heads, both teams for that matter. Zambia have an opportunity to make another entry here, and it's play on. It's play on, says the umpires, and it's still Zambia in possession. Zambia asking all sorts of questions of the Zimbabwean defense. Zimbabwe come away with it now. It's interplay there from the two Zimbabwean ladies, but Zambia managed to salvage the ball back. Oh, what a finish we have to this game. What a game it's been. Zimbabwe lead 3-2. One goal in it. And it's a tussle for possession in midfield. No one seems to be able to control the ball. Zambia come away with it through the player who was exceptional in the last play, Loveness Mudenda. But Loveness Mudenda can't replicate what she did earlier.
Yes, unfortunately, but Zimbabwe really scrapping well for the ball in midfield with their younger players. Combinations there from Rua Mushawi as well as Amber Tozana, really fighting and putting in a little bit of a scrap, as would a little Jack Russell scrapping around in the backyard with the tennis ball.
Oh, they are little feisty beauties, aren't they, those Jack Russells? And it's the kind of fight that we've been seeing between the Zambian women and the Zimbabwean women. We told you, we promised you this was going to be a cracker. Well, we'll tell you what, the men's encounter is coming after this. What a pre-match to that one. We know what these two nations do, and it's been fierce out there.
I tell you what, yes, that is correct, TC. We are in for a brilliant final match to come. The Zambia men taking on Zimbabwe men in just a few minutes. Can Zimbabwe ladies hold on here? Questionable call again from the umpire. The Zambian bench isn't too happy. As Trish Makumba there encroaching into the danger zone. 5-yard rule off the overhead. However, Zambia sending the ball right, gifting possession back to Zimbabwe, who will restart here with Athena Mujiba, who spreads the ball back all the way to Ufarawashi Matambo, who switches it across to Rumbi Zumuto. Rumbi Zumuto with the through ball, aiming for Rumbi Zimuto again. Combinations of the Zimutos on the field at the moment.
Wonderful action we've had here, and it's not long to go. Zambia really have to go hard here if they're going to equalize. Otherwise, Zimbabwe will be the champions of this first encounter, and Diwa's just showing what she can do. Zimbabwe get a penalty corner, Ben, and what a good piece of play from Zimbabweans, Ninja.
Yes, very much so. Tino Diwa's Elijah there with a brilliant individual effort as she drove the ball up for Zimbabwe with a mazy run, jinking the ball left to right, keeping the ball on the end of the stick, earning her side a short corner, a vital time for Zimbabwe as they look to bury this game with a commanding 4-2 lead. They do lead 3-2 at the moment, but a chance here for Zimbabwe. Elijah too trapped at top D. Looks like she's going to either slip it or a shot at top D, as she is the executioner, the judge and the executioner. D was on the ball here. A swivel and another shot and a flick. D was with a brilliant goal!
A fantastic piece of individual brilliance from Tino Diwanashe Elijah. She received the feed. She beat one, beat two, put her on a strong side. They all thought she was going to clap it into goal. Instead, she flicked it. She scores Zimbabwe's fourth. And Zimbabwe, surely now, Ben, even before the fat lady have sung, Zimbabwe will win this one.
Yeah, a commanding 4-2 lead that Zimbabwe now have, courtesy of the brilliance of Diwa's Elijah and a brilliant composure at the top of the circle, allowing the defenders to do all the work for a shimmy to the right, a shimmy back to the left, bringing it back onto a strong side, and a delicate flick over the goalkeeper, putting Zimbabwe 4-2 ahead here at St. John's AstroTurf.
Yeah, but take nothing away from the Zambian women. They came back from a 2-0 deficit. They worked their way back. They showed the class that they have, courtesy of Carol Nakombe, who's played a huge role in their success of scoring those 2 goals. There are other players, though, who have done exceptionally well. Loveness Mudenda has really come in and played well. Their goalkeeper as well, Esther Mwale, has made some crucial saves. But here comes Nakombe again, and that's going to be a long corner, but time running out for the Zambian women. But they have gone hammer and tongues at it.
Yes, very much so. Hammer and tongues. It is a classic case of I'm not sure who we can pit as man of the match. As the crowd counts down, as Amber Tosana clears the ball with a resounding shrill of the whistle from the umpires. The crowd goes wild. Zimbabwe deserved victors in this match. 4-2. The Zambians feel somewhat hard done by. Some of the calls not going their way. Unfortunately, umpires call at the end. Zimbabwe, not so much runaway victors, but took the most of their chances. Zimbabwe 4, Zambia 2.
Yeah, what a game that was, Ben. Incredible action that we've had. The first two games were really one-sided. Nice to have a close encounter. Congratulations to the Zimbabwe women winning their first game of the Central South Africa qualifier, beating Zambia 4-2 goals. But the Zambian women can hold their heads high. They really came back from 2-0, and what a game that was. We're going to take a short break. The final game of day one is coming up. It's Zimbabwe men up against Zambia men. Don't go too far away. We'll catch you in just a bit.
It's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely shout as hard as you can so that we can hear you on the field, and we're just looking to make Zimbabwe proud. I think it's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for
I think
the
it's
upcoming
been good
years.
with the amount of time that we've had. I mean, this year, new squad being selected, new team. The team's been a bit divided, some girls in SA, some girls in Namibia, so we're finally going to be able to unite, but we prepared pretty well, I think. I mean, we'd like to qualify for AFCON, so top 2 is the goal, and then I guess if we make it to the finals, then we've achieved the goal, and then hopefully we can win and go home with a gold medal. It feels nice, you know, I think it's going to be cool. I'm excited to drive through Zim a little bit more and get to know it. I mean, I think my whole team's been here already before. My dad grew up here, so I'm really excited to see more. We know that you guys will be watching, and we hope that we do you guys proud. I think it's been good with the amount of time that we've had. I mean, this year, new squad being selected, new team. The team's been a bit divided, some girls in SA, some girls in Namibia, so we're finally going to be able to unite, but we prepared pretty well, I think. I mean, we'd like to qualify for AFCON, so top 2 is the goal, and then I guess if we make it to the finals, then we've achieved and get to know it. I mean, I think my whole
the
team's
captain
been
of
here.
national team of Zimbabwe. Yeah, so far the camp has been good. We've been training well. We're getting there as a team. Though we just left with one practice today, and we get some rest, and we're good to go. All I can say is come have fun, because as a captain, I'm promising you guys that we're going to give you guys some good time for you to enjoy, and good memories to think of. My name is Gift Chomnorwa, the captain of national team of Zimbabwe. Yeah, so far the camp has been good. We've been training well. We're getting there as a team. So we just left with one practice today, and we get some rest, and we're good to go. All I can say is come have fun, because as a captain, I'm promising you guys that we're going to give you guys some good time for you. My name is Gift Shomnorwa, the captain of national team of Zimbabwe. Yeah, so far the
of the Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations 2025. What a fantastic day it's been so far. We've had 2 ladies games and 1 men's game, and this one being the final game of the day. The 2 on-field umpires, Siyabonga Martins of Namibia and Chad Fourie of South Africa, have led the players out onto the park. We will have the national anthems of both these countries. We'll have the Zimbabwe national anthem first, and then the Namibian national anthem.
Want to start off with the national anthem of Zimbabwe. If we can, please could you stand for the national anthem? And the national team of Zambia.
Well, Ben, national anthems done. Previous to this game was the women's match between these 2 countries, Zimbabwe and Zambia. Zimbabwe coming out on top, 4-2. What a match that was. And this one, I'm sure, will be no less of a close encounter. Zimbabwe men versus the Zambian men. Take us through the Zimbabwe lineup, Ben.
Yes, pleasantries being exchanged. Yeah, in Zimbabwe, the starting lineup in goals: Fleming Mazua and captain Gift Jetta Chamunorwa, Takunda Muchacha, Esau Mufandaedza, Pritchard Matambo, a very experienced campaigner dating back to 2011 Olympic qualifiers. Forbes Motsi in number 9 jersey, Tafadzwa Mugore, Amos Chamunorwa, Asme Mpofu, Tatenda Kanyangarara, and little brother Mutsawashe Kanyangarara, handsomely coached by Kudzai Nyabezi.
Well, that's the Zimbabwean lineup. I'll take you through the Zambian lineup. In goal, they've got Robson Kunda. Then the captain, Samson Tembo. Philemon Bwali, Alfred Mpande, Joseph Mulolo, Stuart Chalwe, Andrew Ngulube, Dominic Mulenga, Richard Banda, George Jere, and Kennedy Siwale. That'll be the Zambian outfit to try and break Zimbabwe hearts in their first encounter at the Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations. You being a player yourself, how does it feel being in the commentary box now? Would you rather be in here or out on the turf playing for your country, Ben?
I tell you what, I did have a chat with Coach Kudzi earlier on, telling him that, hey, if things go sideways, Super Sub Ben is right and ripe and ready to jump onto the field.
Well, he's going to have to deal very hard with me letting you out of this commentary box, I tell you what. So, Kudzi, good luck if you do try and get Ben to come out. But we've spoken a lot at length about these two countries whenever they meet. A lot at stake here. Pride, obviously, national pride. But a win to start off a tournament, a qualifier of this sort, is what both these sides would need.
Very much so, and all to do for the Zambian men as they look to avenge that defeat for their ladies, going down 2-4 in the previous encounter. And now we're primed, I tell you, for a good sundowner.
Yeah, very good sundowner. Zambia will be playing from right to left on your screens. They're in the green tops and the white shorts. Zimbabwe will kick us off here, playing from left to right in the all-black kit with a touch of green, yellow, and red. We're underway here. Zimbabwe making their intentions very clear from the get-go.
Yes, very much so. If Isam Fandayedza with the decisive through ball, they're aiming for Asme Mpofu. However, unfortunately, going onto his foot there as Alec Chamunorwa looks to shut down the Zambians, who look quite fast off the blocks here, but snuffed out by Asme Mpofu.
Yeah, great piece of skill from Joseph Mulolo to free himself up to try and get the outlet there. But Zimbabwe do well to intercept, and now they're building play all the way from the back.
Yes, a brilliant skip ball there from Tatenda Kanyangarara. However, gifting possession back to the Zambians, and Asme Mpofu right on the money there, and looking to penetrate the Zambian D with Mutsa with this overhead gathered in by Zambia.
It's Stuart. It's actually not Stuart, it's Kennedy Siwale on the ball, and he does well to enforce the error there from the Zimbabwean.
Yes, Isam Fandayedza there, guilty of the infringement there. Zambia with the possession as they look to build up play, take command of this game.
Yeah, both sides will want to start well here. Zambia have had more of the possession. They haven't used it wisely as they would have wanted, but they've got another opportunity to go forward now. It is Kennedy Siwale on the ball. Kennedy Siwale, he finds Philemon Bwali. Philemon Bwali, it was very evident that he sang that national anthem with a lot of pride, and he's trying to fire his players up.
Tatenda Kanyangarara on the ball here for Zimbabwe as he looks to penetrate the circle, turning the defender inside out. Asme Mpofu, rather Alec Chamunorwa, brilliantly picked out by Tatenda Kanyangarara. Number 14 with the Cristiano Ronaldo-esque celebration right in the corner. Zimbabwe 1, Zambia 0.
A perfect start for the Zimbabweans at home in front of their home crowd. They opened the scoring. A lot of time to go in this game, but fantastic play to link with each other up there. And the keeper was scrambling to try cover his lines, but Zimbabwe too good. 1-0 up they go.
Yes, Zimbabwe fast out of the blocks there. Brilliant counter-attack. Set piece play there. Tatenda Kanyangarara driving the ball into the D, turning the defender inside out, brilliantly picking up his teammates in Alec Chamunorwa, picking up the ball and swatting it into the back of the goals.
What a goal that was from Alec Chamunorwa. And clearly one of his role models is Cristiano Ronaldo, because he did the Siu celebration. And this is good skill from Asme Mpofu, showing great ability and stick work there to work the way back all the way around to the left. They go now, Zimbabwe. This is good, Ben. Good possession. Good phase of the game for them.
Yes, very much so. Captain Gift Chamunora there on the ball. Little brother to Amos and Alec. but he's a workhorse in this Zimbabwean midfield, as you can see.
Well intercepted there by Kennedy Suwale, the Zimbabwe captain. Gifcha Munorwa, really, really good player. They did well to hang on to the ball for as long as he did.
Yes, Zimbabwe with a nice blend of experience and youth. Quite fit players. Players who've been there, done that. The likes of Pritchard Matambo in jersey number 8 for Zimbabwe. Over 20 caps for his country. Played since the early days, 2005, 2006 period, into the national setup as Zimbabwe look to assert their dominance on this game. Asme Mpofu on the ball, attempted overhead.
Yep, penalized there for backstick is Asme Mpofu. Zambia look to charge forward through Dominic Mulenga. Dominic Mulenga with the searching ball. That does find his counterpart. Going forward, there goes Zambia. Zimbabwe in attention in defense. And Zimbabwe come away with it on the left. And this is good from Zimbabwe. They want a second goal. Looking for options up front. Head up. Hockey from Forbes Motsi. And not good enough there, but searching for their second goal and doing so quite well, Zimbabwe.
Yes, very much good counter-attack play there, but a little passive in the final leg of that build-up to play as he's rightfully substituted. The coach noticing maybe a little bit of a niggle as exciting youngster in Tadiwa Nashikamseu coming on. Look out for some 3D skills from him, the Zimbabwe number 7.
And a yellow card given there to the Zimbabwean number 14. So he's going to have to sit off for a bit.
Yes, given a yellow card there, 5 minutes for what looked like a very strong challenge on the Zambian counterpart. The umpire not too thrilled. Straight away, not even a warning of a green card, goes to the yellow. 5 minutes for Amos Chamunorwa. Zimbabwe down to 10 players.
Zambia under a little bit of pressure here from the Zimbabwean forwards, but they do well at the moment to deal with that. Kennedy Suwale sends it forward, and another good tackle from Zimbabwe, pressing forward. Yeah, that's a stern warning there from Fourie, the South African umpire, just saying, no, you can't do that. I'm sure these kind of errors persist. We'll see him going to his cards as well.
Yes, very much so. Umpires really stamping their authority on this match. They don't want any nonsensical play, any dangerous play from the players on the field. So a shrill blow of the whistle there, asserting their control in this match.
No, absolutely. It comes away now with Tadiwa Nashe Kamusewu. Look at the skill set that he possesses. That's amazing stick work. And as he's buying time for his fellow players to run into space, he's dispossessed, but he gets it back, cleans up his own mess, and here comes down the right side they go. That's a good pass to find his counter pass, Iso Mufanda Yedza, but Iso sends it a bit too long.
Yes, trying to pick out Alec Chamunorwa on the baseline there. Unfortunately, that ball going awry, but some brilliant skills, as you've seen already, being displayed by Tadiwa Nashikamseu, whose stick work is sublime, I tell you.
It is sublime indeed, and it's an absolute treat to watch and be exposed to this wonderful hockey. But Zambia clearly haven't panicked here. They know their strengths, they know where their strengths lie, and they're coming away with the ball into the final third. But what a tackle from Daniel Erasmus.
Yes, Daniel Erasmus, an upper six boy at St. John's College, playing on his home strip. One of few under 18 boys in the side, and really standing his ground there with a decisive block in midfield.
What a great opportunity, an 18-year-old playing for your country on your home school turf. It must be such a great honor for him and his family.
Such a treat for his family and also for his schoolmates, headmaster included, and for the St. John's community at large, as he's out here, a showcase of the benefits of having such a facility available for your school.
Absolutely. Massive thank you to St. John's College for allowing us to use this AstroTurf. We are coming to you live on the Africa Hockey Federation YouTube page. We hope you've enjoyed this coverage. We've had 3 games that have been a pleasure to watch. 2 of them one-sided. Namibia winning 20 and 26 nil in the men's and women's respectively, and then we saw an absolute cracker of a game. Didn't we? Zimbabwe women coming out on top 4-2 against Zambia women, and this to put the curtain on day one of this tournament. What a start we've had. Zimbabwe getting on the board early.
Yes, Zimbabwe looking to assert their dominance on this game. However, the Zambians, you blink, they will cause you problems. And as we can see here, a brilliant ball sent across by the Zambians. As I just said, commentators curse a bit there, and Zimbabwean defenders caught snapping there, and the Zambians sent the ball across to an unmarked Stuart Chalwe, who banged the ball, just a simple tap into the back of the goals. Zambia draw level, as on the cusp of what I was just saying, that you can't afford to blink with the Zambia side.
Another great piece of great umpiring. Siyabonga Martins from Namibia allowing the advantage to come. The shot came in, the deflection came in. Zambia, just like that, are back in it 1-1. What another game we have here.
Yes, as Zimbabwe look to shift the ball left to right. Matambo to Isao Mfandaedza, back to Matambo here as they look to move the Zambian defense in and out. Connie Muchono on the ball here with some brilliant stick work there. Zambia recovering well. Free hit on the sideline to Zambia. Number 7 for Zambia, Philemon Wali, beginning to irritate the umpire a bit there, and the umpire says no more.
Yeah, Siyabonga Martins having none of that. Just saying, let's keep it disciplined, boys. Let's not get into the referees, under the referee's skin, because you will be penalized for that. No one wants to see those dreaded cards, eh? Green, yellow, or red.
Yes, very much so. Umpires really firm in their blowing at the moment and trying to protect the players. We don't need to be physical, but it is expected. As always, each year in Zimbabwe and Zambia take each other on, and already living up to its billing.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen an early goal from Zimbabwe, and then Zambia respond a couple of minutes later. It's just how you would have wanted this game to go. No one really likes one-sided encounters. Everyone's here to watch a close game of hockey.
Yes, unlucky there from Amos Chamunorwa, who unfortunately the ball went onto his backstick there. No advantage played, and the umpire brings back play. Zambia still in possession. Zambia with the shot here. Unfortunately going wide by Philemon Wali. I tell you what, another Ginger Ninja on the Zambian men's side. One not to leave in space. He will punish you.
Oh, well, it must be the hairdos, eh? It must be the hairdos.
Yeah, there's something in that chemical that they use, eh? I'm sure.
Translates into the stick work and everything. Oh, what a pleasure. Ben and I have absolutely enjoyed commentating these games. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage as well. Massive thank you to our sponsors. This is brought to you by Rising Stars, powered by
Steel Center, your reliable, trusty source of steel, and also in partnership with Africa Hockey Federation. Catch us live. The link is in bio. You can all join us online as we start to hear the Zimbabwean crowd get into song as they support their side here. But Zambia are hot on the press at the moment with a surging run forward from the Zambians.
The momentum has definitely swung onto the Zambian side after that goal. Zimbabwe just a lapse in concentration allowed Zambia to hit back, and now Zambia sensing something here. Into the circle it goes, but that's a good trap from Zimbabwe to try and outlet. Now they go, but that's a foul, so Zimbabwe will continue to press forward.
Yes, cool heads are required here as Zambia begin to turn the gears a bit here, and the experience of Mfandaedza and Matambo at the back for Zimbabwe telling at the moment, as that ball from Matambo looking for Mugore on the left link channel, are failing to find them, and it's a turnover. And possession is gifted back again. Here's Alec Chamunorwa on the ball. However, snuffed out by the Zambian number 13 there.
Yeah, unfortunately getting onto the foot there of Iso Mfandaedza. Not managing to trap that well enough in Zambia, who've enjoyed some good possession here on the attack. Philemon Mbwali, Ginger Ninja. Oh, wow. Great to see. And another stern whistle there, just warning him. Iso Mufanda Edza, you have to go 5 meters back at every free hit.
Yes, Takunda Muchacha there being substituted on by Phineas Makarara. Phineas, a very strong runner on the ball, standout in his club at Hippo Valley. Yeah, here to showcase and execute something special for his national side today.
I remember back in school playing schoolboy hockey and age group hockey. The Hippo Valley players were one of the toughest to play against. I mean, the skill level. Here comes Philemon Mbwali. And unfortunately for them, losing it out. But looking threatening on the counter-attack, Zambia.
Yes, very much so. You can't afford to have an errant pass, as we've just seen there from Tafadzo Mugore. Attempted overhead, gone wrong, gifting the ball to Philemon Mbwali, and in the blink of an eye, Zambians are on the attack. But fortunately for the experience of Richard Matambo, stepping up and quenching that little bit of danger from Zambia.
Tell you what I'm seriously contemplating doing, Ben. I'm seriously contemplating dyeing my hair ginger. Pun intended. I think it might just take my commentary a notch up. I mean, geez, it's all in the ginger.
I'm not sure, TC, how do you explain this to the wife? You left home with a nice flock of deep colored hair and you show up with ginger.
Well, she's probably watching this right now. I promise I won't dye my hair ginger. Anyway, back to the hockey. It's the end of the first quarter, and what a first quarter that was, Ben. Zimbabwe opened the scoring, Zambia responds. Second quarter coming up. What's your opinion on that one?
I tell you what, fans, wherever you're watching from, do not leave your seats. Short break coming up, but an interesting spectacle come as we see both sides, Zambia and Zimbabwe, tussle at it, one score apiece at the end of the first chaka.
My name is Gift Shomnorwa, the captain of national team of Zimbabwe. Yeah, so far the camp has been good. We've been training well. We're getting there as a team. So we just left with one practice today, and we get. My name is Gift Shomnorwa, the captain of national team of Zimbabwe. Yeah, so far the camp has been good. We've been training well. We're getting there as a team. So we just left with one practice today, and we get some rest, and we're good to go. All I can say is come have fun.
Well, we're back to you live now, ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you're watching us from. It's one apiece. Second chaka about to start. You just feel, Ben, the longer this game goes on, we're in for a treat.
Yes, very much so. Interesting analysis towards the end of the first chaka there as the Zimbabwean legs seemingly gave way a bit there. Zambians look a lot fitter. Although they traveled last night, arrived last night, but they're up for it.
They do indeed, and that break came at the right time for Zimbabwe, and it has been a very fast-paced game. I think there needs to be a phase where both sides, especially the Zimbabwean side, for their sake, just slow it down a bit and manage the game well, which they have started the second chaka doing.
Yes, very much so here. Pandaedza being caught, moving with the ball a bit there. Kanyangarara unfortunate there with a slightly raised ball. Yes, it did hit below the knee, but the umpire called Ginger Ninja, turning Fandaedza inside out.
He's so composed on the ball. I mean, this only comes with a lot of dedication, hard work, and practice for you to have that level of skill. And credit to Philemon Bwali. I mean, he's another really good player to watch.
Yes, very much so. Attributed to his fitness and core strength. Naturally, the hand-eye coordination, the ability to move the ball left to right in the blink of an eye, disguising movement with your body. Brilliant display, as you can see.
Yeah, well said there, Ben. And Zambia now looking to play it. Felt that was a bit on the body, but Zimbabwe have fought hard to get it back. And Zambia fought hard to get it back. The jab tackle coming in there, but into the circle it goes. Free player trying to look for top D. Gets it back. The shot is taken and it is put away in absolute style by Tatenda Kanyangarara. What a piece of play there.
What an absolute lethal finish from Tatenda Kanyangarara, gathering the ball up there, whacking it into the far right corner. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 1.
Too good from Kanyangarara. What a striker he is. Don't give him the space. That's what the Zambian coach is saying to his defenders. Shut it out as quickly as you can, because that shot, no keeper had a chance to stop that.
Very much so, very much so. A crisp hit from Kanyangarara there, burying that ball, giving Zimbabwe the lead as they look to assert their dominance here. Can Zambia respond? Jeff Piri with an overhead for Zambia. Brilliantly gathered. Switched out to Mfandaedza into Asme Mpofu. Asme Mpofu to Tatenda Kanyangarara. Looking for the reverse stick through ball. However, slight back stick on that attempt there. But brilliant transition play from Zimbabwe. Fast, fast, fast. You cannot afford to blink.
Yeah, can't afford to blink. Tatenda Kanyangarara on that occasion just using the wrong side of the stick there. So that's why Zambia have an opportunity now to try and hit back. It's not the best to always be coming from behind, trailing to try and equalize and go ahead. So Zimbabwe have done that very well. They're in the lead for the second time in this game, and Zambia have it to do to equalize.
Guilty of enjoying the hockey a little bit too much there, as Asme Mpofu caught on the ball, dispossessed by the Zambians. Zambians hot on the charge now. A little bit of lapse of concentration from the Zambians. An aggressive tackle there from Mutsa Kanyangarara, as the Zimbabwean bench feels hard done by there. And Zambia look to get onto the attack with Jeff Piri. Jeff Piri with the 3D skills, earning himself a short corner for Zambia. A crucial play there from the experienced head of Jeff Piri. Brilliant 3D skills shown there, earning aside a first short corner. I tell you what, Ginger Ninja has got something up his sleeve.
Certainly has something up his sleeve. A penalty corner is just what they would have wanted. Getting that circle penetration, now need to convert. We've spoken about it already, but the Namibian national men's side, boy, you think you gave them a 90% conversion? A lot of teams can feed off that.
Yes, very much so. Zimbabwe equally so in defense. A brilliant goalkeeper in Fleming Muzua trying to organize his troops. Jetta, the Zimbabwean captain, will be the first runner out, and Zimbabwe look to run a 1-2 split. Brilliant goal. Brilliant goal from Alfred Mpande. Alfred Mpande with a brilliant drag flick to the left of the goal. Fleming Muzua with the touch shoot, but the power too much. The ball ghosting through his arms and into the back of the net. Equalizer from Zambia.
And yet again in this match, Zambia have come from behind to equalize, courtesy of Alfred Mpande this time. Desperate attempt on the line by the Zimbabwean defender to keep it out. But as you mentioned, Ben, too good from Zambia, and credit to them, they're back in this game again.
Very much so. Top effort, capitalizing on the set piece opportunity there. Both teams have lethal drag flickers, as we see Zimbabwe trying to take the charge here with Tatenda Kanyangarara twisting, turning the defenders inside out.
Show me your number, I think they call it.
Yes, very much so. Show me your number is what they call it, and also made the defender sit down there.
show me your number and take a seat. Well, top draw stuff, that's for sure, from Tatenda Kanyangarara, one of the goal scorers for Zimbabwe. And it was a fantastic goal, but all responded by Alfred Mpande to equalize. And Zambia on the attack now. That's Stuart Chalwe. He scored Zambia's opener in the second quarter.
It's Phineas there on the ball, calming things down from a brilliant intercept from Richard. Here's Captain Chamunorwa on the ball with the swing. Unfortunately hitting the Zambian player, who bravely so took. And the medics need to run onto the field.
Yeah, a little bit of a hit to the head there. Hoping he'll be fine and get back into the game. It's a head injury, so time has to be stopped there. Obviously not intentional. These things happen on the field, but it's nice to see he's back on his feet. Hopefully he'll be responding quite well, and that there are no signs of a concussion there.
Yes, as you can see there, the player really wants to get going, but unfortunately has taken a blow to the head there. Safety first is important, and the medics rightfully pick him up off the field. Looks like he has a bit of a cut on his head. The captain, Gift Chamunorwa, guilty of overrunning the ball a bit, and the Zambian defender bravely so going and attempting, earning a free hit, but insult to injury for that attempted play.
Yep, absolutely. Zimbabwe come away with it now. Good play from Mutsawashe Kanyangarara. And that's another great piece of play. That's been hammered very hard in an attempt to find a Zimbabwean player who was in the circle. That's Alec Chamunorwa.
Yes, some brilliant 3D skills by Tafadzo Mugore to beat two Zambian players, and a blinder of a through ball looking for Alec Chamunorwa. Unfortunately, the ball going awry a bit.
Well, that one almost came in our direction. Thankfully, it didn't get to hit any of the equipment that's here. Zambia, here they come again. Good linking up. Not afraid to go all the way back to switch play around. But this is good pressure being enforced by Zimbabwe.
Yes, a half-court press here being employed by Zimbabwe as they're inviting Zambia to bring the ball to them. Dominic Mulenja with the blow and is currently getting medical attention. Doesn't seem too well at the moment for Zambia. We wish him well.
Absolutely, we wish him well. Zimbabwe looking to come and switch play down the right side now. It's now in the possession of Mufanda Yedza. Mufanda Yedza sends it back, and they're going towards the left now. Nothing opening up on the left side, so Pritchard Matambo works it all the way around, and that'll be a long corner. So a good result for Zimbabwe.
Yes, Zimbabwe asserting the pressure there. Kamsewo on the ball for Zimbabwe here as he looks to create a play onto Mutsawashe Kanyangarara with a reverse stick shot. However, the ball going wide. Zimbabwe trying to be a little bit too clever instead of just keeping it simple there.
Yeah, simple is sometimes the way to go. Get your basics right, and then try and look for those exceptional skills once the basics boxes have been ticked. Zambia coming away with it now. Well trapped infield by Richard Banda. Richard Banda in an attempt to look for Kennedy Siwale. And Zambia still putting pressure here on Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe managed to get it back, linking up in defense. It's the experienced player Pritchard Matambo looking to outlet. Zimbabwe is still with it. That's good play. Very good play. Heads up hockey. And I think Fourie has had enough. Yep, that's the first of his cards. And
yeah, that's Stuart Chalwe with a very strong challenge into the back of Isao Mfandaedza, and unfortunately Isao with the cop out, as you'd call it, gifting possession back to Zambia.
Yep, and Zambia slowing it down here, looking for options as they try and work it to the right side. Plenty of running off the ball from the Zambians, trying to just create those opportunities to go forward. And that mistake makes the Zambian coach furious at just giving the ball away.
Yes, Tafazo Mugore on the ball for Zimbabwe, sending the ball through, trying to find Amos Chamunorwa. And Asme Mpofu on the ball here to Alec Chamunorwa. Alec Chamunorwa decisively marked by number 8 of Zambia, Moses Mwale, with that distinctive block on Amos Chamunorwa.
Yeah, very good defense there from Zambia. And working it back again, all the way across to the left. Not much pressure there. He's got time to make a decision, to make a great pass. It's good from Zimbabwe.
Yes,
very
good hassling there from Asme Mpofu, however illegally so. Yeah, Zimbabwe bench a little vocal there towards umpire Ferreira, calling for a foot. However, they don't hold the whistle, TC.
No, they don't. Fari knows exactly what he's doing. However, it did look like the Zambian player played it into his own foot. But anyway, that's past us. We look ahead in this match, and Zambia, not many options up front for them. So they keep searching for the switch ball. One-time pass upfield. And that's good defense from Zimbabwe yet again.
Yes, Zimbabwe transitioning well as Zambia shifts the ball from left to right. However, the Zimbabwean core unit is transitioning as a unit and thwarting out the gaps in the danger as the umpire blows time. Not sure what that was for. Looks like an injury, let's say.
Yep, there's another player down.
Zambia number 10, Stuart Chalwe, rather, who took a blow from Isam Fandaedza there and down to his haunches. I hope he will be okay, TC.
Yeah, I certainly do hope so. Never nice to see players injured. It also halts play a little bit, but it's an opportunity for both these sides to take a much-needed breather. Scores are locked at 2 apiece in this second quarter with 4 minutes to go before the halftime break. It's been end-to-end stuff. What a game we have. Nothing separating the two teams in terms of the score, but momentum is on which side at the moment, Ben?
It's counter punch versus counter punch. So I feel it's each team who's going to make the most of those chances, who's going to convert, will come out tops in this match here. Pritchard Matambo on the ball for Zimbabwe. Pritchard with a decisive through ball, looking for Alec Amos Chamunorwa, who failed to control the ball. Looks like Stuart Chalwe might be done for the day, as he might have rolled his ankle and is in somewhat pain at the moment, TC.
Yeah, looking a little worse for wears there. He's a Zambian player, but Zimbabwe come away with it now. This is very good hockey, but that is desperate defense, to which Fari says play on.
Yes, good interchange from Tatenda Kanyangarara and Connie Muchono there. However, Zambians guilty of appealing to the umpires instead of playing to the whistle.
Nice to hear the communication on the Zambians telling his player, easy, easy, no one's on you, take your time. And that's good game management there from Andrew Ngulube to find the composure, not to panic in a situation where often players would panic and make a rash decision. And because of that, Zambia back on the attack.
Yes, a brilliant individual skill there from George Jere of Zambia, ghosting past 4 Zimbabwean defenders there and transitioning the play right out from his baseline all the way to the Zimbabwean 25. Zambia on attack.
So it's being played into final third. 2 minutes remain in the second quarter. Zambia, I love this patience they're showing in attack. They know exactly what they're doing, working the ball all the way around And this is just fantastic. Zambia still going, unfortunately, not managing to trap it in, but that's good hockey.
Yes, Kennedy Suwale there with brilliant one-touch play, 1-2 play rather down the right-hand flank there. Unfortunately, the last bit of play going awry, gifting possession back as Tefaza Mugore switches the ball to Pritchard Matambo. Isam Fandayeze has switched with Pritchard Matambo here. Danny Rasmus on the ball. Brilliant ball to Chamunorwa. Chamunorwa unfortunately stopping the ball and it hits his feet there. But some good play from Danny Rasmus again.
Yeah, great play from Daniel Erasmus. Unfortunately, he just couldn't get it to stay away from his feet. Zambia looking to attack. Not long to go now before the halftime break. Just under a minute to go.
Yes, Philemon Wali on the ball here for Zambia, trying to work a short corner. However, the umpire is ruling the other way. Long corner here to Zambia as they look to press Zimbabwe as we count down to towards halftime here. Zambia on the ball. Zambia on the ball here. Samson Tembo, the captain, sending it out onto the left-hand flank. Just a few seconds to go here. Can Zambia capitalize and go into the halftime break with an advantage? Unfortunately, a mishit there from George Jere, gifting possession and a bit of relief for Zambia.
Yeah, a bit of relief there. And that's the end of the second Chaka Ben. But evenly poised, it's blow for blow, like you mentioned earlier. 2-2 it is. What will be the chats at halftime?
I think the coaches here need to exercise some tactical brilliance and look to make sure that their players are aware of their positional play, are aware of their man, who their man marking, etc. Because it's going to boil down right to the wire as they're evenly poised, counter punch after counter punch. Zimbabwe score, Zambia score. Zimbabwe score, Zambia score. It's 2 apiece at the halftime break. TC?
Yep, Zambia yet to take the lead in the game, but they've got what it takes. We're coming to you live from the Central South Africa qualifier for ACN. It's halftime. We'll be back with the second half in just a bit.
My name is Gift Chomnorwa, the captain of national team of Zimbabwe. Yeah, so far the camp has been good. We've been training well. We're getting there as a team. Though we just left with one practice today, then we get some rest, and we're good to go. All I can say is come have fun, because as a captain, I'm promising you guys that we're going to give you guys some good time for you to enjoy, and good memories to think of.
It's a lot of pressure because I know the card can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to host something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding, and they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of talent and skill, so we're looking to use that to our advantage. And obviously our main goal is obviously to win the tournament, but also we want to play some good hockey and have a good base to rebuild for the upcoming years. Definitely.
Welcome back to this second half of the last game of the day. We have Zambia men up against Zimbabwe. Scores locked at 2 apiece. An entertaining first half from both sides. Counterpunch against counterpunch. Who can walk away with it, TC?
I don't know. Too early to call, but I can tell you what, Zambia have come from behind twice. Will they take the lead for the first time? You say blow for blow. I'm eagerly anticipating the fight later on, early tomorrow morning, between Dricus Pretorius and Israel Adesanya. That's going to be blow for blow, like we're seeing here.
I tell you what, that is one fight that is going to be one-sided. Dricus somewhat lucky to win against Strickland, and Israel picking on his nerves a bit, but I tell you, the last Albender will come off play. And
well, he looks a bit injured there, does the Zambian Philemon Bwali. Boy, they cannot afford to have him off the park. That will be a big blow for the Zambians.
yes, a tactical change at the start of the second half there from Zambia, putting number 7, Philemon Bwali, right up there to play, to exercise his skills, to create some scoring opportunities for the Zambian side. He looks to be okay.
That will be a huge relief for the Zambians.
Looks like the Zambians have more players on the field at the moment.
I think they actually had one player short on the field, because the umpire Fari just checked with the tech table and they said there were only 10. And Zambians on the charge spoke about the fact that they haven't led in this game as yet. They've come from behind twice. Kind of feel like they need to lead at some point just to see how the Zimbabweans will respond and deal with the pressure of trailing.
Yes, I don't think Zimbabwe will react in a positive manner, as Zambia have a very tight-knit defense. But interesting to see if Zambia were to take the lead first.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see. Zambia, like they've done so well throughout this match, really confident from the back. An attempted intercept there from Constantine Muchono, unfortunately not managing to trap it as well as he would have liked, and Zambia let it roll over. Sideline ball for Zimbabwe.
Yes, Muchono, number 11 for Zimbabwe, hailing out of Babulawayo, the city of kings. and captain of Kanimambo Hockey Club. Kanimambo only started on the scene a couple of years back, but some really interesting players as we see Zambia right on the charge here with the stick and a flick. Pritchard Matambo in the attempted block there. However, it hits his foot and it's a Zambian short corner. The Zambians tactically have seen the weakness of Zimbabwe, attacking the Zimbabwean left flank here and using it to their advantage. Zambia with a short corner.
Yeah, what a great piece of play there from George Jere. Found himself in acres of space, did the right thing, drove the ball up, left the cross as late as he could, and Zimbabwe got a foot in the way. So now an opportunity. We've been talking about Zambia having not led in this game as yet. Now this is a golden opportunity to do so.
Yes, Samson Tembo looking to trap the ball for Zambia, and Alfred Mpande looking to replicate his drag flick from the first chaka as Zambia pull through. Excellent flick, drag, saved by Fleming Muzua, and a swing and a miss from Zambia. Absolutely top draw save from Fleming Muzua as Zimbabwe looked to counter-attack there, however thwarted by. And here is Philemon Bwali on the ball. Brilliant 3v skills.
Can I tell you what he did to that ball? He threw the kitchen sink at it and all the plates and all the glasses and everything at it. Just didn't get the contact.
Very much so. Missing the ball, unfortunately, with all that effort there. Zambia with a wasted chance there, but credit to Fleming Muzua, the Zimbabwean goalkeeper, standing tall and a decisive right hand, clearing the ball out as Asme Mpofe looks. No, that looks like Alex Chamunora, the Zim number 10, guilty of a backstick as ruled by the umpire across the field there.
Yep, judged to have used the wrong side of the stick, and Zambia have an opportunity to go forward. It's 2-2 in this game. If you're just joining us on the Africa Hockey Federation YouTube page, we're coming to you live from St. John's College AstroTurf in the heart of Harare in Borrowdale West, and we've been treated to some magnificent hockey. This tournament serving as the qualifier for Central South Africa for the Africa Cup of Nations next year in 2025. It's been an absolute bumper harvest of hockey between the four nations, both men and women, and what an ending we have today. One, Zimbabwe and Zambia locked at 2 apiece in the third quarter.
Yes, very much so. Shout out to our sponsor, Steel Center Stars, who have courtesy of bringing us this live stream, brought to you by Rising Stars in collaboration with the Africa Hockey Federation. As Zimbabwe and Zambia locked at 2 apiece at the moment, looking, tussling, trying to take the advantage as Isam Fandaedza with some brilliant individual skill, turning number 11 for Zambia, Andrew Ngulube inside out. And the overhead there from Zambia, from Zimbabwe rather, thwarted by number 19, Kennedy Siwale. Captain Chamunora earns himself 2 minutes for some playing the ball after the whistle. Ill-disciplined by the Zimbabwe captain there. Might this be the thing that costs his side?
This is a good passage from Zimbabwe, showing that cool and calmness on the ball. So slowing it down a little bit, trying to get their front runners into positions to send the ball to them. It's the very experienced Pritchard Matambo looking to exit it, and Tafadza Mugore now looking for options. Looks like he's going to find his counterpart in Mutsawashi Kanyangarara, and a missed trap there. And that's what that pressure from the Zambians is doing to the Zimbabweans, these unforced errors.
Yes, Phineas Makarara receiving the ball from Pritchard, who was under pressure there. The ball going slightly awry and causing Phineas to miss the ball there. In Isam Fandezo, the attempted jab. Zambia on the ball there. Zambia with the circle penetration, sent across, decisively blocked and swatted away by Alec Chamunorwa. Zambia still in possession of the ball here. The pressure building up for Zambia, TC.
The pressure certainly building. Zimbabwe under the pump a little bit here. You'd feel they've had a couple of circle penetrations. Zimbabwe have not managed to answer those penetrations. Now They have an opportunity. They've clearly slowed the game down, Zimbabwe. Maybe those tired legs we were talking about earlier. Mugore now on the ball under the pressure of Zambia, but he does incredibly well to turn and look for more options. That's good play from Mugore.
Yes, good, calm, composed play from Mugore. As the ball is sent through by Alec Chamunorwa, who's looking to bring Zimbabwe into the counter-attack here.
Oh, Pritchard had to get stick onto that one because the Ginger Ninja was lurking behind him there. Philemon Bwali.
Philemon Bwali on the ball here for Zambia as two players surround him. 3, 4 Zimbabweans. And Philemon Bwali beats all of them. He continues to go. Shot at top D. And the ball goes slightly wide. Some brilliant individual skills there from Philemon Bwali.
I'm in awe. I am in awe of Philemon Bwali. How do you do that? I mean, just how do you do that?
Dye your hair ginger, I guess.
Oh, we're back there. We're back there. But great play from Philemon Bwali. Absolutely a treat to watch. We've been blessed with some amazing hockey throughout today, and it's only going to get better. We're back again tomorrow for the day 2. Monday will be a rest day, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, it'll be the business end of the tournament. 3 women's teams are going to qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations in 2025. 2 men's teams. I think that's where it's going to be an absolute ripper between Namibia, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. Eswatini, we've spoken about them. It's more of development for them. They don't have their eyes on qualification, but I can't wait to see those encounters. Namibia versus Zambia and Namibia versus Zimbabwe. Woo!
Very much so, very much so. That's why it's important to get out the blocks well so that you have an advantage on points difference as well as goals. But these two teams evenly matched at the moment as the Tenda Kanyangarara battles for the ball in midfield. It's becoming physical in there as both teams are jostling for possession, but Tatenya Kanyangarara standing his ground, really firm on the ball as we see him restart for Zimbabwe. Kanyangarara guilty of trying to force the ball there. Very lucky to maintain possession for Zimbabwe as they look to conjure up something for their side. Ball sent in. Unfortunately, nobody home for Zimbabwe to tap it in as Zambia look for the aerial ball there. Intercepted by Tafazwa Mugore. However, into the hands of the Ginger Ninja. Short corner here for Zambia. Some sustained pressure. Zimbabwe attempting to block the ball there. Unfortunately, coming off the body and resulting in a short corner. A crucial time to score in this third chaka.
Yeah, very crucial time to score for Zambia to take the lead for the first time. They will go 3-2 up. They have not tasted the lead in this encounter, but this third quarter has definitely belonged to the Zambians so far, Ben.
Yes, the Zambians really starting out in the second half really well. Philemon Bwali guilty as charged. The Ginger Ninja turning the screws for Zambia, dictating play at the moment. As we see, number 8, Alfred Mpande, can he execute this drag flick? Injection is perfect. Drag flick coming through. A shot. And Philemon Bwali sends the ball right past, rifling past Fleming Muzua. Brilliant deception, I must say, as he slid that ball through a stick, faked to take the ball onto the left-hand side, slinging it with a slingshot down into the bottom left-hand corner, past Fleming Muzua. Alfred Mpande giving Zambia the lead. Zambia 3, Zimbabwe 2. 5 minutes to go.
And they've taken the lead for the first time in this game. This is a crucial turning point in the match. Zimbabwe have led twice. Zambia now leading 3-2. 1 goal in it. Not down and out by no means, either of these sides. But Zambia, as I mentioned earlier, this third quarter has belonged to them. And the scoreboard tells the story as well.
Yes, very much so. It is a game of fine margins at the moment. But Zambia with the upper hand now, with the sustained pressure as they started out much more better than Zimbabwe as we see them beginning to control this game. They look a little bit fitter.
Yep, Zimbabwe will play it from deep now. It's Tatenda Kanyangarara who sends it up. And this is good from Zimbabwe, some 3D dribbling. Still going. Good tackle there from Zambia and a lovely turn to free himself some space going forward. And a good clearance from the goalkeeper, Fleming Mazua. Zambia just outside the final third. Looking to get another circle penetration there. And that'll be another free hit to Zambia. This is warning signs here for Zimbabwe. Zambia played quickly. Into the circle it goes. Wali absolutely hammers that, but side netting. Doesn't count for a goal, but they're onto something now, the Zambians.
Very much so. Sustained pressure from Zambia here. Do the Zimbabweans have an answer for it as they, if Sao Mfandaedza swaps with Danny Rasmus in an effort, if Sao will definitely go back into the defensive line. Tatenda Kanyangarara into midfield. But I must say, what a spectacle as a father to be able to see your two sons, two of them, play in the national side together. Such a spectacle, TC.
Oh, it is. Nothing makes a parent prouder than that. Two of your sons playing, reminded of many brothers that play or siblings that play across different sporting disciplines. It's lovely when they are playing at the highest level. So well done to the Kanyangarara family.
Yes, kudos to the Kanyangarara family, legends, and also the dad, Case Kanyangarara, was part of the Zimbabwe officials in the recently ended Paris Olympics. We welcome you back, sir.
Absolutely. He was joined there by Sarah Bennett as well, two Zimbabwe hockey legends who have given a lot to the game and continue to do so. And it's lovely to see how hockey continues to develop, not only in Zimbabwe. They were not only representing Zimbabwe, but Africa at large.
Yes, very much so. Today, 2024 culminates a series of years, I'd say about 15 years of development of the game as we pioneered what we called reviving hockey in Zimbabwe way back with the SADC tournament held at Arundel on grass in 2009, courtesy to legends, living legends, the likes of Louis Munyama, Tapiwa Mafi, Fidelis Majuba, the late, may his soul rest in peace, Eddie Chiringa, to name a few. I mean, we've come a very long way, paving the way for hockey to be what it is today. I mean, kudos to the Zimbabwe community.
What a tribute there, Ben, and rightfully said, we owe it all to those legends who have revived the game in the country, and it's so nice when it comes together and it works like this. They must sit back and just be extremely proud of their efforts. So can the two nations that are playing right now. Zimbabwe and Zambia have given it their all. Zambia leading 3-2 now with just under 2 minutes to go in this third quarter. What a fourth and final quarter we're going to have.
Definitely so. Zimbabwe all to play for. I'm not sure when Zimbabwe scored because it looks like it's 3-3 at the moment. Decisive block there from Zimbabwe number 4, Takunda Muchacha, who's a really standout of a player. The ball sent through to Amos Chamunora. Amos Chamunora with the lead run. Can he make the most of this? Zimbabwe in attack. Kamsewu turning the keeper inside out with a shot on target. And the ball does end up in the back of the net. I'm not sure how they're going to rule this. Fine, the whistle had gone, but brilliant skill from Tadiwa Nashe. Mini-me, as I call him, Kamsewu. He does remind me of myself in my heydays.
I love it, Ben. I love it. I love the exuberance coming. And we're still not quite sure what the call is here. It does look like a penalty flick. Yes, it is. And cometh the hour, cometh the man, Tatenda Kanyangarara, to get his second of the match. Penalty flick time. It's Kanyangarara up against Robson Kunda. And Kanyangarara obliges. He equalizes. Zimbabwe draw level, coming from behind for the first time in this game. Tatenda Kanyangarara in front of his old man scores his second. And what a game we have yet again. 30 seconds left on the clock in this counter. Ben, What a goal.
Yes, cool, calm, and composed under pressure. Tatenda Kanyangarara, a very experienced, still very young, but a cool head on him, making his dad proud, and the Zimbabweans at large, making them proud. The crowd is in full song rather, and really enjoying this spectacle as Zimbabwe draws level 3-3 as we approach the end of the third chaka. One more chaka still to go.
Well, the action gets better and better, doesn't it? Seconds to go in this third quarter. That is a good searching ball, but it's not going to be enough because that's the end of the third quarter. 15 minutes to play. Scores are locked at 3 apiece. Zimbabwe, Zambia have treated us with 1 quarter to come. Grab yourself a quick drink. Get back onto your television screens. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. It's the fourth and final quarter. Zambia taking their sweet time to get onto the turf, but they are back onto the turf now. And I guess they had lots to say. Ben, I don't know, but it's going to come down to whatever chance you get. If you don't bury it, it's going to come down to that. This is such an entertaining match.
Yes, very much so, TC. It's going to boil down to that one chance. Opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
If you can say it, I'll sing it. But obviously, we're not in front of the microphone to sing. But these opportunities do come once in a lifetime. You miss it, it's gone. Yes, you can create more opportunities. But in a tight clinch game like this one, you really, really want to bury your chances. 3-3 on the scoreboard. Fourth and final quarter in this match to end day one of the Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations next year. What a day it's been.
Yes, the day has slowly built up slowly and warmed up to the expectation as Zimbabwe look to take command of this game here with Isam Mfandaedza scanning for a through ball here, sending it back to Pritchard Matambo with no options. The Zambians tight, watertight at the moment in their defensive structure.
Absolutely solid in defense. They know what's at stake here, the Zambians. That's a good ball, though, to find Mfandaedza. Mfandaedza's done very well, and he's played it quickly. Oh, almost fell for Tadiwa Nasheka Musewu. Unfortunately, the strong pass just did him a little bit.
Yes, didn't quite expect that ball, but yeah, as our strikers, the nature of a striker is you always need to anticipate anything and everything. Any loose ball, you must be able to counteract. As Zambia comes through here with Richard Banda on the ball. Brilliant composure there from Issam Fandaedza for Zimbabwe. George Jere with the ball as Zambia penetrates the D with the number 9. Short corner. Joseph Mulolo there with some brilliant 3D skills, causing confusion on the Zimbabwe defense, who swatted at the ball, causing confusion. Short corner, Zambia. Can Zambia take the lead once again?
Well, they certainly need to. These are the opportunities, the chances we spoke about at the beginning of this quarter, Ben. They really need to bury this one, and Zimbabwe will have it all to do. Zambia will obviously keep enforcing their way to try and get those circle entries, but they take the lead again here. It is the final quarter, so there's not much coming back to do. It's all to play for now.
All to play for here as we see Richard Banda with the attempted drag flick for Zambia here. Top defense by Gift Shamunorwa, captain of Zimbabwe, as the ball is played through to Asme Mpofu, turning the Zambia defender inside out with a deliberate foot, as it saw, and the umpire has given him a yellow card for that deliberate foot there. Deliberate breakdown and play. Some brilliant skill from Asme Mpofu for Zimbabwe. However, Zambia down to 10 men.
Yep, Zambia down to 10 men. An opportunity now for Zimbabwe to try and use this numerical advantage to their good by scoring a goal. Zambia have come away with it, but Zimbabwe tracking back beautifully is Tadiwa Nasheka Museu. And he's still going, playing the stick there. Zambia does well to find Tafadzwa Mugore, who's had a very good game. He's really played a mature brand of hockey. He in turn finds Gift Chamunorwa. Captain's back on the park now after getting that early card.
Yes, I will definitely need his legs in the last leg of this encounter for Zimbabwe in this last chaka, as he looks to dictate play. Scanning, decisive through ball, and it's a long corner for Zimbabwe. Muchacha subbed off here for Mfandaedza with a well-earned breather, who's been a standout player today, as Tatenda Kanyangarara, rather Mutsawashe Kanyangarara there with the attempted dive for the ball, unfortunately missing it, but leaving it all out there are the Zimbabwean and Zambian players.
Absolutely down on all fours in an attempt to stop the ball. That's the commitment you want to see from the players for your country, and it's getting really, really heated as the shade comes across the turf, getting into late afternoon here at St. John's College AstroTurf in Harare. What a day it's been, and what an ending we have to day one between Zimbabwe men and Zambia men. Zimbabwe get the ball into the circle, but no one at the end of that one. 16-yard hit out, Zambia to proceed.
Yes, very much so. Tadiwa Nashikamse with the attempted deflection there, slightly missing the ball, but good injection from Zimbabwe, from Amos Chamunorwa. Zimbabwe looking to take the advantage here of this sustained possession. It's going to boil down to the wire. Whoever creates and takes their opportunity here, as the umpire blows for 5-yard rule. As Jeter's on the ball for Zimbabwe here. Can they make an opportunity? Advantage being played by the umpire. A swing. And unfortunately the ball going wide.
What an opportunity for Zimbabwe. Time's being stopped. I think the goalkeeper's kicker, Robson Kunda, has come off. So there will be a little bit of a stoppage in play here. Everyone can take a breather. This is entertaining stuff. 10 minutes to go. 5 minutes played in the final quarter. I tell you what, that 10 minutes will go in a flash.
I was actually just about to contradict that statement. 5 minutes, it seems as if we've been playing for 15.
Well, wait and see. Before you know it, we'll be saying 2 minutes on the clock. Scoreline, though, that one seems to be staying a little stagnant. 3-3 apiece, but Zambia and Zimbabwe, they're throwing everything at this.
Yes, and as Zimbabwe look to bring on one of their creative players in Tatenda Kanyangarara, Amos Chamunorwa, putting in a hardship for Zimbabwe, a well-deserved rest for him. A game changer in Tatenda Kanyangarara, who's just come on.
A definite game changer. He's got 2 goals to his name in this game. One of them was a fantastic hit into the corner, and the second was a penalty flick. But either way, 2 goals on your name in a tightly contested game like this, you'll take that any day.
Very much so, very much so. As we hear the Zimbabwean fans in full voice, courtesy of Tino Sniper Mzanemwese. I can see him jumping up and down in the white, in the striped red strip.
All right, looks like goalkeepers. Okay, looks like there's a little bit of off the ball play here. Looks like there was a stick, a bit of foul play, but the umpires, Fari and Siyabonga Martins, will just try and inquire as to what happened here.
Yes,
But off the ball stuff, not necessary, isn't it? Let's just
yeah,
play the game.
this isn't rugby, ladies and gentlemen. As hockey, we like to utilize our technical ability, our superior technical ability to thwart the advantage against the opposition. As you can see, Zambia player hard done by there. I'm sure they'll just shake hands after this with a cold beer.
Oh, possibly they'll do so. We're going to get back to the live action now. Zimbabwe looking to turn over possession here in this field position.
Mutsawashe Kanyangarara on the ball there. Chamunorwa, cool, calm and collected, back to Tafadzwa Mugore. Tafadzwa Mugore to Pritchard Matambo, who scans. Zimbabwe very patient in their build-up as they look to create an overload.
Good tackle there coming in from Zimbabwe. Good pass to find his counterpart, and this is good. Now the counter-attack is on. Zimbabwe flooding numbers forward, and that's a good pass back into the circle. But Zambia standing strong in defense, battling it out there on the turf. Both these countries, and Zambia come away with the free hit.
Yes, a miss hit there from Captain Gift Chamunorwa, but quickly thwarted out by Christopher Steinman. A strong blow there. Some would feel that was a tough challenge from Pritchard Matambo. Philemon Wali on the ball here, unfortunately creating danger. Mutsawashi standing his ground and thus creating the danger there. Some brilliant 3D skills, but lifted a little bit too high on that occasion.
Yeah, Philemon Bwali, it seems every time he's in possession of the ball, something happens. On this occasion, something did happen, but it's courtesy of Zimbabwe's good defense. They're just keeping tight on him, obstruction, and Zimbabwe will get the free hit. Zimbabwe have definitely slowed the game down here. They feel they need to just work it, take their time. With the time that's left, they've got enough time, and they probably feel a goal would win it here.
Very much so. Zimbabwe very patient on the ball at the moment as they look for gaps in the Zambian attack. Zambian defense, rather. Asme Mpofu on the ball for Zimbabwe. Can he create something? Back to Tatenja Kanyangarara. Rather Mutsa onto his brother Tatenda with the deflection. Onto Captain Chamunorwa with the slip back. Unfortunately, a reverse stick upright shot from Tatenda Kanyangarara. Slightly whisked past the left-hand corner. Chance goes a begging for Zimbabwe there.
Tatenda Kanyangarara, lethal, very lethal player. I mean, you give him a slightest opportunity, he goes for goal. Unfortunately, that is not the case for Zimbabwe. And another green card, Zimbabwe down to 10 men. Alec Chamunorwa has to sit out for 2 minutes.
Yes, unfortunate play there from him, deliberately breaking down, not retrieving 5 yards, earning himself 2 minutes. Zimbabwe down to 10 men.
Yep, Zimbabwe down to 10. Can Zambia capitalize here? Another call of obstruction there. So Zimbabwe will come away with it. Ugore to take from the back. Tafadzwa, he finds Iso Mufanda Yedza. Zambia intercept that well for Tatenda Kanyangarara to take. He's got one thing in mind, and that's to go forward. He turns, he tries to let it go, but this is good from Zambia. Well trapped there, but that's dangerous play. Mugore, good defense. Oh.
Yeah, lifted ball there, creating danger for Zambia, and Zambia with some good territorial advantage. Dominic Mulenga on the ball for Zambia with the through ball, covered by Tatenda Kanyangarara onto Mfanda Edza. Asme Mpofu caught on the ball by Philemon Wale. Asme Mpofu on the ball here. Gift Chamunorwa turning the Zambian inside out. However, the Zambian standing his ground. Looks like George Jere there for Zambia. Some top quality defending.
Valiant attempt to keep the overhead in play there. Right idea, just a bit too much weight behind that chuck. Zambia couldn't keep it in. 16-yard hit out. 6 minutes to go. Still locked at 3 apiece. Are they going to share the spoils here, Ben?
You gotta feel somebody's gonna go home tonight with a broken heart, TC, because the way it's poised, one mistake, and we're going to see one team as Connie Muchono comes on for Zimbabwe, on to Tadiona Shikamseu here for Zimbabwe. Can he conjure up something in the counter-attack for Zim? Ball sent across, deflection from Tatenda Kanyangarara, saved by the goalkeeper. A shove in the back by Tadiona Kamseu as he attempts to get the ball there, but brilliant transition play. Alex Chamnora onto Tatenda Kanyangarara. Deflection, saved by the goalkeeper of Zambia, Robson Kunda.
Kunda to the rescue. Could have easily snuck into the back of the net, that one, but he's too good, and he manages to keep it out. And still we remain 3 apiece. Zimbabwe get the ball back through Constantine Muchono, and here they come in an attempt to penetrate the circle once more, but Zambia have come away with it. Zambia doing well down on the left flank. This is good skill. He's still going. He sends it to danger man Philemon Bwali. Bwali's still on the ball. Bwali overruns it a little bit, but it's a foul. Zambia with a penalty corner. Oh my, oh my.
Yes, these players leaving it all down there. Number 13, as you see, Richard Banda down on his haunches. Good counter punch that we're experiencing here. But the cool, composed head of Philemon Bwali with the decisive run, deliberate stick tap as he was approaching the Zimbabwe 25, earning aside a short corner. Can we see a hat-trick today from Alfred Mpande, who's poised for the drag flick? I'm sure Fleming Muzua will have something to say about that.
Oh dear, they're one defender down now. Taking too long to get that mask on and get into place. This will just work into Zambia's hands.
Yes, Finians Makarara there. Guilty for Zambia with the drag flick. Alfred Mbanda with the goal! Flinging it into the bottom left-hand corner. Whizzing it past the goalkeeper. A desperate dive from Fleming Muzua. Alfred Mpande with the goal for the Zambians. Chipolo Polo take the lead in this battle of the Zambezi. Zambia 4, Zimbabwe 3. Can Zimbabwe conjure up something for their side, the home side? The crowds go slightly quiet. TC.
Oh, well, Mpande steps up again and he says, keep calm, boys. I've got this under control. He scores. Zambia take the lead for the second time. Is this going to be it, though? Still some time to play. Zimbabwe now will be desperately in need to score. They don't want to start this qualifying campaign with a loss to their name.
Yes, very much so, as Chafadzo Mugore is on the ball here, onto Connie Muchono. Effort passes are critical for Zimbabwe here as they look to restore the scores to equalize for their home country. The unfortunate thing, as you see, the ball being swiveled back left and right. These midfield players for Zimbabwe are looking for runners up front. Unfortunately, they're just not there at the moment for Zimbabwe as they look to build up in their effort to equalize.
Yeah, they really need to equalize. They are desperate in need of an equalizer, and Zambia defend very well. What this does, it keeps buying those seconds off the clock. We're down to just under 3 minutes to go now, and that 10 minutes we were talking about has disappeared.
My goodness, where has time gone? Where has time gone? An action-packed day in this final game of hockey. Zim versus Zambia. Zambia taking the lead not too long ago. Zimbabwe with all to do in front of on their home strip. Can they make their country proud tonight?
Oh, well, I'm sure all the Zambian supporters will be watching from back home. They're biting their nails right now. I can guarantee you that 4-3 with 2 minutes to play in the last game of day one.
2 minutes signaled by the technical table here as Zimbabwe look to, and they earn themselves a short corner. Tetele Kanyangara with the quick play there. Can he pull one out of the draw? We know he has a lethal back drag flick. Can he salvage a draw at least for Zimbabwe? Opportunity begs.
Well, the opportunity has presented itself for the Zimbabwean men. Can they take it? They have to. You feel that if they miss out on this opportunity to score off this penalty corner, Zambia will be in no rush to play the ball forward. They'll just try and manage it, keep possession of the ball, and just let the clock tick away. This to draw level for Zimbabwe and keep their hopes alive in this qualifier. Nervy moments.
Very nervy moments as the crowd goes hush. Injection comes through to Tenda Kanyangarara with the flick and a goal in off the upright. I'm not sure what the umpires have signaled there. Looks like a hit out for Zambia. But a brilliant gather by Tatenda Kanyangarara. Unfortunately, the Zambian player looks in a world of pain. Went down in a heap. I think he took a blow from the follow-through of that drag flick.
Oh my, it's all happening out here in Harare. Zambia, can they hold on to this 4-3 scoreline? They've got a man injured. So no goal is the call and the infringement is danger. So Zimbabwe do not equalize. Zambia with the hit out.
Yes, some brave running from the Zambian, looks like number 4, Captain Samson Tembo. I think I might be wrong, but some brave running by the first rusher for Zambia, earning that hit out off the short corner, putting their bodies on the line, protecting a much coveted 4-3 lead as they have. As Zambia restart here, ball gathered by Pritchard Matambo for Zimbabwe, as Zimbabwe come right back with Alex Chamunora for Zimbabwe. Alex Chamunora with the swivel here for Zimbabwe. Ball sent across for Zimbabwe, forced onto the back stick of the Zambian defender. Zimbabwe, a lifeline for Zimbabwe, a lifeline, TC.
A lifeline that's been handed to them by the Zambians. 1 minute on the clock. Another penalty corner. Kanyangarara, is he going to step up and draw level? Zimbabwe now are fighting for the draw. Zambia fighting for the victory.
Yes, it's going to boil down, as we predicted, to the last, right down to the wire here. Tatenda Kanyangarara off the, it's a brother, big brother, little brother combination. Look out for the slider across to the left-hand side of the keeper. Brilliantly defended, however, Zimbabwe still in possession here. Captain Gift Chamunora attempting to send the ball back in. Zambia clear their line. Zimbabwe, you must say that was the final chance for Zimbabwe to equalize. Unfortunately, looks like Zambia will run away with this one as they look to keep possession of the ball. Cleverly so.
Well, it's not done yet, Ben. Zimbabwe are on the charge again. Philemon Bwali has conceded another penalty corner. And Zimbabwe, how many lifelines do they need? And with that, he gets 5 minutes off. He will play no further part in this match. Zimbabwe have another opportunity to draw level and save this game.
Yes, quick wheels and quick restart from Captain Gift Jetta Chamunora for Zimbabwe, attacking the Zambian 25, forcing the deliberate infringement from Philemon Bwali. However, Zimbabwe earning a crucial last minute short corner with seconds remaining on the clock. Look out for that slider, TC.
He misses, Ben. He misses. It looked like it was well on its way into the back of the net. But unfortunately for Zimbabwe, it's oohs and ahs from the supporters. Zambia have done something very, very remarkable here to defend 3 penalty corners and keep Zimbabwe out. They're not out yet. Zimbabwe continue to put pressure to get the equalizer, and yet another penalty corner on the brink of full time. Ben, the last opportunity now. The timer is up. Can Zimbabwe draw?
Can Zimbabwe count themselves? Third time lucky here. Third consecutive short corner. The Zambian bench is infuriated at that decision. However, umpire Ferreira signaling to his opposite umpire to say no, that was a foot in the D. Zimbabwe with a chance here. It's Connie Muchono, rather Gift, Chamunoro and Tatenda Kanyangarara. I should bet this one is going to Tatenda Kanyangarara.
Well, Ben, there we have it. Zambia coming back from behind twice to earn themselves a well-deserved victory. How they did it, I don't know, but they will be very, very proud of themselves. I'm sure their fans back home are celebrating. Your final thoughts on this game, Ben?
I tell you what, TC, I'm so proud of both sets of teams here today, but special mention to Zambia, who only arrived late last night. Also had a little bit of a mishap with the accommodation, but they quickly shrugged that aside. It was a mental battle today. They really put their bodies on the line. A really well-oiled machine in Zambia, earning themselves a 4-3 victory over Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe can take some heart out of that defeat, although they left a lot of chances begging, especially on the short corner front.
Yeah, absolutely. Zimbabwe will be heartbroken. It's tough to accept losses like this, especially when you led for so long in the game, but credit has to be given, and we should give it to the Zambians for pursuing and keep pressing. They kept pressing, and they got the victory that they so well deserved. Well, I'll tell you what, the action has come to an end today, but tomorrow there is some hockey to look forward to. At 10 a.m., Zambia women versus Eswatini women will be kicking us off tomorrow, followed by the Zambia men and Eswatini men at 12 o'clock.
And then shortly after that at 2 o'clock, Namibia ladies take on Zimbabwe, and the men of Zimbabwe then take on the men of Namibia in the last game of the day at 4 o'clock.
Oh, it's going to be an absolute blockbuster. Those matches tomorrow will be interesting to see how they pan out. But we've thoroughly enjoyed bringing you this action today. Hockey is certainly alive in Africa. We're going to go. You have yourself a fantastic evening. We will rejoin you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. But for now, it's bye from us. Cheers.